Introduction. I am Jiro Dane, known as the Dark Star and the Dawn's Blade. The 7 kingdoms, the 9 city-states, and the ancient and glorious golden celestial empire all bow before me. The shadow sentinels of the city of the dead, the sorcerous dragon king of the Lorne River, and the titan of the Everfrost land are all my vassals. Fire dances as an offering from Laro, while the surging waves sing praises of the deep dwellers. Dragons whirl in the sky, and stars descend from the firmament, all to herald the return of their emperor. I am Jiro Dane, both the night and the dawn. Chapter 1. The Acting Lord of High Hidden City. XinXue felt a wave of panic wash over him. He had always considered himself well acquainted with the world. He had faced off against Shi Maoga in River Valley Town, and had synchronized reasoning with elementary school students in Mihua Town. He had witnessed the illustrious Zhuge Wuho rehearsing the Bagua formation at the foot of Qishan Mountain, and had listened to the lyrical verses of the Southern Tang's Emperor of Poetry at the Jade Palace. What scenes had XinXue not encountered? However, this time was distinctly different, for this time there was no screen separating him from reality. He had traversed time and space. As a graduate student in history, XinXue vividly recalled that he had been diligently searching for materials for his thesis when he inadvertently opened a map book of a Song of Ice and Fire, which had been gathering dust in his bookshelf since its purchase. Suddenly, he found himself inexplicably transported to a medieval European-style castle room. Were it not for the startlingly vivid memories of another individual flooding his mind, he might have dismissed the entire experience as a mere dream. After approximately 5 minutes, XinXue, relying on the memories he had assimilated, conducted a brief assessment of his current situation. His name was now Jiro Dane, a scion of the Dane family from Starfall City, specifically the Dane family of High Hidden City. His father was a landowning knight loyal to Starfall City. He resided in a sturdy castle built on a mountainside, commanded a guard of fewer than 50 men, and had 6 small villages with over 2,000 subjects. This constituted the entirety of Jiro's, or rather, the former owner's wealth. More than half a year prior, when the 4 northern dukes incited a rebellion, his father and elder brother took most of the household guards, the 2 sets of armor they possessed, and 200 able-bodied men from the populace to answer the call of their liege lord and marched northward to quell the insurrection. It was only a week ago that the original owner, who had been training as a knight in Starfall City, received the grim news of their deaths at the Trident River, prompting his return to High Hidden City to assume control of his father's domain, thus becoming its acting lord. The term acting was significant, as High Hidden City, being a knightly fief, required its lord to possess an official knightly title, and Jiro had just turned 14, still awaiting formal recognition. After consolidating all these memories, XinXue gained a clearer understanding of his predicament. He had entered the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, set in the year 283 of the Aegon calendar, amidst the concluding phase of the War of Usurpers. Having watched Game of Thrones and read A Song of Ice and Fire, he retained a fair grasp of the main plot. Yet his knowledge of the War of Usurpers, which transpired 14 years prior to the events of Game of Thrones, was limited to a general outline that in its simplest form, the narrative revolves around the king and prince of the old dynasty, both driven to madness, offending 5 of the 7 duke or prince-level lords across the realm, ultimately compelling 4 of them to unite in rebellion. The ensuing conflict raged back and forth for over a year, culminating in the catastrophic Trident River battle, where the royal army suffered total annihilation and the insurgents advanced on the continent's capital, King's Landing, heralding the fall of House Targaryen and the dawn of a new dynasty. In the following year, loyalists to the old regime, including his own liege lord, gradually lowered their flags of rebellion, pledging fealty to the new sovereign. Beyond this, there are scant memories. Overall, however, the situation appeared manageable. Dorne lies at the southernmost tip of the vast continent of Westeros, and his own domain rests within the Red Mountains, safeguarded from the ravages of war. After a moment's contemplation, XinXue embraced his new identity and identified his inaugural objective: to swiftly ascertain the particulars of his territory and formulate a development strategy. It was fundamentally a dismal predicament. High Hidden City was already impoverished, and the war had devastated its resources. He could only hope that the modest agricultural knowledge he had gleaned from his history studies would prove beneficial. As Jiro pondered, he approached the window and gazed downwards. The territory of High Hidden City comprises both river valleys and mountainous regions, with the castle perched on a cliffside, overseeing the turbulent river and controlling access to its banks, a quintessential military stronghold. From this vantage point, one could gaze beyond the steep cliffs to the west, where a tumultuous river, rife with rapids, Waterfalls, gorges, and fissures surged through the landscape. The water cascaded over the rocks, white spray occasionally leaping into the air, crashing against the shores, and even from such an elevation, one could hear its crisp resonance. Such a perilous river is nearly impossible to navigate otherwise. The strategic river that connects the regions of the Riverlands, Stormlands, and Dorne, ultimately flowing into the Summer Sea, would have turned the town of Brightmoor, situated at the confluence of three rivers, into a thriving hub of river transport in the southwestern continent. High Hidden City, in proximity to Brightmoor, would surely benefit from this. With trade routes inconvenient, a sparse population, vast tracts of barren land, and no discovered mineral resources, the sole pillars of the economy were the fishing villages along the river and some agricultural plots in the valley. It is no wonder that High Hidden City governs 6 villages, yet can afford to maintain only 2 knights in its lord's household. Such poverty is indeed justified. Shaking his head, Jiro stepped toward the door, intending to request maps, ledgers, and various records from the steward to further ascertain the precise conditions of his territory. However, at the moment the thought of seeking a map crossed his mind, Jiro suddenly found a map materializing in his consciousness. A quintessential trait of traversers? Without hesitation, he halted, focusing intently on the mental image, only to be met with disappointment moments later, as it revealed merely a map of the world of ice and fire, showcasing only the contours of the continent, devoid of any useful information. Unyielding, Jiro immediately began to scrutinize the details of the map. The good news was that he soon discovered a passage in the upper left corner of the map. Reputation, 10. Honor, 0. Dominion, 0. Bloodline strength, 0. Is this some sort of control panel? In an instant, Jiro felt a surge of excitement. He proceeded to examine these statistics in sequence. While the reputation and honor lacked any supplementary explanations, the third item, Dominion, presented 2 expandable sections. The first expandable section contained the parameters for calculating Dominion. Legal basis, the foundational values provided by titles and ranks, 0. Reputation bonus, 10. Honor bonus, 0. The second section, labeled Function, displayed a preview of the effects when Dominion reached 1. Unlock a detailed map of a territory, revealing precious resource points within the area. Such a function was undeniably exhilarating. As for the final item, Bloodline Strength, the expandable section stated, unlock upon acquiring dominion over the core territory of any bloodline. Jiro was uncertain of the bloodlines he possessed, but he was certain he had the Dane lineage. This implied that he would need to acquire dominion over Starfall City before this function could be activated. The goal seemed somewhat distant, rendering further exploration of it temporarily unworthy. Note 1. The main map of Westeros consists of 7 duchies, princely territories known as the 7 Kingdoms, which include the North, the Riverlands, Old River Isles, the Vale, the Westerlands, the Stormlands, the Reach, and Dorne. Chapter 2. The Old Steward. After meticulously reviewing the entire interface and ensuring that he had missed no information, Jiro opened his eyes once more. At this point, his priorities had shifted. Rather than toiling to carve out a path for his territory's development, it was evidently more cost-effective to elevate his dominion to 1 and ascertain the locations of the precious resource points within the area. After all, what could be more expedient than having a mine at home? Thus, the pressing question became how to enhance the legal basis. Currently, he served as the acting lord of High Hidden City, a medium-sized castle overseeing numerous lands. In days of yore, when Starfall City was at odds with its formidable northern neighbor, Jiro's ancestors were granted the title of High Hidden City due to their martial prowess, thereby severing ties with their main house to safeguard this strategic location nestled between Starfall City and Blaemont City for the Dane family. At that time, High Hidden City boasted ample troops and provisions, its strength surpassing that of several count territories. However, with the conclusion of the tumultuous era among the kings of Dorne, the lords of the Red Mountains gradually reconciled with one another, leading to a decline in the strategic significance of High Hidden City. Yet, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. The legal basis provided by High Hidden City could not possibly be 0. The issue likely lay with his title and the word acting. Thus, his foremost task now was to swiftly ascend to the rank of a formal knight, thereby becoming the legitimate lord of High Hidden City to secure its foundational dominion. As such, Jiro once again organized his thoughts, embarking on a quest to discover a means to expedite his knighthood. From the depths of memory, though merely 14 years of age, I stand tall, having already surpassed some seasoned knights in swordsmanship, marksmanship, and equestrian skills. Such prowess would easily qualify me for knighthood in other families. However, as a scion of the esteemed Dane family, renowned for producing the greatest knights, I am compelled to endure more stringent trials, requiring a substantial opportunity but through military exploits or exceptional performance in grand tournaments to earn my knighthood. Given the current situation, the likelihood of securing the former opportunity appears more promising. The Usurper's War has yet to conclude, and the borderlands between Dorne and Storm's End will continue to witness minor skirmishes over the coming year. Should I engage in an unknown confrontation on the front lines or successfully feign such a duel against any third-rate knight, I could achieve the necessary military accolades. As for grand tournaments, they are not forthcoming, and even if they were, my youth may hinder my chances of distinction. After careful consideration, I resolved to first familiarize myself with the intricacies of my domain, devise a means to procure funds, and assemble a retinue before venturing to the Dorne borderlands in search of opportunities for valor. Soon, I descended to the hall below, intending to summon the steward. To my surprise, I encountered the venerable steward, Hutton, who had just returned to the castle. This loyal servant of Highspire for 3 decades appeared quite disheveled, with a bruise marring his forehead. Master? Hutton seemed equally taken aback by our meeting. He instinctively shielded his injury as he approached me, his demeanor a mix of formality and discomfort. Uncle Hutton, what has befallen you? My attention was solely captivated by the steward's disarray. Oh, it's nothing. I merely had a mishap while climbing a ladder, Hutton replied with a forced smile, swiftly shifting the subject. By the way, are you preparing to return to Starfall? I shall make the necessary arrangements. Return to Starfall? This is my domain, I replied, momentarily perplexed. Hutton paused, equally bewildered. But the formalities of your acquisition of this castle have been completed. You need not remain here. Starfall offers superior training facilities, as well as exclusive hunting grounds and stables for the Lord. Upon hearing Hutton's words, I recalled that in recent generations, the lords of Highspire seldom resided in this castle. When in need of funds, they levied taxes when war loomed. They conscripted soldiers, never engaging in the management of their lands. It seemed Hutton believed his return was merely a formality to oversee the castle's transfer before returning to Starfall to refine his martial skills. No, I do not intend to return to Starfall. I shall remain here to govern this land, I clarified. What? Old Hutton's face contorted in disbelief, momentarily forgetting the wound on his forehead. What are you saying, my lord? Did you not vow from a young age to become the greatest knight, destined to inherit the ancestral sword Dawn from Sir Arthur and become the new Dawnbringer? How could you allow such mundane matters to encumber you and squander your time? Dawn is the ancestral greatsword of House Dane, said to be forged from the core of a fallen meteorite. This sword is not merely bequeathed to the head of the family, nor is it confined to the main house, but rather bestowed upon the knight deemed most worthy within the entire family to wield it. When no member of House Dane stands worthy to bear Dawn, they would rather sequester the sword within the high tower of Starfall than allow an incompetent knight to tarnish its glory. Any Dane deemed worthy to wield Dawn is entitled to the prestigious title of Dawnbringer, and those who have held this title are none other than the most legendary knights in the annals of Westerosi history. Upon hearing the steward's words, Jiro fell silent. He found himself at a loss for how to respond after all. His insistence on remaining to manage the fief contradicted the established persona of his predecessor. Lacking a compelling justification, it would be difficult to persuade anyone. Though he need not convince the steward being his master, he could simply issue a command. What if the Count of Starfall, his feudal lord, were to pose the same question in the future? A young Dane, fervently aspiring to become the next Dawnbringer, abruptly abandoning the training grounds and stables of Starfall to remain in high hidden, managing a desolate territory would certainly require a rationale. Without a persuasive reason, he risked leaving an impression of being unserious to his noble peers. My lord, perhaps sensing the impact of his counsel in Jiro's silence, old Hutton pressed on, you must carefully consider this. Leave the trifles of the fief to the old servant. You are free to pursue your own ambitions. At this remark, Jiro, who had been contemplating how to align his own logic, suddenly sensed something amiss. He felt an inkling that the steward was eager to dismiss him, as if harboring ulterior motives. Chapter 3. The True Master of Gain City. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Jello's initial reaction was one of absurdity. For Butler Hutton had served the Lord of Gain City for 30 years, and his loyalty should be beyond question. Yet, as he contemplated the dynamics between the previous 2 lords of Gain City and this Butler, he suddenly felt his intuition was not unfounded. In a sense, Perhaps this butler was indeed the true master of Gaoyin City. After all, in the past 30 years, his rather unremarkable father and grandfather had scarcely spent any time in this castle, leaving the management of the entire territory, large and small, to Butler Hutton. Were Hutton to embezzle from the territory's revenues, Jello's sudden desire to remain and govern would undoubtedly jeopardize his interests. My lord, noticing Jello's prolonged silence, the elderly Hutton began to grow anxious. His expression did not escape Jello's keen observation, further confirming his suspicion that Hutton was deeply reluctant for him to stay. His motives seemed to extend beyond mere self-interest, possibly hinting at a more severe issue. Perhaps he harbored a significant secret that must not be uncovered. You are correct. Jello promptly decided to momentarily retreat. His recent analysis had illuminated a critical truth. Within this castle, he possessed not a single trustworthy confidant. Should Hutton refuse to cooperate, Jello would find himself in a precarious state of powerlessness. If he adhered to the practices of the previous lords, merely collecting his taxes without meddling in the affairs of the territory, it would indeed be a situation beneficial to all. However, should he insist on remaining to govern, compelling Hutton to feel that his secrets, and perhaps even his life, were under threat, it could provoke a desperate response. Although he possessed the option to act more decisively, as the mightiest aspirant knight among the younger generation of the Dorne territory, it would be effortlessly simple for him to draw his sword and sever Hutton's head. Yet, whether such an act would intimidate Hutton's remaining followers into submission or incite their wrath, driving them to assault him, remained uncertain. The complex terrain of the Crimson Mountains limited the effectiveness of cavalry, resulting in the lord's influence over the populace being significantly weaker than elsewhere. Lords tended to prefer mountain folk to govern their own kind, and Butler Hutton hailed from a prominent clan within the Gaoyin City territory. Jello was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. What do you mean? Hutton inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Managing the territory would indeed consume my time. As Jello retreated, he began to probe Hutton. However, you must be aware that the treasury of Gaoyin City is nearly depleted, and I am in need of funds. Upon taking possession of the territory 3 days prior, the original owner had assessed that the treasury held merely over 20 silver deer and a few hundred copper bits, alongside debts exceeding 100 golden dragons. Before heading north, his rather unremarkable father, Sir Hogg, had borrowed these funds to equip the conscripted soldiers of the territory. With the downfall of the royalist forces, those investments had, of course, gone awry, leaving the debt squarely on Jello's shoulders. According to the monetary system of Westeros, 1 gold dragon is equivalent to 210 silver stags, and 1 silver stag equals 56 copper pennies. This implies that the balance in Highgarden falls woefully short of the outstanding debt. How much do you require? Upon hearing Jello's response, the old steward visibly relaxed his previously tense demeanor, stating, "Just give the order, and I shall find a way to procure the funds for you." Are you certain? The sum I seek is not trifling, and I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Old Hedden appeared somewhat stiff at the first part of Jello's statement, but quickly interjected with determination, "It is my duty, my lord." Very well. If the funds can be secured, I have no reason to linger in this wretched place, Jello shrugged. As you may know, my father and elder brother took all the armor and steeds with them when they journeyed north. As I am on the cusp of knighthood, I cannot afford to be without these essentials. I require a complete set of intricately crafted plate armor from Old Town, a Dornish warhorse, 2 fine train mounts, and a pack horse. This is the basic ensemble befitting a knight of House Dane. Rest assured, you shall receive these. The steward managed to smile. Did he truly dare to promise such a thing? Jello's heart raced. In this era, plate armor is handcrafted, and a complete set from Old Town commands a price of no less than 15 gold dragons, with superior pieces reaching upwards of 30 gold dragons. A Dornish warhorse is valued between 15 and 20 gold dragons, while the 2 train mounts and the pack horse collectively would be worth a similar sum. Presently, the treasury of Highgarden is empty, and the season remains at the tail end of winter. Each winter and summer in the realm of ice and fire lasts for several years. Dorne, positioned at the southernmost tip of Westeros, enjoys a temperate climate, allowing for the cultivation of crops even in winter, albeit at a significantly reduced yield compared to summer. During this period, both fisheries and agriculture are at their nadir. Old Hedden could not possibly extract nearly 50 gold dragons from the vassals who had already been heavily taxed by his miserly father 6 months prior. His audacity to agree implies that Jello's suspicions were correct. The steward harbors a significant secret. He has concealed a certain economic resource within the domain from the lord, funneling the funds into his own pockets and those of the vested interests behind him. Thus, his apprehension about Jello remaining to govern makes sense. He is willing to deplete his own finances to procure mounts and equipment, eager to rid himself of this calamity. Uncle Hedden, you truly are my kin. Jalo exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace the old steward. I cannot fathom the ridicule I would face from my peers in Starfall without these provisions. Thank goodness you are here. It is my honor to serve you, my lord, the steward replied, finally able to relax upon hearing Jalo's words. Let us proceed thus. I shall remain here awaiting your favorable news. Once the funds are secured, I will set off immediately for Starfall. Of course, my lord. You shall not wait long, Hedin bowed. Ha ha ha. Do go and tend to your wounds, Uncle Hedin. Be cautious when climbing ladders next time. This castle will still depend on you for its upkeep. Jalo turned and ascended the stairs, leaving the steward with only his retreating silhouette. He made no mention of his desire to examine the territorial map and accounts, nor did he inquire about the source of the old steward's injuries. Thank you for your concern, my lord, he said, and upon noticing this, Hutton hastily departed from the hall. Once back in his chamber, Jiro finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He could hardly maintain his facade any longer. The thought of lingering any further filled him with trepidation, fearing he might inadvertently reveal some telltale sign. In truth, the moment Jiro discovered that the old steward had indeed concealed a source of income, he resolved to temporarily abandon the idea of reclaiming the territory. Instead, he would play along and extract a sum of money from Hutton, which he intended to use to procure weapons and recruit personnel in Starfall City, thereby assembling a loyal guard. Thereafter, whether he sought opportunities to ascend to knighthood at the borders or enlisted reinforcements from Starfall City to return with him, the initiative would rest firmly in his hands. Chapter 4. The envoy of Sunspear City. Starfall City is situated on an island downstream from High Hidden City, where the Tumult River flows into the Summer Sea. Legend has it that during the Dawn Age, 10,000 years ago, the first of the Danes sought the fallen stars and arrived at this isle, where he discovered a meteorite imbued with magic. He subsequently constructed Starfall City at the site of the meteorite's landing, thus establishing his kingdom. For over 9,000 years, his descendants ruled the lands of the Dornish Western Mountains in the name of the Tumult River King, until they were vanquished a millennium ago by the Martell family, aided by outsiders, the Loynans. Since then, the Dane family of Starfall City has existed as vassals to the Martell family of Sunspear City. At this moment, Sir Manfrey Martell, the cousin of Prince Doran Martell, was strolling along the castle walls with Count Layman Dane of Starfall City. The former had arrived bearing the prince's decree. The Riverlands folk are cowards, Sir Manfred declared passionately, recounting the battles in the north. Their combined forces of 40,000 besieged Winterfell, yet when Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell and one of the rebel leaders, arrived with his 800 vanguard cavalry, they surrendered without offering any resistance. They lowered their banners to Eddard Stark. But it was the usurper on the Iron Throne, the new king, who compelled their submission. Count Layman shook his head, dismissing the notion. Both King Aerys and Prince Rhaegar were dead. The Targaryen dynasty had fallen, and for the Riverlanders, there was no longer any justification for continued resistance. But we do. Sir Manfrey clenched his fists. Princess Elia and her children were shamefully murdered. You can imagine the sorrow and fury of Prince Doran. He has but one sister. In the Usurper's War, only the Riverlands and Dorne stood with the old king, and as the rebels stormed the capital, King's Landing, the Riverlanders quickly capitulated. However, Dorne continued to resist due to the murder of Princess Elia at the hands of the rebels. It is my belief that Prince Oberyn, the brother of Prince Doran, is one who expresses his anger quite openly. Count Lyman shook his head once more, asserting that Prince Doran is a man of remarkable rationality. He should be aware that it is utterly impossible for Dorne to stand against the Six Kingdoms alone. This time, Prince Doran has ordered the lords of Dorne to assemble at Sunspear, and those advocating for war, led by Prince Oberyn, must have exerted considerable pressure on him. Lord Dane? Upon hearing Count Lyman's words, Sir Manfred's expression grew noticeably colder. Do you believe that Dorne should refrain from seeking vengeance? I believe that this decision is one only Prince Doran has the authority to make, Count Lyman interjected, gesturing for Sir Manfred to maintain his composure. I will hasten to lead the cavalry from Starfall, while the infantry will follow at a more measured pace. At this juncture, His Highness requires the support of steadfast allies to shield him from the clamor of irrational voices. Sir Manfred had intended to voice further objections, being an ardent supporter of vengeance himself, but he found himself silenced by the formidable aura radiating from the Count of Starfall, compelling him to steer clear of the topic. Indeed, I have another matter to discuss. He shifted the conversation. Are you aware of the whereabouts of your brother, the Sword of the Dawn, Sir Arthur? We have received word that he was absent during both the Battle of the Trident and the fall of King's Landing. As a member of the King's Guard, he failed to protect his prince or his king. It was a question laced with malice, and Count Lyman shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, he has not made contact with us. Moreover, to my knowledge, 2 other members of the King's Guard have also gone missing. have they not? That is indeed unfortunate. Sir Manfred sighed softly, genuine regret evident in his tone. It is well known that Sir Arthur was a close friend of the slain Prince Rhaegar, and if they could locate the Sword of the Dawn, it would bolster the ranks of the war faction significantly. In the eyes of the world, Sir Arthur's stance would carry more weight than that of Count Lyman Dane himself, representing the Dane family more effectively. Thus concluded a conversation that could hardly be deemed harmonious. Yet was nearly so. Count Lyman and Sir Manfred descended the castle walls together, making their way to the courtyard, where the guards approached the Count to report, "My lord, the acting Lord of Highgarden, Ser Yura, requests an audience with you and has been waiting in the courtyard for some time. Invite him to join the evening banquet." Count Lyman nodded. Though Ser Yura was not yet a formal knight, the Lord of Highgarden, being one of the most significant vassal territories of Starfall, was indeed entitled to attend the festivities. "Yes, my lord." The guard, having received his orders, proceeded towards the waiting Ser Yura. Sir Manfred, walking alongside Count Lyman, cast his gaze in the direction of the young man standing nearby. He was a quintessential Dornish stone man. Compared to the salt men and sand men of other regions in Dorne, the stone men were distinctly taller and possessed fairer skin. The youth's handsome visage was accentuated by his thick, silver hair cascading down to his collar, divided by a single dark strand as black as night. His dark violet eye seemed to harbor the essence of life and flame. "Is he your vassal?" Sir Manfred withdrew his gaze and inquired of Count Lyman. "Yes," was the Count's succinct reply. "Is he betrothed?" Sir Manfred pressed further. Count Lyman paused momentarily. "As you know, I often find myself in the company of Prince Oberon, inevitably mingling with various noble ladies. At their behest, I frequently assist in the search for promising young gentlemen." Sir Manfred shrugged. "I do not wish to comment on the customs of you Lorna folk," Count Lyman said, locking eyes with Sir Manfred. "But the Dane family would never indulge in frivolities with you, let alone take another's mistress as a bride. This is my first and final warning. Otherwise, you shall find that, even at the tender age of 14, severing your head would be an effortless task. He is not even a knight." Sir Manfred could hardly tolerate such humiliation. "After I dispose of you, he shall be." Observing Count Lyman's air of entitlement, Sir Manfred swallowed the retort that was on the tip of his tongue. "You may doubt the wealth of the Dane family, question their military prowess, but you cannot contest their valor." Count Lyman was already among the most formidable knights in the Seven Kingdoms, yet he was still unworthy of wielding the Dawnblade. Having to cede the honor of the fabled sword to his unparalleled brother, Arthur, what could a youth so revered by Count Lyman lack in strength? "I carry a mission from the prince and must depart for Blaemont after this. I cannot duel for personal reasons," Sir Manfred rationalized. "What a pity." Count Lyman shook his head, choosing not to expose the truth, and strode directly towards the castle. At that moment, Jello, having been led by a maid to change in the guest house, was blissfully unaware that he had nearly offended Prince Oberon, or rather, missed an opportunity for swift knighthood. Chapter 5, The Master of Starfall City. "Has the Lord Count summoned you as well?" "Impossible. You are not yet a formal knight, and Sir Hogg's actions have already depleted the population of High Hidden City." Jello, freshly adorned in fine attire for the banquet, encountered his fencing instructor, Sir Wilson Shard, outside the door. In Jello's recollections, the original owner's demeanor was exceedingly haughty, and among the entirety of Starfall City, only 3 individuals garnered his respect: the Dawnblade Arthur Dane, whom he envied greatly, Count Lyman himself, and the very instructor before him, Sir Wilson, who had trained both of the former. The venerable knight, nearing his 60s, appeared remarkably unscathed by the passage of time. He stood tall, with robust arms, and were it not for his hair, a blend of gray and white reminiscent of autumn frost, one might presume he was merely in his early 40s. "Sir Wilson." Jello greeted him with a slight bow. Despite the old knight's affable demeanor, his swordsmanship was akin to a tempest. Even Arthur, who could nonchalantly assist his younger brother while effortlessly dispatching 5 royal guards with his left hand, had only bested Sir Wilson at the age of 20, when the latter was already 52. "May I inquire what you meant by summoning?" Jiro immediately asked. "You were unaware?" "Well, that makes sense." Wilson nodded in acknowledgement. "I figured the Lord Earl would not go to such extremes. This lad has just lost 2 knights in battle. One must provide for his family. In any case, you shall understand once you attend the banquet. A messenger has arrived from Yangji City, announcing that Prince DeLong has summoned all lords of Dorne to convene at Tianji City." Such a significant mobilization? Jiro was taken aback. He distinctly remembered that after Robert seized the Iron Throne, there had been no large-scale warfare with the Southern Lords. Had both sides merely stationed troops at the borders without engaging in conflict? "You must refrain from volunteering to join the front lines," Sir Wilson continued. "The Earl may not summon you, but should you express the desire to fight, he would undoubtedly acquiesce." To be honest, he had a fondness for young Jiro. The boy possessed great talent and a commendable work ethic, outshining his peers. Had it not been for Arthur Dane's legacy, Jiro might have been the closest in nearly a century to earning the title of Dawn's Sword within House Dane, though his temperament was somewhat lacking. Could it truly be worse than that of Earl Lyman? I may indeed have to request permission, Jiro chuckled awkwardly. He felt compelled to join the border campaign. Remaining silent now would be tantamount to disregarding his lord's authority. Thus, he would have to ask to accompany the Earl. Ha ha ha. Sir Wilson pointed at Jiro and laughed heartily. I see you are eager to earn your battle honors. Truly a child of House Dane. Enough of that, Sir Wilson chuckled. His mirth lingering as he inquired, how did you return to Galleon City to claim your territory fair? Is there still money to procure your armor? If not, I could offer you my old set. Alas, I have no further use for it in my advancing years. I have managed to acquire some funds, Jiro confessed, briefly contemplating a deceptive thought. After all, acquiring a set of armor for free would be quite tempting. However, he ultimately chose to reveal the truth. Often, unnecessary lies lead to even greater complications. Oh, how much? Wilson raised his chin slightly. Now was not the time for bravado. A good suit of armor and a fine steed could determine a knight's fate. You are not planning to skimp on inferior armor to save face, are you? Certainly not. Jiro shook his head, contemplating whether to lay everything bare and seek his mentor's advice. I received 50 golden dragons from Steward Hutton. When I mentioned that figure, I was merely testing him, not expecting him to agree. 50 golden dragons? A test? The smile on Wilson's face faded as he keenly seized upon those two keywords. Is that so? Jiro then recounted his conversation with Steward Hutton, embellishing it only slightly, and shared his conjecture. To his surprise, Wilson did not exhibit any anger upon hearing this. Instead, he resumed his smile. From your tone, it seems you are not entirely pleased with Steward Hutton? This was the first question posed by Wilson. Certainly, he concealed the state of the territory from me and embezzled its revenues. Jiro truly did not understand why the old lord would inquire in such a manner. Naturally, I was dissatisfied. How could one possibly be content? You harbor resentment towards him. Wilson nodded. But has he faltered in any of his duties? Embezzling territory revenues is not a dereliction of duty. Has he refused to provide you with equipment and mounts? Without waiting for Jiro's response, Wilson continued. No, he faithfully covered the costs of your father's and elder brother's gear, and provided you with funds for equipment of the highest standard. Has he denied the lord a source of troops? No. When your father issued a call to arms to High Hidden City, he dutifully recruited 200 strong and valiant mountaineers for your father. However, your grandfather and father were no fools. Their choice to employ that mountaineer as steward indicates their understanding that another would yield no greater benefit. Wilson chuckled and shook his head. The desert has its own rules, and the mountains theirs. The lords of the Crimson Mountains and the mountaineers have battled for millennia to reach the current state of affairs. The Riverbend people, under their fiercest lord, the Tully family, suppressed the mountaineers, forcing them to refrain from pillaging. Yet their power cannot penetrate deep into the mountains, allowing for a semblance of peace. The Stormlands are the worst, as they remain embroiled in perpetual conflict with the mountaineers, becoming a notorious haven for banditry, where refugees and robbers conspire with the mountaineers, posing a continual threat to Nightsong City. As for us in Dorne, we are a people who cherish freedom, just as Dorne maintains autonomy among the Seven Kingdoms. We grant the mountaineers a degree of self-governance. They provide us with a modest tribute and military service, while we keep our distance from their lands, refraining from disturbing their lives, even selling them food during the long winter. Autonomy is the cornerstone of our friendship with the mountaineers. I was previously unaware of all this. A wave of apprehension washed over Jiro. What if, in a fit of rage, he had slain Hutton? What would have transpired? The best outcome would likely have been his own escape to Starfall. You are the second son of Sir Hogg, and second sons are not typically privy to such matters, Wilson remarked with a shrug. However, the current outcome is favorable. It is evident that as long as there is a possibility for peace, the mountaineers are reluctant to engage in conflict with us. Your father and you have resorted to such fierce extortion twice, yet they still opted for compromise. But I fear this may be where it ends, unless you wish to witness the fangs hidden behind the mountaineers' smiles. With that, Sir Wilson strode forward, urging, "Let us go. The banquet is about to commence." Chapter 6. Hubris. Sir Wilson. Jiro inhaled deeply and quickened his pace to catch up with the old knight. Are you implying that I have no chance of regaining actual control over the territory of High Hidden City? Wilson halted, momentarily taken aback, then turned to him. What surprises me more is why you desire to reclaim control there. Do you wish to return to govern it? For one aspiring to be the Dawn's sword, that would be a waste of time. Here it comes. Surely someone would pose this question, Jiro thought to himself. Since that day when Butler Hutton posed this question to him, Jiro has been deeply contemplating the answer, even devising various versions to present to different individuals. Now, it appears he has found the opportunity to articulate his thoughts. Sir Arthur is the greatest knight in this world, a paragon I have always admired and aspired to emulate. After a moment of emotional reflection, Jiro spoke. Every boy in Westeros dreams of becoming him. Sir Wilson nodded, acknowledging that it was only natural for Jiro to think this way. He pledged his loyalty to King Aerys and to Prince Rhaegar. Yet what Jiro said next completely took Wilson by surprise. The king was murdered upon the Iron Throne, and the prince was slain in the Trident. Sir Arthur was unable to effect any change or protect anything. Summer knew that during these events, Arthur Dayne was not present. He had received orders to protect the prince's lover at the Tower of Joy, but that detail eluded Jiro. My father and brother are both exemplary knights, brave, loyal, strong, and resilient. Yet they too fell in battle alongside Prince Rhaegar and Prince Lewin. Jiro continued. What exactly are you trying to convey? Wilson's expression had turned rather grim. But what if? Jiro raised a finger. What if they had more than just a sword, but an entire army? If, at a critical moment, Sir Arthur or my father could have led 3,000 elite cavalry onto the battlefield, striking at the flank of the traitors and severing the banners of the crown stag. Might the outcome have been different? Would Prince Rhaegar and Prince Lewin have avoided death? Would Princess Elia and her children have escaped assassination? Would my father and elder brother still be alive? Perhaps it was the fervor that Jiro had just unleashed that left Sir Wilson momentarily speechless, staring blankly at Jiro. The Dane family is renowned for its valor, honor, and loyalty. Each era produces formidable Dane knights who serve in Sunspear or King's Landing, each Dawnbringer being a testament to their time's might. Observing Wilson's silence, Jiro pressed on, yet our military strength is meager. The House of Ironwood in Ironwood, the House of Martell in Sunspear, the House of Euler in Hellholt, the House of Fowler in Highgarden, and the House of Greyjoy along the Salt Shore. None of the principal nobles of Dorne possess military power weaker than ours. Our lands are predominantly mountainous, and the majority of the mountain folk enjoy autonomy, rendering Starfall incapable of maintaining an army exceeding 1,000 men. Wilson attempted to explain this predicament. This is what I wish to change. Jiro spoke earnestly. I do not want a day to come when, having finally grasped Dawn and become the new Sword of the Dawn, I am unable to protect my liege. When Earl Leighton or Prince Daeron find themselves in peril, I can fight valiantly, yet remain unable to save them from disaster. Death cannot redeem honor. Failing to protect one's sworn charge is a disgrace. Such an outcome is unacceptable to me. Suddenly, Jiro heard applause ringing out behind him, causing him to startle in surprise. He abruptly turned around, only to find Count Lyman Dane, the Lord of Starfall City, standing not far behind him, accompanied by several knights, including the emissary from Sunblade City. When did they arrive? Although I do not foresee a day when I shall require your protection, nor do I concur with your recent disparagement of Sir Arthur, I must admit that my previous biases against you were misplaced. Count Lyman ceased his applause, declaring, From this day forth, you shall be my squire. Steward Hobson will provide you with your equipment and steed after the banquet. In 2 days, we shall depart for Celestial City together. As long as you distinguish yourself in battle, I shall personally bestow upon you a title. After uttering these words, Count Lyman nodded to Sir Wilson and, without further delay, strode past Jello and the other knights waiting outside the banquet hall. Soon after, Sir Manfrey approached Jello with alacrity, introducing himself. I am Manfrey Madhell, a knight from Sunblade City. Jello paused momentarily, utilizing the title he had just acquired as Count Lyman's squire. It is a pleasure to meet you, Jello replied. Sir Manfrey warmly clapped Jello on the shoulder, as if the earlier conversation about severing his head had never transpired. If the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to Prince Oberon. He will surely appreciate your talents. No, I mean, our faction in the war effort requires individuals of your caliber. With that, Sir Manfrey hurried off to catch up with the already distant Count Lyman. Subsequently, the young knights and squires of Starfall City approached to congratulate Jello on earning the Count's favor. Yet Jello discerned that half of their gazes were clouded with envy while the other half shimmered with sycophancy. Jello earnestly acknowledged each greeting before finally extricating himself from the crowd and returning to the still-waiting Sir Wilson. Congratulations, Sir Wilson smiled. More than that, I am curious as to when Count Lyman arrived behind me. Why did you not alert me? Jello, well aware of the Count's exceedingly arrogant disposition from the original owner's memories, had prepared a different set of words that lacked such audacity. Although his earlier remarks seemed to have inadvertently pleased the Count, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Perhaps it was from the sight of 3,000 cavalrymen, Sir Wilson pondered. So, you were not entranced by my commanding presence, but rather startled by the Count's arrival. As for why I did not intervene, it was likely because I, too, wish to hear what you would say next. In my long life, I have never had the chance to witness such bold proclamations. Bold proclamations, Jello chuckled awkwardly. What do you suppose led Count Lyman to suddenly take an interest in me? Sir Wilson shifted the conversation, inquiring. Chapter 7. The Count's Thoughts, Part 1. Though unspoken, it is evident that Jello could not fathom Count Lyman's intentions. Despite spending over a decade in Starfall, his exchanges with Lyman had scarcely exceeded 10 sentences. Had it not been for his growing suspicions regarding the steward of Highgarden's loyalty, which deterred him from enlisting troops within the territory, he would not have sought an audience with his notoriously difficult superior to request permission to recruit a guard in Starfall. In truth, Count Lyman had contemplated the rearmament of Starfall since 2 years prior, sensing the impending tumult following a series of events in the north. Thus, he issued a conscription order, aiming to assemble a force of approximately 3,000 men. Sir Wilson did not answer directly. Instead, he recounted the circumstances from the beginning. Jello mused that Wilson possessed quite a keen political instinct. Should he survive until the onset of the original narrative, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable figure. However, constrained by the dynamics with the mountain folk, the Count's orders were largely unheeded, resulting in a mere 1,000 able knights converging upon Starfall, combined with the standing guard of just over 1,300. It is worth noting that Starfall's domain ranks among the foremost in Dorne and throughout Westeros, barring the north, stretching from the midstream of the Torrentine River to the shores of the Summer Sea, encompassing nearly the entire southern slope of the Red Mountains. Was Count Lyman incensed? Jello pondered. Indeed, but the true source of his ire was not the mountain folk's disregard for the conscription, but rather the overwhelming disapproval from the majority of nobles within his lands. They were content with the status quo, reluctant to alter their relationship with the mountain folk, and indifferent to the strength of their military might. After many futile attempts to effect change, the Count ultimately relinquished his aspirations. Thus, Jello began to comprehend. Your earlier assertion of a desire to alter this situation must have led the Count to believe you had devised a viable solution. Did I not merely speak off the cuff? Jello felt a sudden buzzing in his head. His remarks were made prior to learning that the mountain folk in the region were under a state of self-governance. He had assumed the military weakness of Starfall stemmed from the Lord's emphasis on individual valor over military might. According to Jello's initial reasoning, upon his elevation to knighthood, he would unlock the territory map, revealing precious resource points, which he could exploit to develop relevant industries and generate wealth. Provided Count Lyman granted him permission to recruit within his lands, the Dane family would undoubtedly flourish within a few years. However, if he were unable to access the mountain folk's territories to exploit resources, that narrative would shift dramatically. In any case, Sir Wilson continued, by tomorrow morning at the latest, Count Lyman would summon you to inquire about this matter. If your response satisfies him, you shall assuredly receive a significant appointment. And if my answer fails to meet his expectations? Jello inquired, feeling somewhat awkward. In that case, the situation could become quite grave. Alas, would that not spell disaster? The higher the expectations of the Count, the more I inadvertently offend him. Yet, despite the uncertainty, Jello suddenly sensed a hint of amusement in Sir Wilson's smile. What could this mean? Moments later, Sir Wilson could no longer suppress his laughter and began to ponder methods for strengthening control over the mountain folk. The Count was unaware. But so was I. Even the fact that the mountain dwellers enjoyed a degree of autonomy within the territory was something I had just informed you of. Do you truly believe you can devise a solution? Jello found himself momentarily speechless. Moreover, do you genuinely think the Count expects you to provide a commendable proposal? After millennia of failure, he would rely on a mere 14-year-old page for a solution? Sir Wilson continued. For the Count understood better than anyone that the mountains would indiscriminately punish any foolhardy individuals who dared to challenge their authority. Jello remained silent. Yet his mind had grown entirely resolute. Indeed, if the Count held such expectations, it would be utterly unbecoming of his character. As a student of history, Jello was acutely aware that compelling the mountain folk to submit to governance was utterly unattainable in this era, for it was not materialistic. The mountain dwellers willingly forsook the bountiful plains and safe valleys, retreating into the perilous mountains to escape the even harsher burdens of taxes, corvée labor, and military service. The mountains grew tall, and the emperor distant. They had no desire for lords or emperors. The lords, on the other hand, sought to subjugate the mountain folk to replenish their populations and acquire additional soldiers, laborers, and taxes. Thus, the lords and the mountain folk were inherently opposed. Not only in a world of ice and fire could they not be conquered, the same held true in reality. The Swiss dared to shoot arrows at the tax collectors of the Habsburgs, while the emperor of the Celestial Empire could not fully dominate the Wu Ling barbarians in the heart of China. the Mughal emperor swept across the South Asian subcontinent, only to falter in the mountains of Kashmir. The Ottoman Sultan's dominion extended over the coasts of Greece and Syria, yet came to an abrupt halt at the foothills of Lebanon, and the mountainous regions of Afghanistan mercilessly shattered the power of the British, Soviet, and American empires, transforming it into a notorious graveyard for empires. As Sir Wilson remarked, the mountains would indiscriminately teach a lesson to any arrogant fool daring to provoke their majesty. It was only in modern times that the unruly mountain folk began to embrace the authority of the state, a result of the sophisticated modernization of state machinery and the allure of the ever-expanding material wealth of the plains, enticing the mountain dwellers to willingly descend from their heights. Indeed, this was it. A spark ignited within Jello's mind, and in that moment, a preliminary plan began to take shape. While complete subjugation of the mountain folk was impossible, uniting them in the short term was still plausible. Furthermore, his greatest advantage lay in the fact that, unlike other lords who sought to tame the mountain folk for exploitation and oppression, he possessed a golden opportunity. The elevation of the mountain folk would not only alleviate their burdens but also lead them towards mutual prosperity. With newfound wealth, Jello even dared to promise exemption from military service, transitioning to a system of volunteer enlistment. He resolved that after the banquet, he would seek out the steward of Starfall to request not only his equipment, but also a comprehensive map of Starfall and a record of the locality. He aimed to refine his plan, although the Count had not expected him to present any proposals. If he were to actually deliver one, would that not render him remarkably impressive? Suddenly, Jiro recalled something. If the Count had not anticipated him to offer any plans, what exactly had drawn the Count's interest in him? Moreover, you just mentioned that if my response could satisfy the Count, what precisely did he wish to hear? Chapter 8. The Count's Thoughts, Part 2, Loyalty, a Sense of Honor, and the answer provided by Sir Wilson. He is not foolish. Not foolish, indeed. Jiro stifled the urge to roll his eyes. You may not comprehend the difficulty of earning the approval of Count Lyman. Throughout his life, he has regarded very few individuals with esteem. Sir Wilson began to stride into the hall, with Prince Daelon being the first, for he was the object of his sworn allegiance. Sir Arthur followed, having once been vanquished by him. The third was Prince Rhaegar. Jiro had never witnessed him extol anyone as he did Rhaegar. He once believed Rhaegar would be a paragon of kingship. However, after Rhaegar's betrayal of Princess Elia, placing the crown symbolizing love and beauty upon the lap of that northern woman, Rhaegar's image in his mind diminished to that of the mediocre. Jiro was aware of this tale. 2 years prior, in the year 281 of the Aegon calendar, Count Harlan of Riverlands hosted an unprecedented grand tournament, where Prince Rhaegar Targaryen emerged victorious in the jousting competition. Yet, after the event, Rhaegar rode past his wife, Elia Martell, the mother of his 2 children, bestowing the champion's prize, a crown woven with winter roses, symbolizing love and beauty, upon the lap of Lyanna Stark, the betrothed of Lord Robert Baratheon. Subsequently, Rhaegar eloped with Lyanna, indirectly igniting the nationwide war of usurpers. The outcome was clear. The Targaryen dynasty, of which Rhaegar was a part, fell, and Lord Robert ascended to the Iron Throne. Meanwhile, Rhaegar's wife, Elia, along with her children, was murdered during the fall of the capital, King's Landing, which led to Prince Daelin's current decree. You are the fourth. Perhaps the first, Jiro added. The Count holds you in high regard. I can see it clearly. This is no flattery. Huh, Sir Wilson chuckled lightly. In any case, do you see those individuals? He lifted his chin, gesturing to the assembly in the hall, where the majority of the affluent knights and sworn knights of Starfall had gathered. Jiro nodded. This time, Prince Daelon has ordered the summoning of all lords from Dorne to seek vengeance for Princess Elia and Prince Lewin. Unlike previous conflicts where Dorne had always taken a defensive stance against the 6 northern kings, this time we have the potential for an offensive strike. Given Dorne's capabilities, the prospect of opposing the forces of the usurper seems almost futile. Count Lyman has expressed his pessimism regarding the outcome of this war. Sir Wilson continued. There is no need for such pessimism. The conflict is unlikely to escalate. It is probable that the new king will grant Dorne a measure of leniency, leading to their eventual surrender. Although Prince Daeron may engage in covert machinations, Dorne can at least maintain a fade of peace for another 17 years, mused Jailer. The upcoming expedition to Sunspear might be perilous. Count Layman remains unmarried and has no offspring, while his brother, Sir Arthur, has joined the King's Guard, thereby forfeiting any claim to inherit Sunspear. Aside from this, Count Layman has 2 sisters, Ashera and Alaria. He is unlikely to meet with misfortune in a few years. He will wed and beget an heir named Edric Dane, who shall ascend as the new Count of Sunspear. Jailer continued to reflect. According to Dorne's laws, should Count Layman fall in battle, the title of Sunspear would pass to Miss Ashera, who evidently lacks the capability to govern the city. The Count would require a capable regent to act as the acting lord of Sunspear. You are the most suitable candidate, Jailer asserted promptly. However, I am aged. While Miss Ashera is merely 17, she requires a younger advisor. The old lord shook his head, adding that the Count would prefer her husband to be of the same lineage to continue the Dane name, and he has been searching for a suitable match. The latter part of the old lord's statement had nearly become an explicit hint. Unlike the Targaryens' practice of sibling intermarriage, the Dane family's notion of kinship is considerably broader. They possess several branches of landed knights, with 4 or 5 owning castles, and Jailer's own Highgarden had diverged over a millennium ago. While the Danes do intermarry frequently, their overall blood ties remain relatively distant. Jailer suddenly recalled certain details from the original text. There were rumors that Miss Ashera and Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell had fallen in love at Harrenhal. At that time, Miss Ashera attended the gathering as a handmaiden to Princess Elia and danced with Lord Eddard. However, upon returning to Sunspear, she never mentioned Stark's name again, and Lord Eddard is now betrothed to another, rendering their union impossible. There were also whispers that Ashera had conceived Eddard Stark's child, and after giving birth to a stillborn, she was so grief-stricken that she would soon take her own life by drowning, a thought that lingered in Jailer's mind, though he refrained from voicing it. For it was only at this moment that he recognized the absurdity of such claims. Setting aside his prolonged stay in Sunspear, he had encountered Ashera numerous times over the past 2 years and had never observed any signs of her pregnancy. Moreover, based on the timeline alone, this notion seemed utterly implausible. The dance between Ashera and Eddard occurred early in the year 281, while her tragic demise following the stillbirth transpired at least in late 283. Was she carrying a child of divine origin? Furthermore, in the original narrative, according to Ashera's nephew Edric and sister Alaria, she had leapt into the sea out of profound sorrow upon learning of her brother Arthur Dane's death. Yet, the old sycophant Ser Barristan, who had never set foot in Sunspear, spoke of the stillborn. Where had he gleaned such hearsay? What? Have you found yourself intrigued? Sir Wilson inquired with an air of expectation. Ashera Dane possessed an acknowledged beauty. She was tall, with dark hair and fair skin, and her unforgettable violet eyes captivated all. 2 years prior, during the tournament in Harrenburg, her allure effortlessly overshadowed that of Princess Elia, prompting numerous nobles to vie for the honor of dancing with her. However, Geralt shook his head. He was not well acquainted with Ashera, and it would be rather rash to join the ranks of her suitors at this juncture. Moreover, as he had stated, the war would not transpire, Count Lyman would not perish, and he would eventually sire a son. Even if he were to marry Ashera, he would not attain the inheritance of Starfall. Nevertheless, if the opportunity arose, he might endeavor to prevent her from leaping into the sea. Speaking of which, had the Battle of the Pleasure Tower commenced? Chapter 9. The middleman reaps the profit. Do you aspire to become a King's Guard? Sir Wilson conjectured upon hearing Geralt's response. The King's Guard was comprised of 7 knights sworn to lifelong service until death, without lands, wives, or children, solely devoted to their sovereign. The current Dawnbringer, Sir Arthur Dane, was a member of this esteemed order. If Geralt truly wished to emulate him, it would make sense that he would not pursue the affections of Lady Ashera. No, Geralt reiterated, I harbor no such intent. My sole desire is to serve Count Lyman and Dorne for the time being. Other matters are still premature for me. Sir Wilson intended to say more, but at that moment, applause erupted throughout the banquet hall, indicating that Count Lyman was about to address the assembly, prompting him to cease his conversation with Geralt. Geralt chose not to heed Count Lyman's pre-battle rallying speech. Instead, reflecting on the earlier question, had the Battle of the Pleasure Tower truly begun? The original text provided scant detail regarding the War of Usurpers, primarily conveying fragmented information through various characters' recollections and dialogues, leaving Geralt uncertain about the imminent events in this world. However, one significant fact was clear to him: in Dorne, at a place known as the Pleasure Tower, Jon Snow, the central character of A Song of Ice and Fire, would soon come into existence, while Arthur Dane, the illustrious Dawnbringer of House Dane, would meet his demise there. To succinctly outline the sequence of events, after Prince Rhaegar eloped with the usurper's betrothed, Lyanna, they reached a location in the Dorne Desert known as the Pleasure Tower, where he successfully fathered a child with her. Subsequently, Rhaegar journeyed north to quell a rebellion, leaving 3 King's Guard, including Arthur Dane, to protect his beloved and their child. Tragically, Rhaegar met his end at the hands of the usurper at the Trident. The rebel forces seized the capital, and the usurper Robert ascended to the throne. Meanwhile, Lyanna's brother, Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell and a close ally of the usurper, marched south, lifting the siege on Storm's End, during which he learned of his sister's fate and hastened to the Pleasure Tower with a few trusted companions. Ultimately, A confrontation ensued between Eddard's party of 7 and the 3 Kingsguard at the Pleasure Tower, resulting in the deaths of 5 from Eddard's side, while all 3 Kingsguard perished. After the war, Eddard Stark, bearing the ancestral sword Dawn, which he had seized from Ser Arthur Dayne, journeyed alone to Starfall to return the sword to Lady Ashera and to convey the news of Ser Arthur's demise. Shortly thereafter, Lady Ashera plunged into the sea. When Jiro first traversed into this world, he had not given this matter much contemplation, primarily because the original text did not specify the exact timing of these events. And also due to his preoccupation with various tasks, he had overlooked it. However, upon reflection, he realized that there could hardly be a greater achievement than successfully capturing a duke. If he could lead a cavalry unit to arrive before the battle commenced, the outcome of that skirmish, which involved merely 10 individuals, could be readily altered, thus ensuring his immediate acclaim, whether through princely rewards or the prestige of a fabled reputation. His honor would undoubtedly soar. With this thought, Jiro began to calculate the timing. Unfortunately, he soon found himself disheartened. According to the news brought by Sir Manfred Medar, an envoy from Sunspear, Eddard Stark had lifted the siege of the Holdfast nearly a month prior. Given that the distance from the Holdfast to Starfall was just over 1,200 kilometers, Eddard and his entourage of 7 should have arrived at Starfall by now, if not already en route to return the sword. However, according to the narrative, Eddard Stark returned Dawn to Ashera Dayne upon his arrival in Starfall, indicating that by that time, Lord Leighton Hightower had already departed for Old Town, and thus had not encountered Eddard. After all, had he met Lord Leighton, Eddard would have had no reason to return the sword to Ashera. Otherwise, was he there to return the sword or to court her sister? Wait a moment. Jiro's eyes widened suddenly, and he took a sip of the red wine from the table to steady his nerves. Just then, a memory of his own surfaced in his mind. There were 2 main roads from Old Town to Starfall, one passing through Old Town and the other not. The fact that Eddard Stark did not encounter Lord Leighton implied that he must have taken the latter route. Given Eddard's character as depicted in the original text, he would have approached the task of returning the sword openly and honorably, thus he would never take a clandestine path. This meant that if he were to intercept Eddard Stark along the way to Starfall, capturing him without hesitation, he would surely earn immense credit for reclaiming the ancestral sword Dawn. What? You say he was indeed on a mission to return Dawn? How could I, Jiro Dayne, possibly know that? I am not acquainted with him. If he arrived at the gates of Starfall and declared his intentions, it would be clear he was there to return Dawn, but if I encountered a suspicious northern knight en route, I must first subdue him before any discourse could occur. As for after capturing him, if he were to claim he was there to return Dawn, look at this man. Is such behavior fitting? To be captured and then assert oneself as a law-abiding citizen? Is that not sheer evasion of accountability? According to the characterization in the original text, it would be exceedingly difficult for our esteemed Eddard Stark, who values honor above life itself, to engage in such post-capture justifications. Such actions would severely tarnish his honor. To take a step back, if he were to speak out, I would believe him unconditionally and release him without hesitation. Observe my profound sense of honor. I place my trust in you entirely. You claim to be a good man, and I would promptly set you free, even if you did not declare your virtue. I have long revered your name, and you are the person I respect most in my life. I would still release you. After much contemplation, Jello concluded that capturing Eddard Stark was not an option. He must be allowed to return to the north with Jon Snow. Otherwise, Jon's true lineage could be revealed, inciting the wrath of the new king, Robert, upon discovering that Rhaegar had left behind a son. Thus, 2 outcomes remained. Either Dorne would genuinely wage war against the Iron Throne, which would not bode well for Jello, as it would disrupt his agricultural pursuits, or Jon Snow would be surrendered to Robert, likely resulting in his death, a highly probable scenario. Such an event could lead to a rift between Eddard and Robert, thereby unraveling the very fabric of history. Jello harbored hopes that this ensemble of protagonists would engage in battle while he remained comfortably in the south, enjoying a life of prosperity. Chapter 10. The Ancestral Skill of House Dayne. In summary, the ancestral sword Dawn was reclaimed by me, Jello Dayne, through valorous combat, and I brought soldiers to attest to this. Jello found it hard to believe that having released Eddard Stark, he would betray this trust and inform others of his original mission to return the sword to Starfall, only to be ambushed along the way. Such slander against his honor could hardly escape the lips of Eddard Stark. It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. If Eddard were capable of such treachery, then Cersei and her progeny would surely be the ones to meet their demise in the Game of Thrones. Upon reflecting on this, Jello experienced a moment of self-doubt, questioning whether he had become morally compromised. Was he not merely leveraging the local lord for his own gain? Yet, upon deeper consideration, he realized that his actions harmed no one. After all, Did Eddard not come to return Dawn? Now that Dawn had returned to Starfall, and Eddard was poised to return to the north, a mutually beneficial conclusion seemed to be at hand. If a middleman profited from this arrangement, was that excessive? Jello thought not. Consequently, Jello began to devise specific plans and preparations. To ambush Eddard Stark, he required two prerequisites. First, command over a contingent of soldiers, and second, the necessity of remaining in Starfall while the Earl went to the city. Both conditions could be met through a singular action. When summoned by Earl Lyman the following day, he would present a proposal to enhance the management of the mountain folk, persuading him to allow Jello to remain in Starfall to trial this scheme, thereby securing authority over the garrison. As Jello organized his thoughts, the banquet drew to a close amid a haze of drunken revelry. Although Earl Lyman himself abstained from alcohol, he generously provided ample fine wine for the knights who were about to embark on a campaign for Housestane. After departing the banquet hall, Jello followed Sir Wilson's guidance to the castle's rear courtyard, where he found Mr. Hobson, the steward of Starfall. Presumably having received instructions from Earl Lyman in advance, Mr. Hobson was already waiting with a horse in tow. This is the equipment and steed prepared for you by the Earl. You may first try to see if it is suitable. Hobson gestured for a servant to present a set of traditional Dornish scale armor to Jiro. His posture was notably humble. This was quite normal. Unlike the steward of High Hollow, who manages all affairs of the castle and its lands, the steward of Starfall is merely a servant overseeing trivial matters. Thank you. Jiro expressed his gratitude as he accepted the armor from the servant. It was quite heavy and of undeniably excellent quality. One could argue that this was not only suitable for attendants, but could also be regarded as a fine piece for a knight. Seeing this, Jiro temporarily abandoned his intention to purchase plate armor, for while it was a feasible endeavor, it was not necessary. In truth, after thoroughly assimilating the original owner's memories, Jiro discovered that the protective capabilities of plate armor in this world were not significantly superior to those of chainmail or scale armor. This could likely be attributed to the lack of advancement in ironworking and forging techniques. Even plate armor could be pierced by swords and spears. When he first noted this, Jiro found it quite astonishing, yet upon reflection, it was indeed the case. Firstly, the mainstream weapons of the knights in Westeros remained swords, rather than the specialized tools such as war hammers and pickaxes. History has shown that the evolution of weapons and armor is always interdependent in any given era or region. The prevalent weapon is invariably the most suited for overcoming the dominant protective gear. Secondly, although plate armor is expensive, it is not exorbitantly so. Apart from the great nobles of the Westerlands, the Riverlands, and King's Landing, few other knights opt for plate armor, while ordinary knights might find it unaffordable. Surely the Duke of Storm's End could afford it, as could the Duke of Dragonstone. It stands to reason that their choice not to don it is primarily due to its perceived lack of necessity. Soon, with the assistance of the servant, Jiro donned the entire suit of armor, then took the colossal sword handed to him by Hobson, proceeding to test its comfort in combat. Facing a wooden post in the courtyard, Jiro fluidly executed a series of sword techniques with one hand, wielding the great sword as if it were a long sword. Adeptly using both hands, an ancestral skill of Housestane, of which Jiro was a distinguished practitioner, he discovered that his mental recollections and muscle memory were seamlessly integrated, devoid of any disconnection, as if he had indeed trained here for a decade. The armor fit him perfectly. After completing his practice, Jiro nodded to Hobson, acknowledging his efforts. The steward regarded Jiro with a hint of surprise. He had heard tales of this man's reputation, arrogant, disrespectful, and ambitious. Logic would suggest that such a person would become even more haughty after receiving the Earl's favor. He had prepared himself for possible disdain. Yet the individual before him not only refrained from criticism but also expressed gratitude. Was he attempting to win hearts? Surely, there was nothing in him worth such an endeavor. This was clearly a case of malicious rumors tarnishing his character. Unbeknownst to Jiro, these were the steward's thoughts. He then proceeded to mount the steed, taking a leisurely lap around the backyard. It was evident that the horse provided by the Earl was indeed a fine creature. Since you were satisfied with all this equipment, my work here is concluded. If there is anything else you require assistance with, please do not hesitate to ask. After Jello expressed his approval to Master Hobson, the butler graciously replied. Just at that moment, Jello indeed had a matter to request. He had been pondering how to broach the subject, and seeing the opportunity presented, he smoothly inquired, "Might you be able to show me a detailed map of the Starfall territory?" What do you need these for?" The butler, taken aback by Jello's genuine request, responded with a hint of curiosity. "The Earl has a practical examination for me tomorrow, and I need to verify some information," Jello explained, contemplating that there was no need for concealment. Fortunately, this was not a significant matter. Upon hearing this, Master Hobson did not hesitate to lead Jello to a study and provided him with a detailed map of Starfall. Maps drawn in this era could generally be described as rather crude, yet this detailed map collected by the Lord revealed quite a bit. And Jello prioritized examining the northern lands belonging to High Hidden City. Chapter 11. Meeting the Earl. Please wait here. The Earl is currently attending to guests. The castle guard respectfully informed Jello as he was escorted to a lounge outside Earl Layman's study. Thank you. Jello nodded and quietly seated himself. While waiting, he closed his eyes, resting his head against the back of the chair to stabilize his mind. The sensation reminded him of the days dominated by various defenses. But he knew that today's encounter would not be a defense led by the Earl. Jello chose not to wait for Earl Layman to summon him, opting instead to take the initiative, for in this conversation, he must be the one in control. Earl Layman did not keep Jello waiting long. Within just over 10 minutes, 2 knights exited the Earl's study, and soon thereafter, the captain of Layman's guards ushered Jello inside. Take a seat. Layman gestured gently as Jello entered. Your Grace. Jello acknowledged with a bow before sitting across from the Earl. My original plan was to meet you at the stables this afternoon. Jello, you have disrupted my schedule. Layman remarked, his tone steady, lacking any discernible emotion. I had already requested your audience yesterday. Your Grace, Jello replied. Layman paused, recalling the incident. Indeed, Jello had come to seek an audience, not to request a journey to Heavenly City to respond to the prince's summons. Is that so? He queried, perplexed. For in his understanding, having appointed Jello as his attendant implied consent to bring him along to the borderlands. When I departed from High Hidden City, I was entirely unaware of the prince's decree. Your Grace, Jello answered candidly. High Hidden City is merely a knight's territory and lacks the qualifications for service to the scholars. We could not receive the news carried by the ravens, and I did not dispatch a messenger to summon you. Earl Layman nodded thoughtfully. So, your visit to Starfall is for another purpose? Indeed, I have come to report a significant matter, Garrow nodded. Uttering astonishing news, a gold mine has been discovered in the northern valley of the High Hidden City territory. What did you say? The Earl of Lyman, who had previously appeared utterly indifferent, suddenly straightened in his seat. Are you certain of what you were saying? Certainly, otherwise, I would not have sought you out. Garrow promptly affirmed with unwavering conviction. It was clear that no gold mine had been discovered in the High Hidden City territory. Garrow's dominion had not yet reached a point where such a fortune could arise. However, last night, Garrow meticulously examined the map of High Hidden City and noted a vast river valley near the territory bordering the region of Blaymont. This area lies within a large mountainous region suspected to have been shaped by tectonic activity, historically known for volcanic activity. And it is the largest calm zone along the turbulent river, completely untouched by development, an ideal setting, indeed. If that location lacked even a modest gold deposit, Garrow would find it hard to believe. Moreover, such river valley gold deposits are often shallow, making extraction relatively straightforward. The only challenge lies in pinpointing the exact location of the mine, a task not at all daunting for Garrow, who possessed a map with detailed markings. In essence, had he not already discovered it? How substantial is the gold mine you have found? The Earl of Lyman, having noticed his earlier reaction was somewhat uncharacteristic, swiftly regained his composure, reverting to his usual calm demeanor. Regrettably, I cannot answer that question, Garrow replied. Feeling this statement lacked allure, he added, but it certainly will not be insignificant. If it turns out to be merely a collection of small mines, then I shall chalk it up to my misjudgment. What is there to fret about? I am a knight, not a scholar. I have not been educated in such matters. Is it so strange to place faith in the information provided by others? From whom did you acquire this information? A trusted servant of my father in High Hidden City had actually learned of this intelligence a few years ago, and I only became aware of it upon receiving the territory of High Hidden City. He did not disclose this to me. According to the rules, 80% of the profits from any minerals discovered within High Hidden City will belong to Starfall City. My father likely withheld this news out of reluctance. Garrow lowered his head, seemingly ashamed to meet the Earl's gaze. Yet in truth, he feared his eyes might betray him, exposing his deceit. But you chose to inform me immediately. Why is that? Because I am determined to secure Starfall City. Rules are rules. Garrow still did not raise his head, merely casting a sidelong glance at Lyman's expression. Indeed, upon hearing this response, Lyman nodded in satisfaction. Garrow realized he had hit upon the truth. The Earl of Lyman was the type of individual who adhered to rules with near rigidity. He was remarkably arrogant, looking down upon everyone. Yet he managed to befriend Prince Daolong and held him in high regard. According to the original texts, Prince Daolong of Dorne possessed a degree of cunning. Yet by Lyman's stringent standards, Daolong evidently did not merit his attention. Furthermore, when Sir Wilson made introductions, He noted that Lyman respected Daolong solely because Daolong was his liege lord. It was precisely because he recognized the character of Count Lyman that Jello felt emboldened to disclose the discovery of gold mines within his territory, confident that the Count would not resort to coercion or plunder. For this reason, he resolved to present a similar persona before the Count. Very well, continue, the Count urged. You can surely surmise that my father refrained from reporting this, as well as from clandestinely mining the resources, due to the fact that Gaoyin City possesses virtually no control over the entire territory. Until I have complete assurance, I cannot boldly undertake exploration and extraction of the gold mine. Otherwise, should we attract covetous gazes, it would be exceedingly difficult to manage the situation given Gaoyin City's limited power. Covetous gazes? Sufficient profit will undoubtedly incite the greed of the mountain folk, particularly those residing along the borders of different lords' territories, who are entirely beyond our control, Jello asserted. He spoke the truth. Gaoyin City ostensibly governed nearly 80 kilometers of the turbulent river's midstream and vast mountainous areas to the east, encompassing over 10,000 square kilometers. If this were in Italy, such a domain would certainly warrant the title of a marquis, yet in a place like Westeros, it merely bore the title of a landed knight. Moreover, Jello continued, that valley contains less than half that belongs to us. The other half is the domain of Miss Laura, the heir of Count Jos of Blaemont, who has now reached marriageable age and remains unbetrothed. Before Jello could finish, Count Lyman interjected. Chapter 12. Undermining the foundation. Jello paused momentarily, then realized, you intend to propose to Miss Laura? Although unaware of why Count Lyman remained unmarried at the age of 25, it was indeed true that he was currently single. You plan to court Miss Laura, the heir of Blaemont. They would never allow her offspring to bear a surname other than Blaemont, just as I would not permit my children to carry the name Dane. Count Lyman shook his head. The female lords of Dorne often choose husbands of lesser nobility to ensure the continuation of their family name. Essentially, you mean to take a son-in-law? Jello mused inwardly, recalling what Sir Wilson had mentioned regarding the Count's intention to seek a suitor for Miss Ashera from within the family, opting for a lesser noble with no marital value. It would be far better to select from the collateral branches of the family. You would be quite suitable. The Count continued. Upon reaching the frontier, you must quickly achieve military merit. Once I have conferred upon you the title of knight, I shall advocate for your proposal to Count Jos. Wait, Jello exclaimed, his body tensing. What is this? You are just arranging my future without my consent? Who do you think you are? Well, all right, you are my liege, and now I have become your retainer, which technically places my marriage under your jurisdiction. But how did we even arrive at this topic? He suddenly felt his composure slipping. The conversation had initially unfolded according to his expectations, yet at some point, the rhythm had shifted entirely into Count Lyman's control. Such an imposing presence, he thought. Ah, but he is not Lord Dane. My lord, no, this cannot be. Jello shook his head, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. Do you not desire Blaemont? Count Lyman suddenly interrupted. This is not a matter of desire. Yet to invest oneself in Blaemont City seems rather unwise. Moreover, what do you mean by whether I desire Blaemont City? Once I become part of it, can it truly be considered mine? Collaborative development of the gold mine necessitates trust, and matrimony serves as the most effective means of solidifying alliances. If we are to consider a union with Blaemont City, you would be the most suitable candidate. After Lyman spoke, he turned to Jiro, stating that although he would appoint a new knight for Gaoyin City, Jiro's descendants would forever hold the title of Count. Was this not absurd? Jiro suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Of course, if you already have someone in mind, I shan't compel you to accept, Lyman added as an afterthought. Indeed. My lord, I have a lady whom I admire, Jiro replied, aware that Lyman was not one to retract his words once spoken. Thus, he swiftly acquiesced. Very well. Lyman did not pursue further inquiries about the young lady, but instead relinquished his matrimonial arrangements for Jiro. Regrettably, among the other young members of our clan, none have captured the eye of Count Jos. We seek to reach an agreement with the Blaemont family regarding the distribution of this gold mine, which may prove challenging. If you trust me, I am willing to take responsibility for facilitating this alliance, Jiro promptly asserted. You? Are you truly aware of the implications involved? I shall present an offer that the Blaemont family cannot refuse. What is it? I can pacify the mountain folk in this region and bring them under our dominion. Oh. A flicker of surprise crossed Lyman's otherwise impassive face for the second time that day. I recall you mentioned this yesterday. So, your earlier words were not mere impulsive claims? Indeed, my lord, Jiro affirmed with a firm nod. In fact, I already have a preliminary plan, and now, fortuitously, there exists an opportunity. You would do well not to consider resolving matters with the mountain folk through force, Lyman cautioned. The peace along the southern slopes of the Crimson Mountains has been hard won. and should conflict arise again, the situation could become quite untenable. Moreover, with the looming northern conflict, the outcome between Dorne and the usurper on the Iron Throne remains uncertain. Rest assured, I have never contemplated waging war against the mountain folk. Please continue. The slight furrow in the Countess' brow suggested his skepticism regarding Jiro's ability to manage the mountain folk. Yet he was simultaneously eager to hear what Jiro had to say next. We will not only avoid conflict, rather, we shall integrate them into our military strength. Are you jesting? The mountain folk are notoriously resistant to conscription. Lehman initially intended to recount his own unsuccessful attempts to conscript the mountain folk in his youth, but thought better of sharing such an unglorious history. Surely, you do not think that witnessing your father effortlessly conscript 200 able-bodied men from the territory has led you to believe the mountain folk would be cooperative? It is not conscription, it is recruitment, Jiro clarified, shaking his head. Recruitment and conscription, you mean? Hiring them? Precisely. The mountain dwellers are reluctant to serve their lord without compensation. However, they are amenable to selling their labor for monetary gain. Each winter. When crop yields dwindle and the hunt becomes insufficient to sustain the inhabitants of the mountains, the folk of Riverbend and Stormland descend to plunder. On the Dorne side, while some rebellious clans may venture down to pillage, the majority of the autonomous populace merely seeks employment, predominantly the youth. I intend to extend lucrative invitations to entice as many able-bodied young men from the mountains as possible to join my army. Should a significant number of young men from each clan, village, and settlement enlist with me, their capacity to procure resources for survival will diminish, placing them at a disadvantage in the competition for living space among fellow mountain dwellers. This predicament will compel them to seek our assistance, and we can gradually relocate them to the river valleys under the promise of low taxes and exemption from military service. The lower reaches of the turbulent river boast numerous fertile valleys capable of sustaining a population of 100,000 without strain. Once the mountain dwellers enter these valleys, they will be entirely under our dominion. Yet, you contemplate breaking this promise and imposing heavy taxes upon them? Count Layman furrowed his brow deeply at this thought. Certainly not. A promise is a promise, and how could one break it? Do you truly grasp the purpose behind our desire to govern these mountain dwellers? Low taxes and military exemption? What then would be their utility? Count Layman found this notion utterly absurd. We require their labor, Garrow answered inwardly. The precious resource points are surely not limited to mere mineral deposits. They also possess resources sufficient for the development of other industries. If we can establish one or two pillar industries, coupled with the profits from gold mines, who would still concern themselves with agricultural taxes? Chapter 13. You may borrow at least for now. Our objective is to ensure that the river valley regions bordering the Blamont family remain under our control, free from the disturbances of the mountain dwellers, thereby facilitating the smooth extraction of gold. Garrow, of course, would not disclose the entire truth. This rationale sufficed, and regardless, relocating a portion of the population from the mountains to the valleys would ultimately benefit the Dane family in the long run, would it not? Count Layman pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement with Garrow's assertion. Indeed, although these newly settled mountain dwellers may not yield immediate returns for the Dane family, retaining them in the mountains offers no profit either. Once they settle in the valleys, their connection to the Lord will be far more intimate than it was in the highlands. Furthermore, when conflicts arise between the Lord and certain mountain clans, they will be compelled to align themselves with the Lord, as these newly affluent river valley inhabitants will become the targets of the mountain dwellers' raids. People will invariably rise to defend their wealth. However, Count Layman remarked slowly, the leniency extended to the mountain dwellers will incite discontent among the old river valley inhabitants and plainsfolk surrounding Starfall City, who bear heavier taxes and labor obligations. This issue cannot be overlooked, as some may attempt to escape to these new settlements with lower tax rates. Your territory. Ah, you discern it at a glance? Jiro furrowed his brow, admitting, I had not anticipated this layer of complexity. Indeed. The inhabitants of the river valleys and plains within the territory of Starfall were among the targets Jiro aimed to attract, relying solely on the mountain dwellers. How could he amass a significant population in a short time? This endeavor was a long-term project measured in years. If he could relocate half of the mountain folk from the high-hidden city territory to the river valleys within a decade, he would consider it a remarkable achievement. Thus, he intended to draw some people from Starfall, only to be promptly seen through by the Count. Well, Count Lyman said, shaking his head, if the scale of the gold mine you discovered is substantial enough, these losses would be negligible. Agricultural folk are deeply rooted to their land, unless they face starvation. The number willing to risk being caught by their lord to sneak away to the new settlement in the high-hidden city would remain few. Your wisdom is commendable, my lord. Now, only one question remained, as Count Lyman disregarded Jiro's flattery. Where do you intend to procure the funds to assemble the first batch of mountain mercenaries? I possess a gold mine. Your mine has yet to be excavated. You must first pacify the mountain folk before mining can commence, and only then will gold flow. That is precisely why I have come to seek your assistance. Do you believe that Starfall possesses such wealth? Count Lyman chuckled lightly. You may acquire a loan. The name Dane is a guarantee of credibility. Any bank in Westeros or Essos would not refuse to lend to the House of Dane in Starfall, Jiro promptly replied. In Westeros, noble lineage holds great value. The Dane family is among the oldest in Westeros. With a history that traces back to the Dawn Age over 10,000 years ago, even predating the Stark family by 8,000 years. Throughout history, every knight of House Dane has been renowned for their loyalty, valor, and honor, aside from Jiro himself becoming a villain in the 5th volume of the original work. The name Dane remains untainted. Borrow. It was the 3rd time today that Count Lyman had lost his composure, his voice rising in volume. That must be done by you. I am merely a vassal of House Dane, not even a formal knight yet. If I were to approach, securing 100 gold dragons would be a feat of eloquence. However, if you were to take the lead, obtaining 10 or 20,000 gold dragons would pose no issue. Have you considered that if your intelligence is flawed or the endeavor fails, and we are unable to repay this debt, the millennia-long reputation of House Dane would be tarnished by my hand? I certainly did not contemplate having you borrow on the spot. Jiro quickly shook his head. This matter must be set aside until I can provide you with further evidence. What sort of evidence do you intend to furnish? The existence of the gold mine and my capabilities. Jiro raised his head, finally meeting Count Lyman's gaze directly. I will first persuade several of the major clans within the territory to submit to my leadership. Then travel to Old Town to invite a scholar specializing in geology for a field investigation. Ultimately, I will return with the collaboration conditions from House Blamont. At which point you should feel confident in seeking loans from the Iron Bank or other financial institutions. Are you saying that all these tasks will fall upon you? Garrow nodded heavily, acknowledging the need for a modicum of initial assistance from you. Firstly, I require a guard of 100 men. The forces of Starfall City must respond to Prince Dolan's summons. I cannot provide you with 100 men. At most, I can offer you 30. Count Lyman shook his head. 30 is insufficient. In truth, Garrow had never anticipated that the Count would yield the full amount. He was merely setting a high price. However, I can remain in Starfall City to recruit soldiers, provided you offer me some financial support. 1,000 gold dragons would suffice. The right to recruit troops and the funds were his true objectives. Very well. With a fortune of 20,000 jewels at stake, Count Lyman readily acquiesced, thinking that otherwise he might have to concede to 300. Secondly, I cannot venture to the borders. I must remain here to address this matter immediately. Why? The gold mines lie there. We can certainly wait until the war concludes. Nay, my lord, Garrow interjected, shaking his head. This winter has already persisted for 4 years and will soon come to an end. Early spring is notorious for outbreaks of disease. Now is the time when the mountain folk are most vulnerable and in dire need of aid. We cannot foresee how long this war will endure. And should it extend into summer, swaying the mountain folk will become significantly more challenging. Count Lyman nodded in agreement, acknowledging Garrow's reasoning. Lastly, I require your prior declaration of knighthood. I need to be recognized as the rightful lord of High Hidden City for convenience. That is not permissible. Without allowing Garrow to finish, Count Lyman rendered his verdict. But why are you so obstinate? You consented to provide troops and funds. Uttering a few lines while wielding the sword upon my shoulder should pose no difficulty. There are no exceptions. A knight of the Dane family must either place within the top 4 in the tournament or achieve military merit to be conferred knighthood. Rules are rules. Count Lyman stated with utmost seriousness. I understand. Garrow lowered his head, ceasing further appeals, for my precious Ed had already embarked with my military accomplishments in tow. Chapter 14. The broken spear. Count Lyman's command was executed with remarkable efficiency, to the point where it could be described as swift and decisive. Half an hour after leaving the Count's study, Garrow received the promised 1,000 gold dragons and was soon escorted to his destination. In no time, his 30 guards would be brought to him, seated on a stone bench in the pavilion. Garrow sipped the tea served by the maid while reflecting on his recent conversation with the Count. Overall, aside from nearly jeopardizing his engagement, the exchange had been nearly flawless. He had successfully achieved all his expectations. The knighthood declaration was merely an ancillary remark, one he had not genuinely anticipated. Moreover, after conversing with Sir Wilson and Count Lyman over the past few days, he felt his understanding of this world had deepened considerably. Garrow admitted that since his arrival in this realm, he had carried an inherent sense of superiority, a trait common among those who traverse worlds. This feeling still lingered. Yet now, he quietly retracted it to the depths of his heart, having at least shed the accompanying arrogance. As a time traveler who has read the original work, I entered this world with a god's perspective. However, from the moment I landed here, that divine viewpoint was lost. Although many memories still assist me in gaining advantages at crucial moments, such benefits are far from granting me mastery over the entire situation. To become a mature lord, and perhaps even ascend to higher authority, there remains much for me to learn in this realm. Fortunately, I have ample time, as there are at least 17 years remaining until the long night, which may bring about the destruction of this world, descends upon us. Before long, I observed a Dornish guard unit being escorted into the square, making their way directly to me. Well, have you managed to keep this from me? The one leading the guards was my old acquaintance, Sir Wilson Shard, the instructor from Starfall. Approaching me, he lowered his voice and said, "You discovered something as significant as a gold mine, yet you said nothing to me yesterday?" A wave of unease washed over me. My earlier conversation with the Count had been crafted only after speaking with Sir Wilson. From his perspective, it would seem I had indeed concealed the matter of the gold mine from him. "I merely thought you would not be interested in such affairs," I replied with an apologetic smile, and given the magnitude of this issue, I should report it directly to the Count. "I never noticed before, but you bear a striking resemblance to him." Sir Wilson chuckled, acknowledging my point. Indeed, he had shown no interest in the matter. "Do you see that man?" He then gestured toward the square outside the pavilion. Following his indication, my gaze fell upon the 30-member guard unit. The soldiers stood in 2 neat rows, each equipped with 3-meter-long combat spears and Dornish curved swords, adorned in traditional Dornish robes. It was uncertain whether they bore armor beneath those robes, but the individual at the front, seemingly the captain, clearly wore an old scale armor. "I see him," I confirmed to Sir Wilson. "His name is Spearbreaker. He is the formidable warrior the Count specifically instructed me to select for you. He is the most outstanding archer and marksman within the Starfall Guard, and few soldiers can best him in swordsmanship. Is the Count truly so generous?" I inquired, scrutinizing the captain once more. Spearbreaker appeared to be between 30 and 35 years of age, towering nearly 2 meters in height, with a robust physique, brown hair, and black eyes like me. He was a quintessential stone man. The primary settlement area of the Dornish stone men is the Red Mountains. Due to the vast desert separating the Red Mountains from other Dornish regions, they rarely intermarried with the later arriving Rhoynar, thereby retaining most characteristics of their ancestors and the Undals. Why would the Count assign such a remarkable individual to me? I pondered, somewhat perplexed. Because Spearbreaker is a mountain dweller, were it not for that, he would have been qualified to compete for the position of captain of the Starfall Guard, rather than merely a captain of a small unit. Does the Count harbor a disdain for mountain folk? Jello was taken aback, for the Earl of Lyman had never once revealed any inclination regarding the mountain dwellers. Was it perhaps that the city of Starfall fostered a spirit of exclusion towards them? Not at all. Sir Wilson shook his head. In contrast to other mountain folk, Duan Miao's identity was far more peculiar. He was a captive. When he was but a child, his father's clan had instigated a rebellion. Though termed a rebellion, it was merely a desperate descent from the mountains to pillage due to the dearth of food during winter. During this raid, they murdered a landowning knight loyal to Starfall, along with his wife and daughter. This heinous act incited the wrath of the then ruler of Starfall, Earl Dorian Dane, who summoned all his knights to mount an expedition against the clan. The long-standing leniency of the Dane family towards the mountain dwellers bore fruit, as the inhabitants of the southern slopes of the Crimson Mountains did not unite in the face of the Lord's retribution, unlike those from Riverbend or Stormland. On that occasion, the majority of the mountain folk chose to remain passive, allowing Earl Dorian to easily quell the insurrection. To avoid provoking other clans, the Earl ultimately executed only the chief instigator and took their children back to Starfall as hostages, granting amnesty to the others. Is he the son of that rebellious chieftain? Is this not akin to gifting me a ticking time bomb? Jello's lips twitched. Indeed. Is he discontented with Starfall? At least, he has not exhibited such sentiments. Sir Wilson replied, shaking his head. Then why do you not trust him? When did I ever claim that we do not trust him? You mentioned that he was originally qualified to compete for the position of captain of the guard in Starfall, yet now he is merely a common squad leader. Jello shrugged. If you were willing to trust him, would it not be a commendable tale that a descendant of rebellious mountain folk, raised in Starfall, has been given a chance? You must consider the feelings of the other loyal subjects of Starfall, Jello. The majority within the guard harbor disdain for the mountain dwellers. They bear burdens of taxes and labor that the mountain folk do not. Sir Wilson patted Jello's shoulder. As the Lord of Starfall, the Earl must convey to these people that they are his true confidants, the ones he trusts most. I understand, Jello nodded. Go, take command of your guard. Sir Wilson waved his hand. In any case, your future subjects will primarily be mountain folk. It is fitting to entrust him to you. Chapter 15. The Guard of High Hidden City. Good day, Sir Jello. My name is Duan Miao, and the Earl has assigned me to serve you henceforth. Clearly, Duan Mao did not grasp the distinction between the titles of acting lord and knight of high hidden city as the steward did. Upon seeing Jello approach, he immediately spoke. Are these individuals your subordinates? Jello glanced at the guards behind Duan Miao, refraining from correcting his address. Yes, my lord. They are all members of the 6th Squad of the Starfall Guard, and I am their squad leader. No, you are now the commander of the High Shadow City Guard. Jiro withdrew his gaze from the spear and continued. Next, you shall accompany me on a venture that may entail peril. As he spoke, he unsheathed a dagger from his waist and placed it in the hands of the spear. I entrust my safety to you. Upon hearing this, the spear momentarily froze. Then immediately straightened his posture and knelt on one knee, his voice trembling. I vow to safeguard you with my life, my lord. I swear by the 7 gods and my father's name. Observing this, the guards behind him also knelt in reverence. If I recall correctly, your father was a traitor, was he not? You still insist on invoking his name? Jiro remarked. Well, I understand now why the people here shun you so. He continued, I shall remember your oath. Jiro extended a hand to assist the spear to his feet and retrieved a golden dragon coin from his pocket. Go, enjoy a hearty feast with your comrades. Then return to the camp and await further instructions. Bring 2 men to see me tomorrow. We shall remain in Starfall City for a few more days to recruit a contingent of soldiers. My lord, the spear replied, hesitating to accept the coin. This is too much. A single feast does not require such an extravagant sum. A table laden with lamb, duck, buttered peas, oat bread, and ale would only cost a little over half a silver deer, sufficient to satisfy 4 guards. Even if the entire 30-man team indulged, the total would not exceed 10 silver deer, while this golden dragon is worth 210 silver deer. You may either feast again tomorrow or share the remainder among them. You are their captain. Thank you, my lord. Your generosity is truly commendable. The spear nodded eagerly. It is our honor to serve you. Go now. I have other matters to attend to. After dismissing the guards, Jiro's spirits lifted considerably. He realized that this world was not devoid of merits, at least. It was filled with innocents who had not encountered the manipulative schemes or toxic rhetoric he was accustomed to. With the right approach, one could easily earn their loyalty. Unlike his previous world, where people had grown wise to too many tricks and had become jaded, Jiro faintly recalled a time in school when he attempted to manipulate a junior into working for him without compensation, only to find himself nearly burned by his own schemes. While the junior remained unfooled, it was later he discovered that the junior was engaged in a project exploring how to balance the influence of the imperial relatives and settle accounts with the meritorious officials through the reigns of the 4 dynasties, Gao, Wen, Jing, and Wu. They were the professionals. In contrast, the indigenous people of this world were limited in their thinking by their narrow perspectives and the feudal system. With their so-called strategies revolving around the trifecta of sowing discord, assassination, and marriage alliances, one could not deem it a low-level game, yet it was certainly not high-end either. Jiro felt that, as long as he remained sufficiently cautious, the likelihood of failure should be minimal. How long do you intend to stay in Starfall City? Sir Wilson inquired as Jiro returned to the pavilion. At least until I complete the recruitment for the guard. I plan to expand the team to 100 members before returning to High Shadow City. Without a foundational military force, it will be challenging to engage in the next phase of negotiations with the mountain folk, Jiro replied. This is merely one of the reasons. Jiro intends to remain in Starfall City, for he has a far more significant task at hand, to ambush Eddard Stark on the road, reclaim the ancestral sword Dawn, and subsequently request Sir Wilson to knight him. According to the traditions of Westeros, any knight possesses the qualification to confer knighthood upon others, independent of a lord's endorsement. Thus, Jiro need not venture to the front lines in search of Count Lyman. It would be most fitting for Sir Wilson, as the headmaster of Starfall and the acting lord in the absence of the Count, to bestow this honor upon him. Regarding the recruitment of soldiers, it must be said that finding recruits in Starfall City may prove to be a daunting task. Sir Wilson furrowed his brow. Why is that? The Count has provided me with a substantial sum to initiate this endeavor and granted me permission to recruit from his vassals. The Count's permission only allows you to enlist soldiers from the directly affiliated towns and villages of Starfall, which have recently borne the burden of military service. Many have been conscripted, leaving few who would be willing to join your ranks. Am I forbidden from recruiting from the territories of neighboring knights? Certainly not. Sir Wilson shook his head. Each vassal is a lord's asset. The lords of the Red Mountains have a limited population under their direct control. If you were to indiscriminately take some, from where would they derive their future labor and taxes? Although, should you offer a generous bounty, you might still attract some individuals. The old knight continued, but in that case, it would be far more prudent to seek mercenaries in the southern ports. Jiro instinctively recoiled at the thought of mercenaries. perhaps due to the unfavorable impressions they had left in the world of ice and fire. I know a captain of mercenaries. He is also a mountain dweller who descended during a harsh winter 25 years ago. Over the years, he has gradually assembled a band of mercenaries. Inform him that I sent you, and he will be more than willing to lend you his assistance. Of course, the final decision rests with you. Sir Wilson patted Jiro on the shoulder. Well then, since the arrangements have been made, I shall take my leave. The Count has high hopes for you. Do not disappoint him. Yes, I understand. As Jiro watched Sir Wilson depart, he turned to make his way back to his quarters. He needed to commence the preparations for his next course of action. Count Lyman would lead his army to Tiger's Keep tomorrow, and he himself needed to set out promptly after the Count's departure on the road to the Tower of Joy. After all, the farther he was from Starfall when encountering Eddard Stark, the less persuasive Stark's return of dawn would seem. However, before Jiro could take more than a few steps, he was obstructed by 3 youths of similar age. Jiro recognized 2 of them as members of the Dane House's cadet branch, who had previously received knightly training in Starfall. Yet, he did not recall the tall figure leading them, likely a new arrival summoned by the Count alongside his father or a knight he served. Do you seek me for some purpose? Jiro inquired with a smile, despite sensing that their intentions were less than amicable. You are Jiro Dane, the new squire of the Lord, are you not? Came the haughty tone. Are you out of your mind? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Jiro was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 16. The Dark Star. Will they engage in a fight? Sir Manfrey Martell inquired of those around him as they stood upon a terrace, perfectly positioned to behold the entirety of the garden below. If the Squire Knights of House Dane were not all spinning tales, then Jiro Dane ought to have initiated a duel before the third taunt reached his ears, ruthlessly dispatching the provocateur. Marlon Dane, 3 years Jiro's senior, was quite formidable for his age. Had it not been for a lapse during the bell-tolling battle, he would have been knighted by now. Rather than returning to Starfall City in search of opportunities after the knight he served perished in battle. So, do you favor Marlon more? Sir Manfrey Martell hesitated awkwardly, as he was not well acquainted with them. Indeed, the man conversing with Sir Manfrey nodded, unaware of the conversation that transpired between Earl Layman and Sir Manfrey. So what prompted your sudden interest in witnessing the spectacle? I came to observe how those capable of effortlessly severing my head engage in combat. Is that not permissible? I have an innate fondness for spectacles. The man cast a glance at Sir Manfrey, realizing he could elicit no further information, and turned his gaze back toward the pavilion below. Jiro could scarcely recall the last time a peer dared to speak to him in such a manner. If he were to reflect on it, he might conclude that it had never occurred. Since entering the training grounds of Starfall City, he had remained the strongest among his contemporaries. Although his arrogant and ruthless nature rendered him unpopular, it did not imply that anyone would dare provoke him. Who the hell is this? Does he not inquire before seeking trouble? Speak. Have you lost your tongue? Are you Jiro Dane? Noticing Jiro's silence, Marlon Dane pressed on. You've heard of my esteemed name. I am pleased, yet I find your tone unpalatable. Jiro maintained a smile, subtly resting his right hand upon the hilt of his sword. The Dane family did not prohibit dueling, provided both parties secured 2 witnesses for a public confrontation. Even killing one's opponent would not incur punishment. Jiro's caution stemmed from a concern that his adversary might breach the rules and incite a private quarrel. What does he mean? Marlon blinked, glancing back at his companion. After a moment's contemplation, his companion responded, He seems to imply that you are worthless. Bastard. What do you mean by seems? Marlon turned back to Jiro. Is that your implication? Jiro furrowed his brow, suddenly perceiving that this nonsensical provocateur might not be entirely astute. Surely he was being manipulated? Of course not. He immediately calmed himself, suppressing the urge to deal with this offender, resolving instead to clarify the situation first. He says he isn't. Marlon swiftly delivered a slap to the back of his companion's head. My father said to send you to the academy to study. Yet you insist on becoming a knight, not even realizing how foolish you appear. He is indeed provoking you, brother. You are provoking me? Marlon turned back to Jiro. It was you who obstructed my path and shouted at me. Are you not the one provoking me? Ah, Marlon was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. I have come to provoke you. Jello, yes. Marlon clapped his hands together. I, Sir Marlon Dane of Shallow Sand Fortress, challenge you to a duel. Should you lose, you must relinquish your opportunity to become the Count of Lyman's squire to me. Can the will of Count Madeline truly be altered by us? Even if you were to strike me down, Count Lyman would hardly regard your intellect. Jello quickly recalled relevant information about Shallow Sand Fortress. The Dane family. There is a branch of the Dane family from Starfall City, their territory located to the south of Starfall City, near the coast of the Summer Sea. Considered one of the 3rd or 4th vassals under Starfall City's dominion. What if you lose? Jello gazed at Marlon, suddenly struck by an intriguing thought. How could I possibly lose? Marlon scoffed derisively. Is that so? It appears those who incited you to provoke me neglected to inform you of my true nature. Jello's gaze fell upon the squire beside Marlin, who immediately turned away to avoid Jello's scrutiny. Your true nature? Aren't you merely a fortunate lad? Marlin turned to his brother, questioning what true nature he possessed. Why haven't they begun to fight yet? They're still conversing? Sir Manfuri Maytel looked quizzically at those beside him. This shouldn't be. Both of them are known for their fiery tempers. By now, they should be at the training grounds, selecting their weapons. Observing the situation, it seemed that the anticipated spectacle would not unfold. I shall wait and see. I refuse to believe they want to engage in combat. In truth, Alter Dane felt a bit unnerved by his brother Marlin. He was not merely fortunate. He possessed a modicum of strength as well. Of course, with the blood of the Dane family coursing through one's veins, how could anyone lack prowess? Marlin Dane finally lost his patience and forcefully shoved his brother aside. Will you accept my challenge or not? You still haven't mentioned what you would do if you lose, Jello interjected, raising his hands in surrender. Marlin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a while. You propose. If you lose, do not proceed to Tianji City. I shall petition the Count to allow you to remain and assist me. No way. Before Marlin could respond, Alter couldn't restrain himself and shouted, You must defeat him, Jello. No one has walked away alive from a duel with you. Everyone calls you the Dark Heart. What has happened to you now? Indeed, that is unacceptable, Marlin echoed, asserting that he still needed to achieve merit on the battlefield. How could I remain? Do you think a squire to the Count wouldn't accompany him to the front lines? Of course he would, but that must be contingent on my victory. So, do you think you will lose? Certainly not. This time, Marlin's response was resolute. Then what are you worried about? Nothing at all. Marlin waved his hand dismissively. I agree to your terms. They proceeded toward the training grounds, and Sir Manfuri, seeing the group in the pavilion finally reach an agreement, smiled and remarked, Let us hasten to the training grounds. The terrace where they had just lingered was farther from the training ground than the garden, compelling the two to take a longer route to arrive at their destination. As they entered the stands of the training arena, they found that Jello and Marlin had already summoned their witnesses and selected their weapons, standing resolutely at the center of the field. Just in time. They were about to engage in combat. Sir Manfrey turned to his companion, his excitement palpable. What is wrong with you? Noticing his companion's unusual demeanor, Manfrey quickly redirected his gaze to the arena, only to discover Marlin Dane half collapsed on the ground, while Jello loomed behind him. The tip of his sword pressed against the nape of Marlin's neck. Is this truly the end? Chapter 17, Conspiracy, Part 1. What just transpired? Sir Manfrey Maytel cast another glance at his companion, Sir Rowan. We have succeeded. However, Sir Rowan seemed oblivious to Manfrey's concern, entirely engulfed in exhilaration. Jello Dane's sword hasn't even pierced yet, Manfrey cautioned. The Dark Star merely wishes to humiliate Marlin before extinguishing his life. He will soon claim his soul. Mark my words. Prostrate on the ground, Marlin began to question his very existence. He could not fathom how his seemingly flawless thrust had been so effortlessly evaded. Instantly, he felt the sharp impact of the sword sheath against the inner side of his shin, nearly toppling him, followed by the chilling sensation of steel against his throat. The entire sequence unfolded with such fluidity that Marlin was able to replay the entire battle in an instant. Yet he remained perplexed as to how it had devolved into this. What had gone awry? Had it been the former version of himself? That sword would have already found its mark in your neck. You were fortunate. I despise being manipulated. The coldness at his throat dissipated as Jello's voice resonated from behind him. Next time you wish to provoke someone, be sure to ascertain their capabilities first, lest you find yourself duped. So that was it. Upon hearing Jello's words, Marlin finally grasped where things had gone astray. Alti. That scoundrel told me that Jello was merely a lucky fool, claimed he lacked any true prowess. It was all because of his handsome visage that the Count took him under his wing. That wretch has deceived me, Marlin thought. His face flushed with indignation as he turned to Alti Dane, who had been quietly retreating, now attempting to slip away. The latter was so startled that he stumbled and fell to the ground. Witnessing Alti's reaction only solidified Marlin's suspicions. He had never regarded this half-brother of his with any esteem. The lad lacked courage, his swordsmanship was mediocre, and within the valor-centric Dane family, such individuals were bound to go unnoticed. Moreover, he had never perceived Alti as a threat. When Alti had informed him that defeating Jello would grant him the position of the Count's new squire, Marlin had hastily sought out Jello to challenge him. Reflecting on it now, how had he ever believed such nonsense? If Jello was merely a pretty face chosen by the Count to serve as a figurehead, what merit would there be in defeating him? Hey, Rowan, why are you rushing down so hastily? Sir Manfrey inquired, perplexed as he pursued Rowan's swift descent. The Dark Star does not intend to eliminate Marindane. The moment they utter a word, the deceit and instigation by Alf will be laid bare. Given Marandane's temperament, he would undoubtedly eliminate Alf. Sir Rowan quickened his pace as he spoke. Are you intending to rescue that Alf? Sir Manfrey hastily caught up. He is my own nephew. Damn. Is this the grand spectacle you brought me to witness? Did you not claim that your conflict with Marandane was purely personal, and that I could observe his downfall alongside you? Sir Manfrey faltered, realizing, are you clandestinely plotting to secure your nephew his brother's castle? Not only that, Sir Rowan paused. We also plan to undermine Geladane's reputation in the eyes of Count Lyman. Typically, the Count would overlook casualties during family duels. But the execution of a kinsman on the eve of a military campaign is something the Count cannot tolerate. Thus, the standing of the Dark Star in the Count's esteem would plummet. Why are you telling me all this? Sir Manfrey began to sense the disquiet. Because you are my accomplice. When did I ever become your accomplice? Sir Manfrey's eyes widened in disbelief. We both serve under the banner of the Red Viper. And we have come to Starfall City together. Now we find ourselves here as well. Do you believe the Count would absolve you of any involvement in this conspiracy? You are deceiving me? No, it is you who insisted on following me to witness the spectacle. I never anticipated that the plan would fail. Rowan turned to face Manfrey, revealing a beseeching expression. Utilize your Mahel family standing to persuade them. This matter must be settled privately and cannot reach the Count's ears. My good friend, assist me this once. I owe you a significant favor. Manfrey remained silent, his countenance stern as he followed Sir Rowan. He recognized the truth in Rowan's words. His own reputation was hardly commendable, and given his close ties to Sir Rowan, should this affair reach Count Lyman, even if Rowan disavowed any connection, few would believe him. Furthermore, upon returning to Sunspear City, Prince DeLong would not offer him any leniency. One could only hope that those two young Danes would be amenable and refrain from making excessive demands. How much longer do you intend to lie on the ground? Jello's voice once again interrupted Marandane's contemplations. He hastily rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. My apologies, Jello, Marandane said, a look of embarrassment on his face. I believe you are already aware of the situation. Jello cast a fleeting glance at Alf, who had also just regained his feet, and then turned back to Marandane, uncertainly adding, if not, I can certainly provide a more detailed reminder. No need. Marandane bent down to retrieve the sword he had dropped during his fall and turned towards Alf. No, brother, do not kill me. We are in Starfall City, and the Count will be furious. Alf, seeing Marandane approach, lacked even the courage to draw his sword, retreating in desperation. Brother, spare me. Marandane, halt. Jello's original intention was to remind Marlin to escort Alf to the Count, where they would recount the details and thoroughly investigate the truth behind the matter, unearthing the conspirators and doing Marlin a significant favor. However, he truly did not anticipate that Marlin would act so recklessly, attempting to strike down Alv on the spot. Alv had not accepted a duel with Marlin. A single blow would render any justification moot. Jello tried to call out to Marlin, but in his rage, Marlin was beyond listening to Jello's words. He strode directly up to Alv and kicked him to the ground, then raised his sword high, poised to strike Alv's head. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Marlin's descending sword forcefully struck Jello's blade, driving it down to the ground, with the latter being forced onto the earth, the tip of his sword embedding into the sand. Alv lay on the ground, his head caught between Jello's sword and the earth. His eyes rolled back in terror as he fainted. What immense strength, Jello thought silently. He had effortlessly dispatched Marlin moments ago with his agility and swordsmanship, but now, in an effort to defend another, he had to confront force with force, truly experiencing the power of his opponent for the first time. Chapter 18, Conspiracy, Part 2. Though Marlin's strike benefited from the momentum of a downward thrust, the ability to forcefully press Jello's sword into the ground indicated that his strength was formidable, even among knights. It was no wonder he had dared to act so brazenly. Jello mused whether, by the time he reached Marlin's age, he would have the same strength. Why do you obstruct me? Upon noticing Jello's intervention, Marlin immediately relaxed his grip, realizing that the scoundrel intended to use Jello's hand to kill him, treating them as fools. Do you see him? Does he seem capable of great deeds? Jello cast a sidelong glance at Alv, who had already lost consciousness, his face pale and having soiled himself. Are you suggesting that someone is manipulating him from behind? Marlin quickly grasped the implication. You're not as foolish as I imagined. Your mind can still function with a little prompting. However, I cannot make rash conclusions regarding your family situation, Jello replied, shaking his head. Is he your heir? Yes, he is my brother, born of my father's second wife. If I were to die, the castle of xianxia would belong to him, Marlin acknowledged. You are correct. This boy is utterly useless. He wouldn't dare harm me without someone pulling the strings. Sometimes, those who appear to be worthless can be the most dangerous. Do not jump to conclusions, Jello remarked, glancing at Alv again. Although he seemed ill-suited for schemes, a person's threat level is not always reflected in their outward demeanor. In any case, we must take him to the Count. The truth should not be too difficult to uncover. Uncle, what brings him here? Suddenly, Marlin pointed towards the entrance of the training ground S stance. Jello followed his gaze, recognizing Sir Manfred Mattel, the envoy from Yangji City, accompanied by another knight. Hastening towards them. Who did you just say that man is? Jello inquired, looking at Marlin. My stepmother's brother, Sir Rowan. As Marin uttered his words, a chilling glare enveloped him. He was indeed the mastermind behind it all, wasn't he? You inquire of me, yet whom should I consult? One could only assert that his motives were substantial, and the timing of his actions was notably delicate. I shall slay him. Upon hearing this, Marin grasped his sword and prepared to stride towards Rowan and his companion. Do not act impulsively, Marin. Let us first ascertain their perspective, Jello interjected hastily, seizing Marin's arm. To be candid, from the moment Jello laid eyes on Sir Manfred, he found himself ensnared in a web of indecision, even contemplating retreat. Sir Manfred Martel was the cousin of Prince Dorn, and if possible, he wished to avoid any deterioration in their relationship. At this juncture, aside from the elevation to knighthood and the recruitment of soldiers, any other matters seemed to complicate things unnecessarily. Were it not for Marindane's sudden challenge and his display of remarkable intelligence, Jello would not have entertained the notion of bringing this individual under his wing, with the intent of presenting him to Eddard Stark as a means to bolster his own favor. Now, the prospect of alienating Sir Manfred Martel in pursuit of an uncertain allegiance with Marin appeared to lack merit. After all, Marindane had come to challenge him, even with lethal intent, and he had yet to officially commence any service on Jello's behalf. Should it come to forsaking him, Jello felt no moral burden. The sole concern lay in whether they had selected him to be the instrument of Marin's demise by chance, or if he himself was among their intended targets. This distinction was crucial. If it were the latter, Jello must devise a means to eliminate any future threats. Marin, what are you doing? Sir Rowan entered the scene, reprimanding Marin. Is there any matter between brothers that cannot be discussed? You would dare to point your sword at your kin. It was you, wasn't it? Marin aimed his blade at Sir Rowan. You orchestrated out this treachery against me. Marin, calm yourself, Jello shouted as he perceived Marin's intent to charge forth once more. Casting a glance at Jello, Marin clenched his jaw, yet ultimately lowered his sword. This unexpected restraint surprised Jello. Sir Rowan, Sir Manfred, Jello stepped forward. Might I inquire if your visit pertains to clarifying this misunderstanding? He gestured towards Alf, who was restrained by his witness and another guard. Indeed, a misunderstanding, seemingly reminded. The formerly troubled expression on Sir Manfred's face brightened. It is merely a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this amicably. There is no need for such fury. Aha, pray tell. What misunderstandings have transpired? Jello scrutinized Sir Manfred's eyes intently, posing his question with a smile. He found it peculiar. Although Sir Manfred was merely a collateral branch of House Martel, his rapport with Prince Oberyn was exceptionally strong, and he was held in high regard by Prince Doran. In the original narrative, this individual even served as the acting Lord of Sunspear during Prince Doran's convalescence. It struck Jello as odd that someone of such stature would journey to the desolate region of the Red Mountains to pursue a knightly castle with scarce resources. Misunderstanding. Manfred's expression suddenly stiffened. The person lying on the ground was clearly Alt, and by voluntarily stating that there was a misunderstanding, was he not directly acknowledging that we were aware of Alt's actions? Manfred turned to Rowan, and at that moment, Jello noticed that the look in Manfred's eyes was not one of embarrassment from having let something slip, but rather an anger that seemed to blame him. Alt, he thought. What could Sir Rowan do? He could only continue the conversation, as he merely wished to observe who among his esteemed elder brother and his academic mentor in Starfall City possessed greater prowess. His intentions were entirely devoid of malice. Yes, devoid of malice, Sir Manfred reiterated. They claimed that Alt bore no ill will. Jello turned to Marlin, and it seemed indeed that this was the case. After all, no one had been harmed, had they? Marlin furrowed his brows deeply. But you just said otherwise. You explicitly stated it was them. I was overthinking it, Jello interjected. No. You are afraid to offend them, aren't you? You think me a fool, do you not? Marlin thundered, his voice raised in fury towards Jello. You see. He does not believe it, Jello shrugged. Whether he believes it or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether you believe it. Rowan met Jello's gaze, perhaps realizing that there was no need to continue with those foolish justifications, and laid his cards on the table, stating plainly, name your price. This matter reaching the Earl will bring you no benefit. However, aligning with us could earn you the friendship of Sir Manfred. Chapter 19. It is time to address serious matters. What? Have you overacted? With tears in your eyes, how utterly repulsive. Jello pushed Sir Manfred aside slightly and then turned back to Marlin. In any case, we must take these two to meet his lordship the Earl. He pointed towards the unconscious alt and his accomplice and insisted on revealing the truth of the situation to the Earl. The Earl? Marlin immediately jolted awake. The mention of the Earl was like a bucket of ice water, snapping Marlin out of his anger and frenzy. He felt a chill run through him. Without trial or duel, to privately assassinate a knight would certainly warrant a death sentence. Marlin, I have saved you once already, have I not? Jello asked with a smile. Observing Marlin's demeanor. No, Marlin shook his head. It was twice. Twice? Jello raised an eyebrow. During the duel just now, your sword could have pierced my neck. Yet you refrained. You spared me, which counts as saving me once. Marlin counted on his fingers. That scoundrel Rowan conspired with my brother to use your hand to kill me and seize my castle. You did not kill me, thus saving me once more. Is that not the same instance? Jello questioned, perplexed. Marlin's earlier interrogation had led him to think Marlin was finally using his brain, but upon reflection, it was merely the reaction of someone betrayed, revealing he remained the same clever fool. However, Marlin let out a bitter laugh and shook his head in despair. I have killed a knight, and it was not in an official duel or contest. His lordship the Earl will surely execute me. Did you not consider this before you acted? From a young age, I have struggled to manage my emotions. Marin awkwardly raked his fingers through his hair, acknowledging that he could never repay your life-saving grace. I possess a modest sum of savings, albeit only 20 gold dragons. You should keep your money. I am prepared to rescue you for the third time. Jello waved his hand dismissively, but you must remember your promise to stay and assist me. I would gladly pledge my loyalty to you, but how is that feasible? Even if you plead for mercy, it would be futile. For Count Lehman has never understood the meaning of leniency. In truth, leniency is unnecessary, as the responsibility does not fall upon you. Jello shook his head. Your Uncle Rowan and your brother Alf conspired to provoke you into challenging me, intending to use my hand to bring about your demise. Once we uncovered their scheme, Sir Rowan, in a fit of rage, drew his sword with the intent to slay you directly, but he was ultimately overpowered and met his end at your hands. That is the truth, he said, glancing at Manfrey, correct? Indeed. I was invited by Jello to witness your duel, and I observed the entire sequence of events. I can attest to your innocence. All the malice was orchestrated by Rowan. Manfrey nodded eagerly, adding testimony that would best serve his interests. Had Marin perished, the ownership of the shallow sand castle would have shifted, and I, as a Martell, would have been implicated in the attempt to meddle in the territorial claims of Starfall. However, now that only an ordinary sworn knight has died, as long as I possess Jello's testimony validating my presence here, even if Count Lehman suspects foul play, he would have no grounds to pursue me. Marin glanced at Manfrey and then at Jello, questioning, but won't this tarnish your honor? Huh? Is that your primary concern? Jello paused, suddenly recalling his earlier remark about despising those who attempt to barter with his honor. Honor? Whose fault do you believe this to be? Jello inquired thoughtfully. Without a doubt, it is Rowan and Alf. I regarded them as family, yet they sought to bring about my ruin. Marin exclaimed passionately. Do you believe Rowan deserves to die? Even 1,000 deaths would be insufficient. And do you believe you deserve to die? Surely not. Then saving you. Is that an act that would compromise my honor? Surely not. Marin replied uncertainly, casting glances at those present. Of course not. Upholding justice is the true essence of honor. Sir Manfrey quickly chimed in, eager for Jello, Marin, and himself to harmonize their testimonies and extricate himself from this predicament. He had merely come to witness the combat of the Dark Heart, and this entire affair was an unfortunate calamity for him. You see, honor is never as rigid as one might think. Jello patted Marin on the shoulder, urging, let us go at once to find the Count. If we wait for him to receive word and send someone after us, the circumstances will drastically change. Jello then turned to the spear-bearer and one of his comrades. Having few friends in Starfall, so he had simply recruited 2 guards as witnesses. Rest assured, Sir Jello, should anyone inquire, we know precisely what to say. The spear-bearer promptly declared, affirming their loyalty. Under normal circumstances, no one would inquire about you, but should someone bring it up, simply respond as such. Jello anxiously reiterated the confession to them, then commanded that they awaken the unconscious Althea and the other individual, instructing the guards to carry Sir Rowan's lifeless body as they proceeded towards the Count's residence. It was now time to discuss serious matters. Jello pulled Sir Manfrey aside, deliberately lagging behind the group by a certain distance. Serious matters? What serious matters? I have memorized the confession. You need not worry. There will be no issues. Manfrey assured, patting his chest. Speak more softly. They cannot hear us. Manfrey appeared utterly perplexed. It is pointless to feign ignorance. Tell me, why are you targeting me? Let us address the issue directly. We are not. It is not us. I truly have nothing to do with that Rowan's conspiracy. Manfrey attempted to defend himself. I understand. I comprehend. I shall assist in your defense. Jello nodded with deep understanding. The mischief was indeed wrought by Rowan. So, what was Rowan's motive against me? He claimed, as he expressed, that he sought to undermine your image in the eyes of Count Lehman. The Count typically disregards the casualties from familial duels. Yet the beheading of a kin on the eve of military deployment is utterly intolerable to him. Sir Manfrey recollected Rowan's words. Jello's expression darkened instantaneously. Indeed. You two rascals were after me. Fortunately, I acted decisively, opting to eliminate Rowan, thereby forcibly disrupting your collaboration. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. I had not anticipated the impact on my image in the Count's eyes, as I was initially the challenger. Even if I were to slay my opponent, it would be justifiable. However, I overlooked the original owner's penchant for defeating his adversaries first during duels, thereby humiliating them before delivering the fatal blow. This would indeed tarnish one's reputation, especially on the brink of war. The choice to employ such a tactic against me was truly meticulous. I find it difficult to comprehend, Jello remarked with furrowed brows. In what manner have I offended you? Or have I obstructed your ambitions in some way? What significance does it hold for you to tarnish my image in the Count's esteem? What is your ultimate objective? It is not our objective, but Rowan's. Sir Manfrey Maytel reiterated emphatically. Such fabrications are devoid of merit. The territories of Gaoyin City and Xianxia Fort are separated by 300 kilometers. And we have scarcely intersected, let alone harbored animosity. Undermining Marindane was Rowan's intention, I believe, but he lacked motive to entrap me. Jello grasped Sir Manfrey's shoulder. We are now quite good friends. Do you not think you ought to be more candid with me? Moreover, Rowan is deceased, regardless of your ambitions. You shall require new collaborators. Who could be more suitable than I? Provided the financial arrangements are in place, I am capable of accomplishing what Rowan could, and what he could not do as well. I speak nothing but the truth. I was not involved in this affair. Manfrey felt on the verge of madness. Very well. You were not involved. Then what was Rowan's intent in framing me? What was their scheme? I am truly at a loss. He has divulged so much to me, yet you remain unconvinced. Perhaps it is time for you to awaken to the reality that Rowan is no more. He can no longer provide you with any value. Your plans for seizing the Shallow Sand Fortress have also been rendered futile, and the current lord of Shallow Sand Fortress is my friend. Or do you have other accomplices in Starfall City, placing your hopes upon them? I have observed the increasingly frigid gaze of Jiro, and it has shattered Manfuri Martel's composure. He realizes he cannot articulate his position clearly. What terrifies him further is that even Jiro Dane, a mere 14-year-old squire, does not believe in his innocence regarding Sir Rowan's conspiracy. If he fails to convince Jiro and the latter refuses to aid him in providing false testimony to Count Lehman, how will he persuade the Count and Prince Doran of his absence of complicity in such clandestine maneuvers? With Rowan deceased and no evidence to exonerate him, is this not a burden that will inevitably fall upon his shoulders? The Dane family has long been the most significant vassal and ally of the Martel family, and Count Lehman is a man who tolerates no deceit. To quell Lehman's fury, it is highly probable that Prince Doran would resort to exiling him to the eastern continent, much like how he once banished Prince Oberyn to appease the ire of House Ironwood. Oberyn, indeed, thrived in exile. He not only established his own mercenary company but also achieved numerous military accolades, ascending to the ranks of renowned generals. When the War of Usurpers erupted, he was summoned back to Dorne by Prince Doran, receiving a hero's welcome, and even the Ironwood family, which had orchestrated his banishment, chose to remain silent, as everyone relied on him to lead the Dornish forces into battle. As for myself, lacking martial prowess and possessing only average intellect, I am merely a knight of means, relying on the Martel family's influence to conduct business in Sunspear. If I were to be exiled, stripped of my family's prestige, my prosperous days would come to an abrupt end. No, absolutely not. With this thought, Manfuri's gaze sharpened. He must clarify matters with Jiro, ensuring they do not escalate to the Count. 100. No, 200 gold dragons. Manfuri presented his most compelling argument, equating this to nearly half a year's income from his ventures in Sunspear, convinced that Jiro Dane, a rustic lord from the mountains, would be swayed. 200 gold dragons is a significant sum, yet compared to the assistance you promised Sir Rowan in seizing Shallow Sand Fortress, does it not appear somewhat paltry? What is the matter with you? Why discuss finances before addressing the matter at hand? Different endeavors carry different valuations, do they not? Manfuri inhaled deeply. 300 no. Upon noticing Jiro's indifferent expression, he quickly amended to 500 gold dragons. That is all I possess. I am but a landed knight, you understand? This represents nearly a decade's worth of income from my domain. I have other holdings. This cannot be laid at my feet, can it? It can be considered a gesture of sincerity on your part. Darrow was indeed unaware of the other party's financial circumstances. After some contemplation, he released Sir Manfuri's shoulder. It's good that you can comprehend this. After all, collaboration is collaboration, is it not? Why must we conspire against one another? However, let me clarify. The magnitude of the undertaking must correspond to the remuneration. If the matter becomes overly intricate, additional funds will be required. Is it really that complex? Sir Manfred's lips curled slightly. Now, what is our plan? He insisted on conveying to the Earl the events of today, ensuring that he was absolved of any implication. Manfred promptly underscored the importance of this point. Isn't this self-evident? I inquired about the more significant strategy. What follows? And then, nothing. What do you mean, there is no then? Are you abandoning your plan? I have reiterated that I never had any plan. I was not involved in Rowan's scheme at any point. It was merely that at the time you refrained from eliminating Marlin, which sent Rowan into a panic. He suddenly thought of using me to intimidate and coerce you, forcibly dragging me into this mess. I was ensnared by him. Manfred's voice dropped to a furious whisper, barely containing his wrath. Garrow fell into silence. He was now largely convinced of Manfred's assertions. It is evident that anyone pursuing an agenda weighs the benefits against the costs. Manfred's willingness to offer a substantial sum of 500 gold dragons without requiring Garrow's assistance indicates one possibility. He genuinely fears the situation escalating to Count Layman, and he truly lacks a plan. Moreover, this explanation aligns perfectly with the anger Manfred exhibited towards Rowan at that time. However, Garrow could not allow Manfred to perceive that he had come to trust him. Otherwise, what justification would he have for claiming the 500 gold dragons? I know you have not committed any wrongdoing, but you must provide me with 500 gold dragons to ensure I do not falsely accuse you. This is extortion. You ought to harbor resentment towards me. I am aware of your misdeeds. You give me 500 gold dragons, and I shall conceal them for you. This is assistance, and you should express your gratitude. But isn't this merely a fabricated excuse to deceive Marlin? Are you unwilling to concoct a new one yourself? Garrow's face tightened. He had initially intended to feign anger, but found it impossible to maintain the facade and was instead inclined to laughter. You. Sir Manfred grasped his hair, his previously immaculate hairstyle now a disheveled mess. Moreover, why would you require my assistance if you are to pay me? Is it that you wish to befriend me upon our first meeting? Or is it a silencing fee? A plea for help from the Dawn's divine sword? What silencing fee? I have already stated that I do not possess one. Then you wish to forge a friendship. Garrow nodded. Very well, I shall accept you as a friend, provided you vow not to target me in the future. I will refrain from probing into your actions in Starfall City, and will keep your secrets from the Earl. This demand is not unreasonable, is it? After all, you nearly jeopardized my prospects. You must comprehend my predicament. I have understood your plight to the fullest extent, but could you possibly grasp mine? Manfred felt a wave of emotion threatening to overwhelm him, yet he quickly nodded in agreement to Jello's terms. After all, this was the outcome he had longed for. By paying a sum to ensure silence, he could completely extricate himself from this damned folly. As for his oath, he had never intended any malice towards him in the first place. Making a vow had no bearing on the situation, right? A win-win for all. I swear by the 7 gods and the Mathel family that I shall never act against Jello Dane henceforth. Should I violate this oath, may I be cast into the 7 layers of hell. Perhaps fearing Jello would renege, Manfred decided to be resolute. Very well then. I swear by the 7 gods and the Dane family that I shall safeguard Sir Manfred's secrets regarding his actions in Starfall City. If I break this vow, may I too descend into the depths of hell. Jello promptly followed suit with his own vow. I have stated that I hold no ill will. I understand. I promise to keep your secret, my good brother. Jello nodded knowingly. Enough of this. Manfred cursed. That damned Rowan. He has placed such a heavy burden upon me. I swear I shall find his accomplices and make them pay. Jello and his companions presented their case before Count Lyman with impeccable eloquence. After revealing the truth of the matter, the Count absolved Marlin Dane of the sin of slaying Sir Rowan and expelled Marlin's brother, Althea Dane, along with his inconsequential companion from Starfall City, stripping them of their wealth and status. Due to the impending military campaign scheduled for the following day and the lack of severe consequences from the incident, Count Lyman, although displeased with Sir Manfred's presence at the scene, chose not to pursue the matter further. Once the situation was resolved, Jello suggested to Count Lyman that Marlin could remain to assist him. The Count merely inquired about Marlin's own wishes, and upon receiving an affirmative response, acquiesced to Jello's request. That evening, the relieved Sir Manfred joyfully took Jello to a tavern in the affiliated town of Starfall City for a drink, and then presented Jello with 3 promissory notes of 100, 100, and 300 gold dragons, which could be redeemed for cash at a bank in the Old Town. The following morning, Count Lyman, accompanied by over 400 knights and cavalry from Starfall City, embarked on the road to Heaven's Reach. Later that day, Sir Manfred and his 2 companions also departed from Starfall City, heading north towards Blamian City. At last, Jello could feel a sense of temporary relief. Since Sir Rowan's actions bore no relation to Sir Manfuri, and Rowan himself lacked the motive to target him, it implied that Rowan had other accomplices in Starfall City. And there were indeed others who truly wished to harm him. Fortunately, the more substantial nobility under Starfall City's jurisdiction had all followed Count Lyman to Heaven's Reach, significantly reducing the likelihood of further attacks against him until the war's conclusion. By the time they returned, he would likely have ascended to a different echelon altogether. Thus, Jello immediately began preparations to reclaim the family sword. "Where did you acquire this letter?" Bachelor Mortimer of Starfall City set down the letter, his expression grave as he regarded Jello, the bearer of the missive. "A child delivered it to me," Jello promptly clarified. He mentioned that a hunter had mistakenly shot a raven destined for Starfall City, fearing he had inadvertently caused a significant mishap. So he hastened here overnight to deliver this letter. "And what of the hunter?" Mortimer inquired further. It seems he was too afraid to bear the responsibility and did not dare to bring the letter himself. Instead, he found a random child outside the city and paid him a copper star to carry the message. I happened upon the boy, who asked if I was a knight of Starfall City before handing the letter to me. "What do you want with the child?" Mortimer questioned. "Are you seeking to locate the hunter through him and administer punishment?" He shook his head, dismissing the notion. "That is beside the point. Here," he said, extending the letter to Jello. "This is a plea for assistance from Sir Arthur, the Dawnblade." "What does it say?" "It states that Sir Arthur, along with 2 other royal guards, Sir White Bull Jello Hitar and Sir Oswell Riverin, are stationed at a location known as the Elysium Tower, tasked with protecting a significant individual. Sir Arthur requests that we dispatch a small contingent of guards to support them. This must be reported to the Earl immediately. We cannot afford to delay such an important matter," exclaimed Marindane, trailing behind Jello. "However, this does not appear to be Sir Arthur's handwriting. I recognize his script." Mortimer's tone was conflicted. "Of course it is not Sir Arthur's handwriting. I penned it last night, employing the writing style from my previous life," Jello thought to himself. "Does this imply that the message could be false?" Jello exclaimed in astonishment. If the message is indeed false, would reporting it to the Earl not cause further complications? But what if it is true? By the time the letter reached Starfall City, considerable time may have already been lost due to that hunter's delay. If we do not act promptly, the consequences could be dire, Mortimer mused, contemplating a viable course of action. In truth, there seemed to be little to deliberate. "I believe that regardless of the letter's authenticity, it is imperative for Starfall City to send a small detachment of cavalry to investigate the Elysium Tower. Even if it turns out to be false, the loss would be minimal," Jello reasoned. "Yet, Starfall City has no cavalry left." "The Earl has summoned all the knights to proceed to Tianji City," Mortimer replied resignedly. "We must either dispatch a messenger to catch up with the Earl's cavalry and deliver the letter, allowing him to decide on sending aid to the Elysium Tower, or we must disregard this letter entirely. That would consume too much time. What if I go instead?" Jello seized the opportunity to interject. "Among the guards the Earl left me, 3 are proficient in horsemanship, along with Marind and myself. We could make the journey to the Elysium Tower with just 5 of us." "Just the 5 of us? Is that sufficient?" Marind expressed surprise at Jello's enthusiasm. "The Elysium Tower lies within the Prince's Pass. The enemy would not allow a full army to traverse the pass. The most they could muster would be a small squadron. And with our 5, bolstered by 3 royal guards, we should be able to hold out until the Earl's reinforcements arrive." Jiro analyzed that this letter might not be genuine. "Perhaps we have made this journey in vain." Chapter 22. Don Jiro, accompanied by Marindane and the others, traversed approximately 60 kilometers of mountainous terrain eastward from Starfall, until they began to enter the Gobi Desert. Here, the ancient trade route of Dorne diverged. One path led east to the territory of House Fowler, specifically to the city of Tianxia, where the assembly of Dornish lords was to take place. It was along this route that the army of Count Layman Dane had departed a day earlier than Jiro and his companions. The other path, following the edge of the Gobi, wound northward, passing a wayside and belonging to the city of Blamen, before reaching the Prince's Pass. Jiro and his party chose this latter route. The ancient Dorne trade road meandered amidst mountains, Gobi, and desert, its scale naturally incomparable to the grand Valyrian stone road of the eastern continent, which could accommodate 3 carts side by side. Nor could it even rival the so-called dirt road of the King's Road in Westeros. This trade route resembled little more than 2 ruts, in many places even indistinguishable, with the sole means of navigation being the signposts that appeared every 100 meters. Travelers had no choice but to follow these markers to find water sources or inns along the way. Otherwise, they risked being swallowed by the vast desert. Thus, Jiro harbored no concerns about not encountering Eddard Stark, since the latter had not crossed paths with Count Layman but had successfully reached Starfall to deliver the sword to Miss Ashera Dane. He must surely be on this road. For 2 days, Jiro and his party journeyed northward along the trade route, reaching the Crescent Moon Inn, where they took a brief respite and resupplied before continuing their journey northward. During this time, Jiro regaled Marin with numerous tales, some of which featured deceivers as the antagonists. These villains, despite their lack of strength, were cunning and articulate, always managing to concoct various excuses for their misdeeds upon capture and escaping from the hands of honorable protagonists. Each time Marin listened, he became increasingly incensed, declaring that had those rogues encountered him, they would have faced dire consequences. Fortunately for Marin, he did not have to wait long. An opportunity indeed arose. On the trade route approximately 12 kilometers northeast of the Crescent Moon Inn, they encountered a northern cavalryman adorned with a sigil of a direwolf upon his chest, nearly colliding with Jiro and his companions. As they drew within 5 meters of each other, both parties halted to observe one another. The northern cavalryman appeared to be in his 20s, with an elongated face, dark brown hair, and gray eyes, his beard closely shaven. He wore a brown leather armor, but the focal point was the massive two-handed sword slung across his back, its blade pale as alabaster glass, shimmering with an extraordinary radiance under the sun. "It is dawn," Jiro and Marin exclaimed in unison. Every child of House Dane had gazed in awe at the splendor of dawn, and its unmistakable characteristics were forever etched in their memory after just a single glance. Eddard Stark was momentarily taken aback. "Where is Ser Arthur Dane? How is the ancestral sword Dawn in your possession?" Before Eddard could elucidate further, Gerald interrupted him vociferously, not allowing him the opportunity to speak. "Did you slay Ser Arthur?" Gerald interjected once more. "Indeed, we are speaking of your murder of him?" As Gerald spoke, he drew his sword, and his companions promptly recognized the situation, encircling Eddard from multiple directions. Eddard, sensing the impending danger, had no choice but to unsheathe the sword strapped to his side. "Capture this murderer. Retrieve Dawn." Gerald would not permit Eddard to finish his sentence and immediately commanded, "Shoot his horse. Do not let him escape." As Gerald's words fell, a bowstring was drawn back, and an arrow swiftly flew forth, striking true. The arrow pierced the eye of Eddard's steed, causing the warhorse to rear in agony. Eddard struggled to regain control, but to no avail. Instead, he was forced to leap from the saddle as he was thrown off. His agility allowed him to mitigate much of the impact, and despite hitting the ground, he managed to roll twice before rising to his feet. Meanwhile, Gerald, Marlin, and 2 guards had dismounted, advancing towards Eddard with their weapons drawn. Realizing he could not explain himself, Eddard swung his sword in defiance. Marlin's strike was the first to arrive, which Eddard successfully parried, but Gerald's blade swiftly followed, resting against Eddard's throat. Soon after, 2 guards brandished their Dornish blades, and the archer's aim was fixed upon Eddard's head. "Surrender. Lay down your sword, relinquish Dawn, and accompany me back to Starfall for judgment," Gerald commanded loudly. With no other recourse, Eddard Stark reluctantly lowered his sword, permitting the silver-haired youth to take the great sword Dawn from his side. "My apologies, Lord Stark," Gerald thought to himself, brushing his fingers gently along Dawn's blade, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. How splendid it would be if this sword could be mine. He could not help but ponder. According to the original narrative, nearly 17 years later, despite being an accomplished swordsman at the age of 30, he would still lack the merit to wield Dawn. His potential seemed limited to the level of a mere Count Laemondane, far from the unparalleled prowess required to claim the Sword of Dawn. Gerald did not believe that taking over this body would elevate his capabilities beyond that of the original owner, as he was woefully ignorant of swordsmanship. His current strength was solely a product of merged memories and the inherent qualities of the body. To genuinely possess this sword in the future, he surmised there were only 2 possible paths. The first approach involves assuming the title of the new Count of Starfall City, forcibly seizing the sword and obtaining the title of the Dawn Sword. While one might aspire to achieve this without opposition, it is somewhat ludicrous and ultimately devoid of purpose. The second option pertains to the map in my mind, which indicates that the functionality of bloodline strength can only be unlocked upon acquiring dominion over Starfall City. Should the bloodline strength bestow enhancements upon my physique, combined with my inherent capabilities, achieving the requisite martial prowess for the Dawn Sword should pose no insurmountable challenge. However, Gerald harbored little hope for this possibility. After all, his only advantage thus far had been the map, and the previewed function seemed to align with that theme. The notion of directly granting enhancements appeared discordant with the map's essence. Ed Stark was deeply troubled, exceedingly vexed, as he was frustrated that these individuals did not even grant him the opportunity to finish his discourse before resorting to action and apprehending him. Yet, he understood the magnitude of the blow that the news of Arthur Dane's demise would deliver to the younger members of House Dane. A group of young Danes suddenly witnessing their ancestral sword, Dawn, being wielded by a stranger, coupled with his own admission of having slain Arthur, would understandably provoke an emotional upheaval. Ed recognized that he could not blame them. Find him, and we shall promptly return to Starfall City to inform Sir Wilson and Scholar Mortimer. Then, let the scholars send a raven to the Castle of the Heavens to relay the news to Count Lyman. After a considerable moment, Gerald reluctantly relinquished Dawn, securing it behind him before returning to the now restrained Ed Stark, issuing orders to the guards nearby. Doesn't he even inquire about my identity or my purpose? Ed Stark was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that upon the other party's questioning, he would disclose the events of the Battle of the Bliss Tower and his mission to deliver the sword to Starfall City. Yet, if no questions were posed, how could he articulate his thoughts? Gerald remained silent, and the trio of the broken spear did not interject, while Marlon Dane, though brimming with inquiries, hesitated to speak. Recalling Gerald's earlier tales, despite his earlier declarations that such occurrences would not befall him, faced with the reality of the situation, he found himself ill-equipped to interrogate a prisoner. Unbeknownst to Gerald, Marlon's reluctance was not part of his plan. He had intended for Marlon to take on the role of interrogator, to thoroughly humiliate Duke Ed, while he himself would emerge as the red-faced savior, ultimately releasing the captive. To his surprise, Marlon faltered at a critical juncture, remaining silent even as Ed Stark was securely bound. Gerald understood that he must initiate the conversation himself. Surely, they could not simply transport Duke Stark back to Starfall City like this. Newly born Jon Snow should still be under the care of the wet nurse Ed had arranged, remaining within the realm of Dorne, necessitating Ed's presence to retrieve them. If I were to directly capture Eddard and take him to Starfall, it would be evident that he was not there to return the sword. As a prisoner, he would inevitably be offered to Prince Doran, which could unravel the intricate tapestry of history. Yura was not one to shy away from altering the course of history. Yet he understood the importance of weighing the benefits against the drawbacks. Retrieving Dawn would, under even the most stringent standards of House Dane, ensure his elevation to knighthood was a foregone conclusion. However, even if he were to present the Duke of Stark to Prince Doran, he would not be elevated to the rank of Count. Conversely, as a supporter of the new king, Robert, capturing a duke from the old regime would be more plausible. Certainly, Prince Doran would bestow rewards upon him, yet such recompense would likely be monetary and minimal. For Yura, these coins would merely embellish his circumstances rather than provide substantive aid. The potential drawbacks were considerable. Firstly, significantly altering history could strip him of the foresight he currently possessed, and the fate of Jon Snow could lead to unforeseen magical consequences, which he would ultimately have to bear. After all, if Jon Snow did not confront the White Walkers, he would have no choice but to do so himself. Secondly, should he hand Eddard Stark over to Prince Doran, while Eddard might not harbor resentment, any future attempts to forge a friendship with him would be rendered nearly impossible. Eddard Stark was undoubtedly one of the most valuable allies one could hope for in the realm of ice and fire. The most dire consequence would arise if he unwittingly caught the prince's favor and was summoned to Sunspear as a court knight. That would spell his ruin, leaving him bereft of any means to cultivate his own land. Northman, before you take me back to Starfall, reveal your name, your purpose for infiltrating Dorne, and the reasoning behind your attempt on Sir Arthur's life, Yura demanded as he stepped before Eddard. I killed Sir Arthur, but it was not murder. It was a fair fight. Eddard Stark began to clarify immediately. So you claim to have slain the Sword of the Morning in a duel? If you possess such prowess, how is it that you were so easily captured? Marlon Dane interjected, glaring at Eddard. In his eyes, every word from this northern man was suspect. If you had not shot my horse first, I would not have been so easily ensnared. Eddard lamented his ill fortune. Though he was not a match for Arthur Dane or his dear friend, the giant Robert, he believed he could have held his own against either if not for the ambush that had befallen him. Marlon, Yura interjected, ensuring that Eddard could finish. I am Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell, Warden of the North, he stated with authority. Indeed? You dare claim such a title? You are the Stark Duke. And I am Aegon the Conqueror. I have 3 dragons, Marlon exclaimed, stepping forward once more. Marlon, allow him to finish. Jailer reprimanded Marlon once more before turning to Ed. You must prove your identity, my Lord Duke. My sword, Ice, is a weapon forged from Valyrian steel, the ancestral sword of House Stark. Ed pondered for a moment before responding. Valyrian steel is a magical alloy, light yet incredibly strong, sharper than any other metal, crafted by the ancient Valyrians. Since the fall of Old Valyria, the art of forging this steel has been lost, and only a few thousand Valyrian steel swords remain. With just over 200 in Westeros, among which two-handed swords are exceedingly rare, each possessing its own name and tale, a Valyrian steel sword is sufficient to affirm Ed Stark's identity. After all, those who wield such a treasure invariably hail from ancient and illustrious families. With no motive to impersonate others, Jailer paused, having forgotten this crucial detail. He then nodded to the spear. instructing it to pass him the enormous sword recently seized from Duke Ed. Upon grasping the steel sword, Jailer's initial impression was one of lightness. Ice, comparable in size to Dawn, felt half as heavy as the latter, which was forged from a meteorite. The dark hue of ice shimmered with rippling water-like patterns. A hallmark of Valyrian steel, a testament to the hundreds of hammers that shaped it. At this moment, Jailer's breath quickened, for he vividly recalled that the Duke of Casterly Rock, who possessed the largest gold mine on the continent, had offered an astronomical price to obtain a Valyrian steel sword as his family blade. Indeed, one could assert that 10 ransoms of Ed Stark would scarcely equate to the worth of this sword. You certainly present me with a dilemma, Lord Stark. Is it not excessive to place such weight on honor? Jailer nodded, finding commonality in the sentiments of noble souls faced with similar predicaments. Is this not the norm? How is this normal? He is clearly a deceiver. We apprehended him, and now he claims to have come to return the sword. He merely seeks to trick us into releasing him. Marlin shouted furiously, incensed that the excuse was not even of his own making. Enough, Marlin Dane. I shall not permit you to tarnish the honor of a noble. Jailer, visibly provoked, called out Marlin's full name. He is deceiving you. Have you forgotten the tales you recounted to me in recent days? The villains therein employed such ruses. Stand down. This is an order. Jailer interrupted, raising his voice to prevent Marlin from continuing. Do not forget the oath you took to serve me. Without my permission, you are not to speak. Highgarden and Sunspear are both subordinate fiefs of Starfall, where Jailer and Marlin hold equal standing as vassals under Lord Laemon. Jailer could not overstep his bounds to demand Marlin's fealty, thus reformulating it to an oath of service. However, Meryn still wished to defend himself, but upon seeing Jiro's gaze, he could only retreat in indignation. My Lord Stark, please forgive our recent affront. It is not your fault. Eddard Stark quickly shook his head. We are indeed amidst war. You are free now, my lord, Jiro remarked, returning ice to Eddard Stark. You came to restore the dawn. To raise a sword against you would contravene the hospitality of House Dane. Jiro shook his head. If we meet again on the battlefield, I shall seek you out for an honorable contest. Meryn, observing from the side, felt a sense of urgency creeping in. I thought your tales were meant to teach me how to discern the cunning, but it seems you were merely reminding yourself. You place far too much emphasis on honor. Look, you've been deceived again. Yet, if you did not hold honor in such high regard, when Sir Rowan attempted to bribe him, my head would have already fallen. It cannot be said that valuing honor is wrong. You fools as well. Meryn turned to the 3 guards beside him, realizing that they did not even warn their leader when he was deceived. Why can no one see the truth? I feel so lonely. I am deeply sorry for the death of your horse, Jiro continued, aware that he could not muster the sentiment of genuine remorse. He turned and walked toward his own steed, leaving his back to Eddard. I will compensate you for my horse. You would do well to head north and leave Dorne as swiftly as possible. Prince Doran has summoned all the lords of Dorne to gather at Sunspear to avenge Princess Elia. We are still at war, and should other Dornish cavalry discover your whereabouts, we cannot guarantee that today's events will not repeat. With that, Jiro led his sandy warhorse before Eddard. I cannot accept this, Eddard quickly gestured. I have a spare pack horse. We are not far from Starfall, and once I return there, I shall find a new mount. You, on your long journey, require a good horse. Jiro directly placed the reins into Eddard Stark's hands. Then I thank you. I shall not forget the assistance you provided today. Eddard straightened his posture, expressing his gratitude. I have yet to formally inquire your name. Jiro Dane, Knight of Highgarden, loyal to House Dane of Starfall, Jiro replied. Jiro Dane, I shall remember. When this war concludes, if we both still draw breath, I will personally visit Highgarden to express my gratitude for your noble deed today. Eddard offered a slight bow before preparing to mount his horse. By the way, if it is not too much trouble, I have one more question I wish to pose. Jiro suddenly interjected. As long as it does not pertain to. Eddard's first thought was of the monumental secret entrusted to him concerning his sister, Asheridain. Does that name ring a bell? Before Eddard could finish, Jiro inquired. Yes, indeed. We met at the tournament in Harrenhal. She was serving as Princess Elia's maid. She was exceedingly beautiful, Eddard concluded, lowering his gaze, a hint of color rising to his cheeks. Jiro never imagined he would witness such an expression on Eddard Stark's face. He was momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, he realized that Eddard was only 20 years old, having recently inherited the title of Duke, and had yet to be consumed by the monstrous burdens of responsibility and honor. It was quite natural for someone of his age to exhibit such emotions. You are a knight of House Dane. How is she? Eddard hesitated before posing the question. I cannot ascertain her current state. But once the news of Sir Arthur and Dawn's demise reaches Starfall, her condition will surely deteriorate, Jiro replied. Do you harbor feelings for her? Jero did not respond directly to Eddard's inquiry, but instead asked more bluntly, I heard you once invited her to dance at Harrenhal. Eddard paused, recalling that at that time, his elder brother had not yet met his tragic fate. Winterfell was meant to belong to him, as was the engagement. Jero understood that Eddard referred to the betrothal with Catelyn Tully, the daughter of Lord Hoster Tully of Riverrun, which had originally been arranged for Eddard's elder brother, Brandon Stark. A year prior, Prince Rhaegar had eloped with Lyanna Stark, leaving no word behind. Brandon Stark, the heir of Winterfell, mistakenly believed his sister had been abducted by Rhaegar and, incensed, he rallied a group of companions and stormed King's Landing, demanding that Prince Rhaegar face the consequences. The Mad King, Aerys II, ordered the arrest of Brandon and his companions, demanding that their fathers come to the Red Keep to answer for their son's supposed crimes. Upon their arrival, the Mad King executed the fathers, including Lord Rickard Stark, without trial, alongside their sons. Subsequently, the Mad King demanded the heads of Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon from their guardian, Lord Jon Arryn, who, unable to endure such tyranny, raised the banner of rebellion, igniting the War of the Usurper. Consequently, the inheritance of Winterfell and the engagement to Catelyn Tully, which rightfully belonged to Brandon Stark, fell upon Eddard. I asked if you have feelings for her, Jero pressed. I have my obligations now. They pertain to the alliance between Winterfell and Riverrun, as well as my honor. Eddard still refrained from providing a direct answer, perhaps reluctant to speak untruths, yet his response spoke volumes. Do you sound regretful? Jero narrowed his eyes. I only feel sorrow for Lady Ashera, Eddard Stark replied, looking down. Originally, I intended to clarify matters with her in person during my visit to Starfall. But it seems I must wait until the war concludes to explain. Sorrow? Clarification? So, you do not merely admire her, as the rumors suggest. You were in love at Harrenhal? Jero quickly inquired, seizing the opportunity to unravel the mystery. Yes, Eddard's voice was low, evidently tormented by a profound sense of guilt. Jero suddenly realized that it was indeed Eddard Stark who had once loved Ashera Dane in Harrenhal, rather than the speculated elder brother, Brandon Stark. Upon reflection, this makes sense. Miss Ashera Dane had long admired her brother, Sir Arthur Dane, and given the traditional upbringing of House Dane, it is difficult to envision her being attracted to the roguish Brandon Stark, who bore the blood of the direwolf. Rather, it is Eddard Stark, whose character and sense of honor closely resemble that of Sir Arthur, who would more readily capture her interest. Consequently, the reason for Ashera Dane's tragic leap into the sea after meeting Eddard Stark becomes more comprehensible. Instead of the rumored stillborn child she carried for 2.5 years, the dual blows of her brother Arthur's death and the callousness of her first love, Eddard Stark, led her to despair, rendering her tragic end all the more plausible. Thus, the only remaining question is whether you sullied Ashera and then wed another woman, claiming this as your duty and honor? Jero queried, perplexed. This notion is utterly absurd, although such occurrences are not uncommon in Westeros. Eddard Stark would certainly not engage in such behavior. His son, Robb Stark, would encounter a remarkably similar situation 16 years later. While injured, Robb formed a bond with a young lady from a minor noble family of the Westerlands, and he steadfastly insisted on marrying her, even at the cost of breaking an important betrothal during wartime, one that had provided him with thousands of infantry, hundreds of cavalry, and substantial provisions. Representing the greatest support for House Stark, Robb forsook this alliance to safeguard the honor of a lady. Could Eddard, who raised such a principled son, ever abandon a girl with whom he had established a substantial relationship merely to uphold a political alliance? Sullied? What do you mean? Eddard Stark appeared genuinely taken aback by the accusation, swiftly clarifying that nothing had ever transpired between them. They had merely exchanged tokens and vows. As he spoke, his voice trailed off, perhaps in Eddard's heart. Even this was a significant debt. Rumors can be harmful, Jero mused internally. Following the conclusion of the tournament at Harrenhal in the year 281 of Aegon's Landing, Miss Ashera swiftly returned to Starfall, leading a life of seclusion. During her time in Harrenhal, the man she interacted with most frequently was Eddard Stark. Ironically, after the war, Eddard returned to the north with an illegitimate son, the child of his sister Lyanna, Jon, and shortly after meeting Eddard Stark, Ashera leaped into the sea. This scenario is practically a fertile ground for gossip. Had Jero's former self been in charge, he could have crafted dozens of unique tales in mere moments. Moreover, it is crucial to note that both Eddard Stark and House Dane are renowned for their emphasis on honor. And it is the blemished stories of such revered figures that people most relish. You see, they are just like that, outwardly virtuous, yet who knows what sordidness lies beneath. If there are those who wish to hear, there will undoubtedly be those who fabricate. Whose words have you heard these rumors from? Pray tell me the name. Immediately, a blaze of fury ignited in Eddard Stark's eyes. Are you truly prepared to challenge the slanderer to a duel for the sake of Lady Ashara's honor, my Lord Stark? Jane shook his head, opting to withdraw from the subject. Let us not forget, you already bear your own responsibilities. Eddard paused, standing motionless. An inexplicable sorrow etched upon his features. Indeed, as a married man, he found himself devoid of the privilege to defend her honor in such a manner, lest he bring shame upon his wife, Caitlin. Jane, unable to empathize with Eddard's melancholy, remained oblivious to the feelings of first love and heartbreak, having never held a girl's hand himself. Similarly, Jane did not possess a profound connection to the notions of responsibility and honor that weighed heavily on Eddard. It was not that he lacked a sense of duty or dignity, but rather that these concepts held a more fluid interpretation for him. Jane quietly awaited, refraining from disturbing Eddard until the latter extricated himself from his emotional turmoil. The two then bid farewell, parting ways to the north and south. In Starfall. I shall summarize your recent report. Sir Wilson Shadd, the acting Lord of Starfall, occupied the main seat in the hall, gazing at Jane and Marlon standing below. You encountered Duke Eddard Stark of Dawn on your way to the Pleasure Tower. For reasons unbeknownst to me, you seemed slightly uneasy upon mentioning his name. You intercepted him, and he confessed to slaying Sir Arthur, seizing Dawn. Subsequently, they attacked him and successfully captured him, reclaiming Dawn. Yet, Jane, you took it upon yourself to release Eddard Stark. Is that correct? Not entirely of my own volition, Marlon Dane interjected quickly, gesturing. We all heeded his words. He was released in a most honorable manner. Then, Jane, could you elucidate why you acted in such a manner? Was it solely because Duke Eddard claimed he intended to return Dawn to Starfall? Sir Wilson turned his attention to Jane. Indeed, he asserted that he came to Starfall to return Dawn. If I had insisted on capturing him, it would tarnish the honor of House Dane, Jane affirmed with a nod. He asserted? Sir Wilson raised his voice. You take him at his word? Marlon just stated that you were the one who first proposed returning Ice to Winterfell after the war, and only then did he conjure this excuse. You believed him so readily? To be frank, I did not fully trust him, Jane admitted, shaking his head. However, as long as there exists even a semblance of such a possibility, I could not detain him, for it would cast a shadow upon the hospitality of House Dane. House Dane is resilient, Wilson exclaimed loudly. He killed Sir Arthur. We are at war. To slay in the heat of battle does not constitute a reason for vengeance. Jane countered. Are you even aware that capturing Duke Stark and delivering him to Prince Doran would provide us with immense leverage? Wilson's ire began to rise. It would yield no advantage. Jiro shook his head once more, asserting that Prince Daolong would never genuinely opt for war. Count Lyman was also opposed to the conflict. Capturing Duke Stark would merely hasten the compromise of the usurper, allowing Prince Daolong to project strength among the Lords of Dorne, providing him with a graceful exit. Sir Wilson paused, taken aback. Indeed, Count Lyman had conveyed to him that Prince Daolong wished to avoid war. Yet, how could Jiro, a young lad who trained from dawn till dusk in the practice yard, possess such insight? In contrast to Prince Daolong and House Martell, Jiro continued. Count Lyman is my liege, and the Dane family is my direct allegiance. I would never risk the honor of House Dane to salvage Prince Daolong's reputation. Upon hearing Jiro's reasoning, Sir Wilson fell into silence, recognizing the validity of his words. Eddard Stark appeared south of the Prince's Pass along the ancient Dornish trade route, claiming he had come to return Dawn. Was it not possible? What if he spoke the truth, and the Dane family captured him to present him to Prince Daolong? Such an act would indeed tarnish their honor, something unthinkable for the Dane. Very well, if he is to be released, then so be it, Sir Wilson sighed softly. I have also heard that Eddard Stark, the new Lord of Winterfell, is a man of integrity. When the rebels entered King's Landing, Tywin Lannister had the bodies of Princess Elia and her 2 children wrapped in crimson cloth and presented to the usurper Robert as a token of fealty. The usurper laughed heartily at the sight, while the assembled lords remained unmoved. Only Duke Eddard, in righteous anger, confronted the usurper, asserting that harm should not come to women and children, which led to his release. Count Lyman and Prince Daolong would not impose punishment upon you. Regrettably, you have forfeited an opportunity to gain Prince Daolong's favor. Had you delivered Duke Stark to the prince yourself, you would surely have been summoned to Sunspear to become a knight of the court, accompanying princes, princesses, and the offspring of other great nobles. To be candid, that is my greatest fear, Jiro mused. Well, since the man has been released, further discussion is futile. You both have vanquished formidable foes and reclaimed the ancestral sword Dawn, achieving the requirements for knighthood under House Dane. Sir Wilson rose, approaching Jiro and Marlon. You are both significant vassals of Starfall, qualified to receive the personal accolade from Count Lyman. You may now proceed to Sunspear to seek out the Count. I shall write to him to explain your situation. Alternatively, I can bestow the accolade on your behalf. The choice is yours. Please honor me with the accolade, for it is you who taught me the art of swordsmanship. I hope you will grant me this honor, Jiro promptly replied. Marlin hesitated, having never trained at the practice yard in Starfall, as he had spent his youth serving as a squire to a knight of House Clinton at Griffin's Roost. Until the Battle of the Bells during the War of Usurpers, he served a knight who perished in combat, prompting his return to Starfall to seek new opportunities. According to Marlin's own aspirations, it would be most ideal for him, as the Lord of Sunspear, to receive the personal ennoblement from Count Layman. However, as Gelio had mentioned, should he insist on journeying to the City of Heaven, it would seem rather unbecoming. I feel the same way. Marlin hesitated for a considerable time before speaking. Very well. Then, you shall keep vigil in the chapel tonight. Brother Murphy will instruct you on the preparations for the watch. Sir Wilson nodded. Tomorrow, I shall formally ennoble you. The process of knighthood in Westeros is exceedingly intricate, although it is often disregarded more than half the time, here in Starfall, belonging to House Dane. Everything must adhere to protocol. Indeed. Go now. I must return Dawn to Dawn Tower, where it will await the next worthy hand to wield it. Sir Wilson held Dawn, his gaze fixed upon Gellier, evidently filled with great anticipation. I shall strive for this. Gellier promptly nodded, suddenly recalling something. Oh, there is one more matter concerning Lady Ashera. Oh, did you not previously express disinterest in pursuing the lady? Sir Wilson's expression turned somewhat playful. Not I. Gellier shook his head. It is Eddard Stark. The rumor I inquired about before has now been confirmed. Eddard Stark himself admitted it. The smile vanished from Sir Wilson's face. And Gellier, and noted his expression was not one of shock, but rather dissatisfaction. Indeed, I questioned him. What did he say? He expressed his regret towards Lady Ashera, but declared he had no other choice. Ah, well, Sir Wilson sighed and shook his head. At his station, indeed no one can dictate their own marriage. Not necessarily. His son Robb Stark could, albeit at the cost of doom for his entire family, along with the demise of numerous vassals and soldiers. Yet at least he attained love. Did he not? Robb, do not despair. You have merely lost your head and the entirety of the North, while your father has lost love. In any case, my previous intent was not to deceive you. Sir Wilson continued. Lady Ashera did mention to me her agreement with Eddard Stark. Furthermore, when news of Eddard's betrothal to Catelyn Tully arrived, Lady Ashera did indeed collapse in tears. Nevertheless, that was long ago, and I believe she has moved on. Moved on. You say? She is on the verge of despair. Regardless, I am quite concerned that upon learning of Eddard's slaying of Ser Arthur, Lady Ashera may spiral into despair and undertake some perilous actions that could harm herself. Perhaps you could arrange for her to be closely monitored or find a way to counsel her, Gelio advised. That will not be necessary. The members of House Dane are remarkably resilient. Sir Wilson waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no cause for concern. Chapter 27. The Dawn's divine sword has not perished, however. If you remain concerned, you might consider persuading her yourself, Sir Wilson said immediately after. Me? You are aware that I am not adept in such matters, and my knowledge of her is practically non-existent, Jello replied, furrowing his brow. He genuinely felt at a loss regarding how to engage with women, a realm in which he was utterly uninformed. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for greater understanding? Sir Wilson's words struck Jello as increasingly peculiar. Why do I sense that you are quite eager to unite us? Is there a secret here that I am unaware of? Since you are already aware it is a secret, would I still divulge it to you? Sir Wilson retorted. In any case, all you need to know is that I mean you no harm. I shall ensure that the guards grant you access to the castle's inner sanctum. Young man, do take the time to engage more closely. With a shake of his head, Sir Wilson proceeded toward the door. Even after Sir Wilson had departed, Jello stood still, feeling as though he had grasped a fragment of the intentions behind Sir Wilson's desire to facilitate a connection between him and Miss Ashera, as well as the secret he alluded to. This might have some relation to the prior actions of Sir Rowan against him, but the specifics eluded his understanding. The only connection he could contemplate was Miss Ashera's inheritance. If she were indeed to inherit Starfall, then his mentor, Sir Wilson, who had always favored him, might be attempting to create an opportunity for him. Meanwhile, Sir Rowan and the conspirators behind him sought to undermine his reputation in the eyes of Count Lyman. Both scenarios seemed to align. Yet, the most glaring flaw in this conclusion was that Count Lyman was merely 25 years old. And considering he eventually fathered a son in the original tale, his fertility appeared intact. Was it not absurd for a group to gamble their lives on the hope that Ashera would successfully inherit Starfall? Or did they possess knowledge that he lacked? Jello shook his head, temporarily relinquishing the pursuit of this perplexing question. After all, it would not be long before Ashera leapt into the sea, bringing an end to the conspiracies and machinations surrounding her. Are we truly allowing her to jump? Shouldn't we intervene? Yet, he found himself at a loss for how to counsel her. The betrayal by a first love. The news of a beloved brother's demise, especially at the hands of that very first love. What could he, an outsider, possibly say? Ed Stark did not actually betray you? That seemed ludicrous. The man was married, and his eldest son, Robb Stark, might soon be born. But then again, what if? That notion sparked a glimmer of hope. After all, she had no means to verify it. Jello's eyes brightened, and he hastened toward the interior of the castle. After the maid had announced his presence, Jello waited in the Count's reception room for nearly 10 minutes before the tardy Miss Ashera finally arrived. In the past, Jiro had encountered Ashera several times in Starfall City, albeit from a distance. This was his first opportunity for close contact. The moment Jiro's gaze fell upon her, he seemed to comprehend why this woman could outshine all others at the melee in Harrenhal, eclipsing even her master, Princess Elia Martell, and the Winter Rose, Lyanna Stark. He also understood why both the 18-year-old Eddard Stark and the 45-year-old Kingsguard Ser Barristan Selmy were utterly captivated by her at first sight. Ashera was tall and graceful, as if every inch of her form had been meticulously sculpted. Her dark hair flowed like black silk against the night sky, smooth and glossy, perfectly complementing her porcelain skin, exuding an innate elegance without the need for embellishment. Most striking were her deep, mysterious violet eyes, a hereditary trait of House Dane, locking eyes with her. Jiro almost believed he was gazing into a mirror reflecting his own visage. Could it be that in this world, there existed someone whose beauty could rival his own? As Jiro watched, Ashera glided into the parlor, her skirt swaying gently with her steps, reminiscent of a blooming lily. Her attire was remarkably simple, a nearly patternless white gown, devoid of any additional adornments, clearly indicating she had not gone to any extra lengths to prepare for this meeting. Ser Jiro, it is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? She inquired, taking a seat across from him with a practiced, polite smile. This was a fundamental lesson in nobility. And Ashera, having once served as a handmaiden to Princess Elia, excelled in this regard. Were it not for her direct question, Jiro might have believed her delight to be genuine. Of course, had the news of Ser Arthur Dane's demise reached her, she would likely have been unable to maintain even a facade of cheerfulness. Yes, Jiro replied, straightening his posture. However, what I am about to disclose is of great importance, and I hope we can converse in private. With this, he glanced at the attendants in the room. What did you say? To his surprise, Jiro's request incited Ashera's ire, prompting her to stand and regard him with incredulity. It dawned on Jiro that such a demand was indeed quite impolite for a noble maiden. This time, upon my return to Starfall City, I have brought Dawn. Jiro stated calmly, unperturbed, as this was a matter of public record, unafraid of being overheard. What did you say? Ashera stammered, her shock evident as she covered her mouth with her hands. You mean the ancestral sword of House Dane, Ser Arthur's sword, Dawn? Impossible. The sword of Dawn would never be entrusted to another. As she spoke, her voice faltered, and it seemed she grasped the implications of his words. The artificial smile she had donned vanished entirely. Thus, what I mean to convey is that there are certain matters I need to discuss with you privately, Miss Ashera. Might that be possible? Jello cast another glance at the handmaidens nearby. Leave, all of you. Upon hearing this, Ashera disregarded any notions of traditional etiquette and promptly turned to the maidens, urging them to depart. As the door to the parlor closed, Ashera stepped forward, grasping Jello's shoulders and shaking him urgently. What has happened to my brother? How did Dawn fall into your hands? Fear not, the sword of Dawn yet lives. Ser Arthur entrusted it to me, allowing me to carry back the false tidings of his demise to Starfall, Jello whispered in a tone audible only to Ashera. You mean, hush, Jello swiftly placed a hand over Ashera's mouth. Your voice is too loud. Chapter 28, The Knighthood Ceremony, I meant no offense. Before Ashera could respond, Jello removed his hand from her lips. Observing her demeanor, Jello noted that upon learning of Ser Arthur's safety, her spirits visibly lifted. If he could convince her of this, she would likely refrain from any rash actions. Therefore, Jello chose to recount a selectively embellished narrative to Ashera, detailing how Prince Rhaegar abducted Lyanna Stark, taking her to the Tower of Joy, where she became pregnant. He explained how Rhaegar commanded Ser Arthur Dane and 2 other Kingsguard to protect Lyanna and her child, leading to Eddard Stark's arrival. Ultimately, when Eddard and Ser Arthur met at the Tower of Joy, Eddard discovered that his sister had not been kidnapped by Rhaegar, but had willingly eloped with him, bearing his child. The usurper Robert's animosity towards Rhaegar was well known, and Eddard feared for his sister's son, believing Robert might harm him. Consequently, Eddard and Ser Arthur reached an understanding. They falsely claimed that the 3 Kingsguard had perished, while in truth, Ser Arthur and his companions secretly escorted Rhaegar's son and Lyanna to the eastern continent, fulfilling their oath of protection. My brother is a Kingsguard. It is his duty, and indeed, this is something he would do. Eddard, too, would not wish for his sister's child to come to harm, which aligns with his character. Ashera affirmed, nodding in agreement with Jello's account. Before departing, Sir Arthur entrusted Dawn to me, instructing me never to reveal this matter to anyone. For if this secret were to leak, Robert would pursue them to the ends of the earth, and Duke Eddard would suffer the consequences, Jello continued. However, Sir Arthur did specify that I could share this secret with one person, as he feared you would grieve excessively upon hearing of his supposed demise. Would my brother truly consider such things? I had thought his mind occupied solely by loyalty and honor. Ashara's expression softened as she spoke, her smile now genuine and imbued with the youthful exuberance one would expect. Thank you, Sir Jello. Do I have to wait until tomorrow to become a knight? What am I saying? Does that even matter? In summary, thank you for sharing this information with me. After successfully extinguishing the conversation, Jiro hastily dined at a restaurant before arriving early at the exterior of the Seven Sanctum in Starfall City. The seven gods worshipped by the faith of Westeros are, in fact, seven distinct manifestations of a singular deity, each embodying a different virtue. The father represents judgment, the mother embodies love and nurturing, the warrior symbolizes combat and strength. The maiden signifies innocence and purity, the smith stands for craftsmanship and labor, the crone conveys wisdom, and the stranger denotes death and the unknown. The places of worship dedicated to the seven gods are referred to as sanctums, each adorned with artistic representations of the seven aspects of the divine. In rural sanctums, these may simply consist of carved masks or charcoal drawings on walls, but the sanctum in Starfall City is the most opulent edifice within the castle, housing marble statues of the seven gods embedded with precious metals and gemstones, a level of grandeur that rivals even the great sanctum in the capital of Dorne, Sunspear. After all, the prevalence of knightly culture and the faith in the seven gods is not as pronounced in Dorne as it is in the central regions of the continent. Only lords such as those in Starfall City, which borders the cradle of knightly culture, the Reach, place such significance on these rites. Upon entering the sanctum, Brother Murphle, the custodian of the Starfall Sanctum, welcomed Jiro. Notably, the faith of the seven does not have bishops. Instead, there are archbishops and a high archbishop, the former being the religious leader while the latter constitutes the supreme management of the entire church, below whom all male clerics are collectively referred to as brothers. Please follow me, Brother Murphle said, guiding Jiro deeper into the sanctum. According to protocol, tonight you are to keep vigil before the statue of the warrior, and tomorrow, after your formal investiture, you will keep another vigil before the statue of the father. Only then will the entire process be complete. I understand, Jiro nodded. Do you have your sword, armor, and undyed woolen cloak? Brother Murphle abruptly inquired, as these items are required for the ceremony. We can provide the woolen cloak, but the sword and armor must be your own. Who the hell enters a sanctum fully armed? Am I here to keep vigil or to plunder? Jiro smirked. Will I need them tonight or tomorrow? Tonight, Brother Murphle clarified. Before your vigil, you must place your sword in front of the statue of the warrior and stack your armor beneath it to request strength from the warrior. Tomorrow, you must don the undyed woolen cloak and walk barefoot to the investiture site, demonstrating your humility before the seven. After the investiture ceremony, I will personally anoint you with the seven holy oils. Brother Murphle reiterated the entire process twice before Jiro fully grasped it. He sent his attendant to fetch his sword and armor from his lodgings, thus officially commencing his vigil for the evening. The good news was that the process of the squire's vigil went undisturbed, allowing only Jiro and Marlin to supervise each other, both inadvertently dozing off in the middle of the night. By the following morning, they tacitly assisted one another in concealing this occurrence. Upon receiving the notification from Brother Murphle, Geralt and Marlin began their barefoot journey toward the plaza outside the sanctuary. The lingering chill of late winter made this trek a torturous ordeal for Geralt. Sir Geralt Dane Wilson of Highwind City proclaimed Geralt's domain and name aloud, then placed the sword upon his right shoulder, declaring, in the name of the warrior, I beseech you to be courageous. The longsword then transferred to his left shoulder, as he continued, in the name of the Father, I implore you to be just. Returning to the right shoulder, he proclaimed, in the name of the Holy Mother, I ask you to protect the weak and the innocent. Moving once more to the left shoulder, he added, in the name of the maiden, I urge you to safeguard all women. In the name of the blacksmith, I require you to embody resilience and humility. In the name of the elder, I entreat you to exercise restraint and contemplation. In the name of the wanderer, I ask you to fear neither danger nor death. Arise, Sir Geralt, Knight of Highwind City. I shall uphold this honor and do justice to the name of Dane. Geralt stood in response, fastening his sword belt securely. The second recipient of the accolade was Marlin Dane, yet Geralt chose not to linger for his ceremony. Instead, he followed Brother Murphle back into the sanctuary, reclining upon the stone slab as the brother commenced anointing him with holy oil. Simultaneously, Geralt unfurled the map in his mind, eagerly perusing the long-anticipated data, reputation, 25 honor, 2 dominion, 145 bloodline strength, 0. As he pondered, when did my reputation and honor increase? Geralt found himself lost in thought. Initially, he had intended to secure his official title and establish a base for dominion before contemplating reputation and honor, leading him to neglect these aspects in recent days. Now, confronted with the sudden rise in these statistics, he found himself unable to ascertain when the increments had occurred. Reflecting on recent events, he recalled that Count Lyman had publicly appointed him as his squire, subsequently bestowing upon him a retinue the following day. He had also subdued Marlon Dane, captured and released Duke Eddard Stark, and returned with the dawn. Finally, today marked his formal elevation to Knight of Highwind City. These actions had collectively earned him 15 points of reputation and 2 points of honor, yet the precise mechanism of these increments eluded him. It seemed prudent henceforth to monitor fluctuations in reputation and honor continually, if only to discern some of the underlying mechanics for strategic advancement. Next, Geralt accessed the 2 expansion tabs for his dominion. Legal basis, Knight of Highwind City, 1. Reputation bonus, 25 honor bonus, 20. Current function, unlocking the map of Highwind territory. With resource points indicated. Preview of next level function, Dominion 3 increases map magnification, unlocks detailed distribution and descriptions of resource points within the territory. Considering his current dominion of 145, it became apparent that each point of reputation would yield a 1 bonus, while honor would contribute 10. Thus, achieving a dominion level of 3 through these bonuses should not prove excessively challenging. As Gerlo contemplated, his gaze shifted towards the map, where he discovered the illuminated territory of the hidden High City. In an instant, his eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. The map was densely packed with resource points, rendering it nearly indecipherable. Fortunately, as Gerlo focused his attention on this area, the map was magnified several times, allowing him to discern its true nature. Strictly speaking, this was a topographical map, meticulously reconstructing the terrain of the entire territory, capable of being enlarged up to a scale of 1,000. The resource points displayed were indeed abundant, ranging from fish in the turbulent river, amber, beeswax, timber, dyes, and furs found in the forests along the river's western bank, to the fertile lands in the river valley, various metal deposits in the eastern mountainous regions, and larger population centers, all of which were present. One cannot help but acknowledge that this unexploited expanse of mountains and valleys was a veritable treasure trove. In that moment, Gerlo's mind was flooded with the famous words of Vaserus, "When future historians write my legacy, they will declare that my dynasty begins today." He was eager to explore these resource points, yet was suddenly interrupted by the voice of the monk Murfiel beside him. "Sir Gerlo, the anointing ceremony is complete. You may now sit in prayer before the statue of the Father in the hall, awaiting tonight's vigil." "Very well," Gerlo replied, for he indeed sought a tranquil environment. After donning his outer garments and restoring his composure, he approached the statue of the Father and began to meditate. Once in a state of contemplation, Gerlo reopened the map in his mind, beginning his examination. His initial focus was on the icons representing mineral resources, and as he anticipated, there were indeed dozens of marked mines within the vast territory of Hidden High City. Firstly, in the expansive river valley bordering Hidden High City and Blamon City, there was a medium-sized shallow-impact gold mine, accompanied by a small amount of silver and a significant quantity of copper. Along the turbulent river, several points were marked for gold-bearing sand, classified as low, medium, and high in gold content, alongside small copper and hematite deposits. In the mountainous fault zone to the east of Hidden High City, numerous gold, iron, and tin tungsten mines were indicated. However, the gold mines were all situated at depths above the mid-level, and given the region's surface predominantly composed of granite, the prospect of mining with current technology was virtually non-existent, leaving only a small quantity of surface iron or worth considering for extraction. As for the scattered small lead zinc mines and other deposits, there was no longer any need to deliberate on their viability. Thus, Gerlo's primary objective was to commence the extraction of the shallow mine in the river valley. No, he thought, shaking his head. To exploit this boundary gold mine now would entail sharing at least half the profits with the northern Blamon family. Wasn't that absurd? Who, if not me, could have discovered this gold mine? In this era, the true gold mines lie within the volcanic open-pit mines of the Westlands and the Valyrian Peninsula. To uncover the shallow alluvial gold deposits situated 20 meters underground, one must delve deep into the earth, yet they remain oblivious to its existence, yearning instead to share the spoils with me. Furthermore, it is not solely the Blamont family that seeks a share. Those above them, and even higher, desire a substantial portion. Prior to his meeting with Count Lyman, Giro had spent an entire night scrutinizing the qualifications for Starfall, while also perusing the laws regarding mineral extraction in Dorne and Westeros. As a subordinate territory of Starfall, any revenue derived from the extraction of precious metals in Highgarden must yield 70 to 90% to Starfall, depending on the annual output of the minerals. To elucidate, when converted to golden dragons, if the annual yield is 5,000 dragons or less, 70% is owed. For amounts exceeding 10,000 dragons, 80% is required, and for output surpassing 30,000 dragons, 90% must be surrendered. After receiving contributions from Highgarden, Starfall is then obliged to remit 30% of its gains to House Martell of Sunspear, a ratio reflective of Dorne's autonomy. The Westerlands, however, are far more ruthless. Goldspire is the largest gold-producing region in all of Westeros, yet the Lannister family of Casterly Rock reaps the majority of the rewards, leaving the Lethford family of Goldspire in a state of impoverishment akin to mere gatekeepers. Jiro, of course, would not simply relinquish his funds without a thought. While he ultimately intends to secure dominion over Starfall, sending money to Count Lyman now would seem pointless when retaining it for his own endeavors holds far greater significance. Moreover, the portion that Starfall must remit only further resembles a feudal gesture. Would he foolishly rush to mine, reducing himself to a beggar? As Jiro pondered, his gaze returned to the map, resting upon the locations of the gold and copper deposits. Perhaps it would be more prudent to forego the veins in the valley for the moment and focus instead on developing these placer deposits. The gold content in placer deposits pales in comparison to that of veins, while the latter can yield hundreds of grams or even several kilograms per cubic meter. Even high-quality placer deposits barely exceed 15 grams per ton. However, the allure of placer mining lies in its low technical requirements, devoid of barriers, allowing for independent operation without the need for technical assistance from the Citadel. Additionally, these sites reside entirely within his territory, sparing him the intrusion of those from Blamont City seeking to stake their claim. Following this line of thought, Jiro swiftly formulated two ideas. Firstly, historically, landowners and powerful figures have seldom paid taxes dutifully unless coerced. Concealing and misreporting yields have long been commonplace. By independently extracting these placer deposits, the profits he reaps will be entirely at his discretion. Secondly, one must proceed with caution. Presently, I carry the significant responsibility of assisting the inhabitants of the Starfall City in the Wangwashan region. Typically, one would expect this endeavor to span 2 or 3 winters, amounting to over a decade. In the preceding years, I merely needed to present some evidence of the successful acclimatization of the local populace and substantiate the existence of the gold mine to the Earl. Albeit without immediate prospects for extensive development, this would suffice to instill in the Earl a sense of hope for the future. In a few years, once my army and fortress are fully established, and I have successfully fostered a sense of shared interests and cultural identity among the mountain dwellers, I would then possess the authority to engage in negotiations. Taking a deep breath, I resumed my examination of other resources. If the gold vein remains untouched for the time being, relying solely on gold dust and minor copper mines, while they yield a stable and substantial income, would prove insufficient as the foundation for developing my territory. I must also seek to exploit additional resource points. Compared to metals, the tax rates on salt and wine, alongside most other industries, are considerably lower. Upon scrutinizing the map, I found myself reflecting on the stark disparity in abundance between the eastern and western banks of the turbulent river. The western shore boasts dense forests and mountains brimming with vegetation, while the eastern bank is characterized by lush valleys, with the higher elevations largely barren. According to the resource point annotations, high-yield resources such as amber, beeswax, timber, furs, dyes, coal, and fertile soil suitable for agriculture, as well as populous settlements, are predominantly located on the western bank. However, an unfortunate complication arises regarding the land between the western bank of the turbulent river and the western foothills of the Crimson Mountains, which is mired in contention. The Dane family, historically referred to as the kings of the turbulent river, claimed dominion over the mountainous and valley regions on both banks of the river. The system map reveals that parts of the western bank have been unlocked, indicating that the Dane family's millennia-long claim has been acknowledged by the system. The dilemma lies in the fact that approximately 3 centuries ago, the conqueror Aegon Targaryen, accompanied by 3 dragons, unceremoniously delineated the turbulent river as the boundary between Dorne and the Reach. Consequently, the Dane family, as a lord of Dorne, found over a third of their territory situated within the Reach. The rulers of the Reach cannot refute the fact that Starfall City has governed that land for a millennium. Yet they are unwilling to allow Dorne to unjustly benefit from this arrangement, possibly as a form of retribution for the deaths of many Reach knights at the hands of the Dane family in previous conflicts. Thus, they assert that should the Earl of Starfall City travel to Highgarden and pledge fealty to Duke Tyrell, they would acknowledge the Dane family's claim over the land on the western bank of the turbulent river. In reality, there are numerous instances of such dual allegiances, where a nobleman serves as both a lord of England and of France, holding lands in both realms and having sworn fealty to both monarchs, a practice not uncommon. In the realm of ice and fire, such conditions are tantamount to the humiliation endured by Count Dane when he dispatched the proxy knight of Duke Tyrell in their duel, leading to an unceremonious end to their meeting, a matter still unresolved to this day. Should the current model of autonomy for the mountain dwellers persist, it is likely that no further disputes will arise between the parties involved. However, if one were to embark on extensive development along the western shore, it appears that no significant issues would arise. Jiro suddenly realized he might have been overthinking the situation. The lofty peaks of the Red Mountains rendered the lords of the Riverlands utterly incapable of deploying forces across the mountains to the western banks of the Tumbledown River. Should they genuinely wish to provoke conflict, their only recourse would be to surround Starfall directly with their navy. Yet such an act would escalate matters beyond mere private skirmishes between lesser lords, plunging the Riverlands into full-scale war with Dorne. It is inconceivable that the Tyrells would commit such folly. At most, they might express their disdain verbally, and even if they were envious of his burgeoning success, their recourse would lie in appealing to the Iron Throne. After all, seated upon that throne is his good brother, Eddard Stark's close ally, Robert Baratheon. When Dorne capitulates next year and Robert weds, Jiro plans to attend the festivities in King's Landing and request Eddard to introduce him to Robert. In essence, is not the king akin to a brother in arms? Could he truly oppose him? With this thought, Jiro's spirits were lifted, although numerous tasks still awaited him. The resource map bestowed upon him a profound sense of security. He desperately needed such tangible assurances to bolster the morale of his troops. Everything he possessed thus far, the trust of the Count and the friendship of Eddard, was built upon a series of deceptions. These circumstances left him with an overwhelmingly surreal sensation, akin to walking upon a precarious edifice, where a single misstep could lead to catastrophic ruin. Jiro abhorred this feeling, yet he found himself with no alternative but to persist, a source of torment throughout his recent days. However, the situation had now changed. With the markers on the map, he comprehended fully what his next steps must entail, confident that the outcomes would align with his desires. When he generously spent to recruit the mountain folk, he no longer fretted over the repayment of such expenditures. Once he settled those he had gathered, he was relieved of the burden of arranging their futures and the obligation to ensure their prosperity. When he next approached Count Lyman for funds, he would be equipped with ample evidence to present a promising future to the Count. In time, when the history of House Stark is penned, they will declare that my dynasty commenced from this very day. Have you seen his smile? How devout he appears. A monk gazed from afar at the meditative figure of Jiro. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I have encountered such a scene. Another monk nodded in agreement, lamenting how the young knights of Starfall City have grown increasingly restless in recent years. During the religious ceremonies, each one bore a furrowed brow, and some even queried me after the conferral ceremony whether they could roam freely during the day and return only at night to stand guard. What sort of notion is that? To elevate such individuals to knighthood is nothing short of a disgrace to House Dane. In stark contrast, Sir Jello epitomizes piety. Observe how he has remained seated in stillness for so long, not even shifting an inch, with a smile gracing his lips. Surely, the Heavenly Father has answered his prayers, engaging in communion within his heart. While the stranger has taken Sir Arthur from us, the Father and the warriors have bestowed upon us Sir Jello, which may indeed be a blessing for the Dane family. May the seven gods be with him. May the seven gods be with him. After his elevation, Jello spent 3 days in Starfall City hiring 2 mercenary companies. One was led by an old mountaineer named One-Eyed Javier, recommended by Sir Wilson, comprising a squad of 28 longbowmen and 16 crossbowmen. The other was a cavalry detachment led by a middle-aged knight named Sir Muko, totaling 6 individuals, including Muko himself. Additionally, Jello recruited 30 new soldiers and equipped them with spears. Consequently, his entire force swelled to over 110 men, among whom 30 originally belonged to the Starfall City Guard, and 5 were mercenary cavalry under Sir Muko, all clad in leather armor. Sir Muko himself donned chainmail, while the majority were equipped merely with reinforced cotton garments and basic armaments. Jello had intended to further supply them with better gear. However, the entire stock available in Starfall City and its surrounding towns had been seized by Count Lehman's army, thwarting Jello's plans. Similarly unfortunate was Jello's endeavor to procure a stockpile of grain in Starfall City for transport back to High Hidden City. As most of the surplus had been commandeered during the Count's campaign, grain was crucial for Jello in winning over the mountain folk, and thus he was compelled to undertake a personal journey by ship to the town of Yingwu in the River Bay region, where he acquired a substantial quantity of grain, a shipment of pig iron, and a few ready-made weapons. Due to River Bay's capitulation to the usurper and Dorne's continued resistance, Jello approached in disguise, ensuring he did not alert the Lord of Yangguo, and hastily returned after completing his purchases. Approximately 10 days later, Jello finally beheld once more the fortress perched upon the cliffs. Unlike his solitary departure before, this time he returned with an army. As Jello and his entourage grandly entered Paul village, the villagers, who had gathered here without knowing the reason, were instantly engulfed in panic, scrambling to flee. This unforeseen turn of events took Jello by surprise. While still in Starfall City, he had meticulously reviewed the territorial reports concerning High Hidden City. Pao village is nestled at the foot of the majestic High Hidden City, distinguished as the sole village of vassals among the 6 under its jurisdiction, and serves as a primary source of revenue for the city. As the largest group of loyal subjects within the territory, one would naturally assume that they have little reason to fear their lord. However, Jiro soon perceived an unsettling truth: the village was far too populous. According to reports, Pao village's total population should not exceed 300, given that, despite its fertile land and secure terrain conducive to agriculture, its proximity to the Lord's castle alleviated concerns of raiding by hostile mountain dwellers. Yet, the vassals, as tenants of the Lord, do not own the lands they till. The vast majority of their harvest must be surrendered, leaving only enough for sustenance. In the event of war, they would be unconditionally conscripted to the front lines. In contrast, the conditions of autonomous citizens appeared significantly more favorable. Thus, few had questioned the accuracy of these figures until now. Good heavens! The reality is that many among them are unregistered. Jiro finally understood why Steward Hutton had been so eager to hasten his departure and why. Despite being heavily taxed by his own father, Hutton could still muster 50 gold dragons for him. Pao village had paid taxes for 2 to 3 decades based on a count of fewer than 100 households, yet the actual number, judging by the current situation, had undoubtedly surpassed 500. Enjoying the fertile valleys while simultaneously relishing the privileges of autonomy. What a cunning game, Hutton. Last time, Jiro had returned to High Hidden City alone, taking a direct route up the mountain without passing through the village. This time, however, burdened with an army and numerous mules, he had taken a detour. Unexpectedly uncovering this significant revelation, he halted. Jiro had no intention of further alarming the villagers, commanding his men to cease their advance. He requested one of them to summon Steward Hutton. Before he could finish, old Hutton emerged from the village, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Hutton appeared to struggle to muster a smile, his expression more reminiscent of sorrow. "You have returned, my lord." Before Jiro could respond, Marindane interjected, correcting him. "Sir Jiro has defeated Duke Eddard Stark of Winterfell, reclaimed the ancestral sword Dawn for House Dane, and has been officially knighted as a Knight of High Hidden City." "Yes. Yes," old Hutton nodded vigorously, "my lord. Do you have no explanations for any of this?" Jiro arched an eyebrow, feigning anger. In truth, he felt no ire at all. Rather, he was inclined to celebrate, for Hutton's machinations had undoubtedly saved him considerable effort. The initial stages of any endeavor are invariably the most challenging. Based on Jiro's projections, he anticipated that relocating the current population to the valley would require at least a year. By then, the late winter and early spring would have already passed. In order to establish a positive example and gain the trust of the mountain dwellers, one must rely on the population to gradually attract them with wealth, thereby accumulating both populace and riches. When winter descends once more, the remaining mountain folk will inevitably rush down to join one. However, remarkably, the nascent form of the first model village has already materialized. This nobleman, I suspect, has directly brought forth an army, causing old Hutton to stammer in fear. "Does my father know of your actions?" Suddenly recalling Sir Wilson's earlier words, Jello inquired curiously. "Does Sir Hogg have any inkling?" He likely knows a little. He is aware that you secretly allocated the Lord's lands to some squatters, but he is unaware of the extent of your audacity." Jello nodded. "You have effectively relocated your entire clan, haven't you? Does your clan truly have so many members? It seems that you have thrived over the years by pilfering from me." Upon hearing this, old Hutton trembled, his legs buckling beneath him as he fell to his knees. The middle-aged man following old Hutton also knelt, while the other villagers, witnessing Jello's army halt, temporarily ceased their flight, hiding behind the village structures to observe the unfolding situation. "My lord, all the blame rests solely on my shoulders. If you wish to kill someone, let it be me." Old Hutton trembled, prostrating himself on the ground. "I beseech you to spare them. They will repay the owed rent and taxes." As he spoke, his courage waned, his voice gradually fading. "What shall you repay with? Future income? Do you intend to continue stealing from me?" Old Hutton found himself speechless, knowing Jello spoke the truth. The debts accumulated over the years could never be repaid. "Go ahead and kill me, my lord." Suddenly, a middle-aged man beside Hutton spoke up. "The idea of relocating the clan to the river valley was entirely mine. My father, He was merely misled by my persuasion. Silence. Moan. You have no say here. I am the clan leader. Why should I not have a voice? If anyone should be held accountable, it is I. Is it possible that both of you deserve death? Jello interjected, interrupting the quarrel between father and son. Not just the two of you. Your entire clan must pay for your actions. Old Hutton, terrified, nearly fainted, only revived by Moan's continuous shaking. Enough, rise. Come with me back to High Hidden City first, Jello commanded, having sufficiently intimidated them. I require a detailed report on the events that have transpired in High Hidden City over the years. Why you? The order left Hutton's father bewildered. You do not intend to kill us? Are you questioning the honor of Sir Jello? You wretches. Marin Dane immediately retorted. Do you believe that the knights of the Dane family would massacre unarmed peasants? No, 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 Moan swiftly shook his head. We are merely perplexed. If the esteemed Sir Jello does not intend to suppress us, why have you returned with an army? Jello intended to respond to Moan's inquiry, but as the words lingered on his lips, he hesitated, suddenly realizing that he could amplify his display of authority. During Xiangyang's reforms, there were those who slandered and questioned his laws, and he exiled them. After the new laws were enacted for some time, praises began to emerge. To which Xiangyang retorted, these are the people of disorderly laws, and subsequently exiled them as well. From that moment on, no one dared to discuss the reforms. Authority is not to be debated. It demands acceptance, not equal discourse, but absolute obedience. So, why must I report to you about bringing an army back to my own territory? Jello inquired with a smile. Not at all, Moan replied, immediately dropping to his knees again, having just stood unsteadily. Come with me to the castle. Jello finally diverted his gaze from Moan and asked, by the way, can the two of you represent the villagers of the entire Paul village? Essentially, yes, Butler Hutton nodded. Jello acknowledged with a nod and turned to ascend the mountain path. Realizing his initial assumption was correct, the majority of the relocated populace in Paul village belonged to Butler Hutton's clan. This would facilitate management significantly. With trepidation, the Hutton father and son followed Jello's entourage back to the High Hidden City, enduring a tense wait in the castle hall until dusk before learning of Jello's summons. All right, let us begin your report, Jello commanded, seated in a sturdy wooden chair in his study, perusing the territory's accounts without glancing at the two men before him. Or shall I remind you where to start? No, that will not be necessary, the elder Hutton replied weakly. Jello had already dined, while the Huttons had remained famished during their wait. Remember, I can offer you a chance for atonement for past transgressions, but you must pledge absolute loyalty to me. From this moment forth, should I discover even a single lie from you in my presence, it will lead me to believe that my forgiveness was a grave error. Thank you, my lord, thank you. The Huttons felt a surge of relief upon hearing the word forgiveness, as the tension that had gripped them for much of the day began to dissipate. As for atonement and loyalty, were they not merely expected? Begin, Jello instructed. The butler Hutton did not hesitate any longer and commenced recounting events from over 20 years ago, when he had already served as the steward of High Hidden City for 7 years, alongside other roles that had contributed to his service of over a decade. He had discerned a pattern. The lord of High Hidden City never returned to this castle whenever tax collection was due. It was Hutton who personally delivered the goods exchanged for currency to his lord residing in Starfall City. Over time, he began to exploit this situation for personal gain, bestowing vast tracts of uncultivated land near Paul Village to his relatives while concealing these lands and their inhabitants from the lord. At that time, he had been reported by disgruntled former villagers. However, Sir Hogg, Jello's father, dismissed the matter lightly, remarking that since the land was lying fallow, as long as Hutton could perform his duties effectively, he might as well let him have his way. From that moment on, Hutton grew increasingly audacious, and the number of mountain dwellers he relocated to the river valley continued to rise, eventually leading to the entire clan along with some allied clans and refugees being moved to Paul Village. To balance the relationship between the new and old villagers, Hutton's steward adopted a policy whereby everyone would jointly bear the burden of the original population tax and rent, thus making the original inhabitants of Paul Village beneficiaries as well. Coupled with Sir Hogg's earlier words hinting at indulgence, no one dared to report Hutton any longer. Consequently, Paul Village gradually evolved into its present state, and the Hutton family reaped substantial rewards from this development. Seeing you all like this, don't the people from other villages feel envious? Jello inquired, puzzled. The other villages, which included some outside mountain dwellers, indeed had many scattered individuals migrating to various river valleys. However, due to the absence of someone to spearhead and support them, their numbers were not significant. I chose to turn a blind eye to these situations and did not levy taxes or rents on them according to the standards for subjects. You have truly been a tremendous help to me. Yes, my father once remarked that since the land was lying fallow, it It was indeed permissible for you to relocate those mountain dwellers, correct? Jello smiled. Establishing trust between the Lord and the mountain dwellers is notoriously challenging. As Count Lyman previously stated, the lenient policies extended to the mountain dwellers could incite discontent among the old river valley inhabitants and the plainsmen, who bore heavier taxes and labor obligations. Thus, previous lords, after enticing the mountain dwellers down with promises of low taxes and rents, would quickly treat them the same as the original subjects, leaving little room for trust on either side. However, Hutton's steward had successfully woven a bond of trust within the territory of High Hidden City over a span of more than 20 years. As long as he could redefine his actions from secretly pilfering from the Lord of High Hidden City to portraying the benevolent and generous Lord sharing his treasures with all, that would tell a different tale. Jello was unafraid of inciting hostility from other nobles in the region, for he had already reported to Count Lyman. The opinions of others were inconsequential. Does he wish to be canonized? Hutton, upon hearing Jello's words, quickly shook his head. Sir Hog does not. What I assert exists, exists. Jello interrupted the old steward. From the very beginning, your relocation of your clan to Paul Village, to allowing the mountain dwellers to freely cultivate the river valley while retaining their autonomous status and not imposing heavy taxes upon them, all stemmed from my father Sir Hog's directives. He merely wished to avoid being perceived as an anomaly among the knights, which is why he entrusted you with executing this command in secrecy, ensuring that your actions would not be held accountable, and the previously owed rents and taxes would not need to be repaid. This, in itself, was a boon granted to you by the Dane family of High Hidden City. The steward Hutton and his son Moan exchanged bewildered glances, their minds momentarily paralyzed. Could they ensure that this proclamation would rapidly disseminate among the various communities within the territory of Gawain City, encompassing the vassals, the autonomous citizens, and the unnatural hill dwellers? Certainly. Hutton the steward nodded vigorously, now grasping the intent of his new master. Should the Lord's benefaction become a prevailing perception, his prior actions would be rendered as exploiting the commands of the Gawain Knights for the advantage of his own clan. Although Sir Hog's orders applied to all hill dwellers, he had solely relocated his clan to the river valley, appropriating the benefits exclusively for his kin. This would inevitably create a profound discord between his clan and all other hill dwellers, compelling them to rely heavily on the Lord's protection, thus forfeiting their chance to return to the mountains. In any case, even if Jiro's troops ravaged the entire village of Paul, the villagers would never reclaim the rents and taxes owed from the previous 2 decades, rather than dwell on the past. It would be more prudent to leverage this situation to retain them as true vassals, thereby facilitating future exploitation. Hutton the steward dared not lift his gaze to Jiro's countenance. The young man, barely 14, exhibited a cunning that sent shivers down his spine. Moreover, unlike my father, I do not mind being the outlier. Therefore, I have resolved to inherit and publicly uphold my father's policy. Jiro granted Hutton half a minute to absorb his previous remarks before continuing. Next, I shall permit the hill dwellers throughout the Gawain territory to freely settle in the river valley. I will allocate land to all, while preserving their status as autonomous citizens. The autonomous citizens will retain the privileges they enjoyed in the mountains, exempt from military and labor service, only required to pay a tithe of 10% in kind, with the stipulation that the produce must be sold to me first, albeit at standard market prices. Furthermore, observing Hutton's stunned expression, Jiro added, the villagers of Paul, including the original vassals, will also be granted autonomous citizen status. What? Hutton was utterly flabbergasted. Having managed Gawain City for 30 years, he had interacted with numerous nobles. If Jiro suggested that the previous 20 years were inconsequential, given that heavy taxes were forthcoming, it would not affect the other nobles. However, Jiro's current command not only refrained from oppressing the soon-to-be isolated villagers of Paul, but also relinquished other fertile lands to the hill dwellers. His profits would not merely stagnate, but would also incur the hostility of the entire nobility from the Scarlet Mountain region. Had he completely misjudged the situation? Was his return to Gawain not for the reclamation of territorial rights, but rather a response to divine inspiration? Did he aspire for canonization by the church? St. Jiro? Would a grand cathedral be erected here in the future? Steward Hutton felt compelled to offer a word of caution, suggesting that perhaps before issuing this decree, he ought to solicit the opinion of the Count of Starfall City. If the Count, Jiro interjected, waving his hand, had already granted his consent to my actions before returning to Gawain. What? Does Count Lyman aspire to be canonized by the church? The actions of the High Hidden City will predominantly impact the territories of Starfall City and Blamen City. Observing the circumstances in the High Hidden City, the inhabitants along the turbulent river, both commoners and mountain folk alike, are undoubtedly envious. You shall not continue to question, but will faithfully execute my command, correct? Of course, my lord. Hutton replied, sensing Jiro's displeasure and promptly swallowing his inquiries, bowing respectfully. Excellent. Now, the third matter at hand is to enlist soldiers for me. Enlist soldiers? But my lord, you just mentioned your intent to grant autonomy to everyone. Autonomous citizens are not required to serve in the military. What I mean is to enlist volunteers, not conscript soldiers. As Jiro spoke, he placed a substantial pouch of gold dragons upon the table. Every autonomous citizen selected to join my army will receive a salary ranging from a maximum of 1 gold dragon to a minimum of 1,000 copper coins annually, with double pay during wartime. Moreover, if a household has a member serving in my army, the entire family shall attain the status of citizens. What? Who in their right mind would forsake the privilege of being an autonomous citizen to become a commoner? Hutton felt as though his 30 years of service had been rendered meaningless as he struggled to grasp the thought process of his new master. The citizens of the High Hidden City are unlike those elsewhere. My citizens enjoy the benefits of autonomy while also receiving ample provisions from the High Hidden City each winter. Furthermore, certain industries within the High Hidden City's domain can only be engaged in by citizens, who will also share in the profits. What industries are present in the High Hidden City? Hutton inquired, puzzled. Gold mines, copper mines, iron mines, coal mines, lumber yards, amber, dyes, furs, and in the future, there will be arms factories, mercenary groups, and trade fleets. Agriculture also holds tremendous potential for improvement. There are many wetlands in the valley unsuitable for wheat cultivation but ideal for rice. As long as one can procure rice seeds, if they exist in this world, the population capacity of the High Hidden City will significantly increase. Hutton, are we speaking of the same High Hidden City? Indeed, future prospects shall not serve as present arguments. What we must utilize to persuade everyone now are these tangible riches and the provisions I brought back from Starfall City. While the residents of Paul Village may not be starving at present, those in the mountains cannot withstand the allure of food in this harsh winter. Duan Miao will accompany you to locate them, recruit them, and bring them back to me. My lord, please trust in the loyalty of Paul Village. To Jiro's surprise, Hutton seemed to misunderstand his previous statement, standing upright. I assure you, Paul Village will provide the most soldiers among all clans. Chapter 34. The Rise of Infantry. The mountain folk on the Dorn side of the Crimson Mountains can generally be categorized into 3 groups: clans, villages, and individual households. Firstly, there are the clans, whose principal inhabitants are the ancestors. Approximately 12,000 years ago, these ancestors traversed from the eastern continent to Westeros via the still intact arm of Dorne, gradually dispersing across the land. Among them, a portion settled in the Red Mountains, becoming the region's most ancient denizens. The predominant ethnic group in the villages comprises a blend of the ancestors and the Undulls, who arrived by ship around 6,000 years ago, invading this land. Armed with iron weaponry, they vanquished the ancestors, who wielded bronze, seizing vast territories beyond the north. Some of these Undulls also settled in the Red Mountains after crossing the expansive desert in central Dorne. Their communities existed in the form of villages, under the dominion of lords. However, as time passed, these Undulls and ancestors gradually amalgamated and increasingly joined the resistance, ultimately gaining the power of self-governance. The autonomous populace that the Lords of Starfall could account for primarily originated from the villages, as well as clans like the one to which the steward hadn't belonged, which actively sought collaboration with the Lords. As for the final scattered individuals, their composition was quite intricate. They encompassed a diverse array of people and lacked substantial settlements. They ventured into the mountains either due to the disappearance of their original oases, which compelled them to migrate westward, or simply to evade heavy taxation and warfare. Often, only a few households congregated, forming no substantial power and maintaining little contact with outsiders. Nevertheless, the scattered individuals constituted a minor proportion of the total population, prompting Jalo to temporarily disregard them, focusing his recruitment efforts on the clans and villages. While Hedden and Sunspear traveled to various settlements to recruit soldiers and promote new policies, Jalo invested in summoning a workforce. Initiating the construction of a camp and watchtowers near the gold and shallow copper mines he intended to exploit first. The soldiers gradually recruited were not immediately trained but were prioritized for construction tasks. Simultaneously, Jalo lavishly recruited a number of craftsmen from Starfall's territories and sent for a scholar proficient in geology and alchemy from the city to oversee the copper mining. However, he kept the gold mining endeavor concealed. Jalo instructed the craftsmen to create a batch of simple gold panning boxes based on his provided blueprints. These boxes, wooden on the outside, contained filtering and sifting mechanisms within. When in use, they could be placed in a river or stream bed, allowing the water flow to wash gold-bearing sand into the box. With manual stirring and sifting, the gold-laden sand would remain inside while the barren sand would be expelled. Ultimately, Further processing of the gold-containing sand would yield gold. Although this rudimentary panning box was certainly less efficient than modern equipment and required considerable labor, it represented a technological advancement compared to the traditional methods of gold extraction prevalent in that era. 2 months swiftly passed, bringing the year 283 of the Age of Egan to its conclusion. At this juncture, the extraction of copper and gold ores has largely stabilized, and the rudimentary defensive system surrounding the mining area has been preliminarily established. Concurrently, the recruitment efforts orchestrated by Hutton and the Broken Spear have reached their conclusion. Including the 250 individuals provided by Paul Village, a total of nearly 200 new soldiers have been gathered for Jello. It is said that many mountain clans, enduring exceedingly harsh living conditions, have seen virtually all able-bodied men enlist upon receiving provisions, and they have migrated with their families into the river valley. It must be acknowledged that the treatment afforded to Paul Village over the past 2 decades has significantly bolstered Jello's reputation. The mountain dwellers harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the villagers of Paul, yet this disdain is primarily fueled by jealousy. Upon learning that they too could enjoy similar conditions, everyone eagerly sought to join. However, a concern arose in Jello's mind. The majority of the new recruits hailed from the eastern bank of the turbulent river, while responses from the western bank were scant. He could discern the reasons behind this phenomenon. Firstly, the western bank's soil is more fertile, leading to less survival pressure on its inhabitants, who had not yet reached the point of selling their lives for food. Secondly, the population there is larger, with many clans of considerable size, resulting in stricter control over their kin and a greater resistance to subjugation. After careful deliberation, Jello decided to temporarily postpone his plans to reclaim land on the western bank, opting instead to solidify his influence on the eastern side first. As the families of the new recruits obtained their status as subjects and began participating in the mining operations, Jello gradually started to withdraw these new soldiers from construction and production tasks. Soon, the first batch of 400 young and robust individuals, meticulously selected by Jello, was dispatched to their new camp in the river valley to commence initial military training. Among them, 100 hunters were designated as archers, despite the absence of longbows for the time being. The remaining 300 were organized into an infantry company, with 256 forming a phalanx of 16 by 16, while the rest served as polearm soldiers, arranged on either side of the formation, even though they too lacked spears and halberds. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. Prior to formal weapon training, they required preliminary instruction in agility, courage, formation, and physical conditioning, a phase Jello set for 2 months. By that time, the weapons he had ordered for purchase and fabrication would naturally arrive. Historically, following the mid-13th century, the heavily armored cavalry, knights, that had dominated Western Europe for centuries began to decline. This initial phase of decline was significantly influenced by 3 types of weaponry: the improved crossbow, the English longbow made from yew, and the spear wielded by the Swiss. This phenomenon is referred to as the resurgence of infantry. Among the users of these 3 weapons, apart from the crossbowmen, the other 2 types were difficult to replicate due to their extensive training requirements, which was unacceptable to the Western European monarchs who rarely maintained standing armies. English longbowmen needed to practice from a young age to achieve a high level of accuracy and the stamina to sustain rapid fire. The Swiss people exhibit a similar phenomenon. Each company within the Swiss phalanx consists of individuals from the same region. They commence their technical training from a young age, honing their skills through rigorous and prolonged practice, ultimately achieving an unparalleled level of organizational prowess and iron discipline, reminiscent of the grandeur since ancient Rome. This enables them to maintain formation while charging as an exceptionally long pike phalanx. These 2 military formations are precisely what Jello aspires to replicate. With a plethora of skilled hunters and formidable mountaineers at his disposal, Jello possesses the finest pool of soldiers for this endeavor, along with ample resources in terms of both time and finances. Although his initial company may not comprise solely of compatriots, once he thoroughly subjugates the entirety of the High Hidden City territory and even the entire Starfall City domain, he can emulate the Swiss model. He will require each prominent clan and village to maintain at least 1 company of troops, while smaller clans and hamlets will contribute other types of soldiers. Thus, after several years, he will be able to amass a substantial elite legion, poised to deliver a shock to the lofty knights from the common folk at the opportune moment. Future historians will undoubtedly regard this day as the dawn of the infantry's ascendancy. Regarding the currency in A Song of Ice and Fire, a privileged 7-day ad-free reading card can be obtained by all registered users. The previous inaccuracy concerning military remuneration has sparked some debate, and it has now been rectified to reflect a complete salary range, with the standard wage set at 1 0.000 copper coins, equivalent to 178 silver stacks, though some may still consider this excessive. Here, I wish to elucidate the currency system of A Song of Ice and Fire. Those unfamiliar with the original text may disregard this chapter. Each time I write about currency-related segments in A Song of Ice and Fire, it feels akin to swallowing a fly. The original work presents the concept of currency in a remarkably abstract manner, with no equilibrium among productivity, purchasing power, and fiscal data. Martin seems to have written it rather haphazardly. For instance, a complete set of high-quality plate armor, including a gorget, greaves, and a full helm, costs about 4 gold dragons. However, at Robert's tournament, the prize for the victor of the jousting event with pikes amounts to 40,000 gold dragons, with the runner-up receiving 20,000 gold dragons. The winner of the melee combat team receives 20,000 gold dragons, while the archery champion gets 10,000 gold dragons. Additionally, it is noted that the victors of the tournament can claim the armor of the defeated as spoils, which constitutes the main source of income for the participants. Such a disparity in rewards, a factor of 10,000, is indeed abstract. To illustrate further, Bran Stark, the son of the Lord of Winterfell, was assassinated, and the assassin received 90 silver stacks. The lady of the house lamented that her son's life must hold considerable value. Meanwhile, 6 silver stags could entice a mercenary to venture forth to slay the Hound, a figure of significant repute across the continent. Yet, Peter Baelish, a knight from an extensive but lesser branch of a noble family, has a ransom valued at 100 gold dragons, equating to 21,000 silver stacks, which is over 200 times the worth of the Duke's second son. For instance, Count Lush Bolton of the Drefford, as the second most powerful lord in the north, commands an army of at least 3,000 infantry and a considerable number of cavalry. However, he marries a girl from House Fry solely because the Freys are willing to provide a dowry of silver equal to the girl's weight. Assuming the girl weighs 400 pounds and that a silver stag weighs merely 1 gram, which is an unrealistic assumption as currency of such lightness does not exist. With a more reasonable weight being at least 3 grams, the dowry from the Freys amounts to a mere 200,000 silver stacks, worth less than 1,000 golden dragons. With such a modest sum, the second most formidable lord of the North feels unprecedentedly affluent. Meanwhile, the Iron Throne, without engaging in warfare or extensively building a navy, squandered the immense wealth inherited from the previous dynasty over the course of several years, accumulating a staggering debt of 6 million golden dragons. If we consider a suit of armor to cost 4 golden dragons and the standard for a knight to be 3 horses costing a total of 10 golden dragons, this 6 million golden dragons could equip hundreds of thousands of knights. Even if not for equipping knights, it would be quite effortless to allocate a portion of that amount to support a standing army of 10,000 infantry for many years. Yet, there exists only a garrison of 2,000 in King's Landing, comprised of an unorganized rabble. The royal family's ability to borrow such vast sums indicates that banks perceive them as capable of repayment. However, the King of Westeros possesses the taxing rights solely over 4 cities: King's Landing, Old Town, Salt Shore, and White Harbor. Moreover, other examples abound. Salladhor Saan claims that his fleet of over 20 ships incurs monthly expenses of 23,000 golden dragons. When Tyrion Lannister joined the Second Sons, he drafted a promissory note, providing each soldier, the second son's number at least 2,000, with 100 golden dragons, 10,000 golden dragons to Casperio, another 10,000 golden dragons to Tiberio, and 100,000 golden dragons to Ben Plum, along with 50 of the most fertile lands, a castle, and an accompanying title of count. This currency system within the original narrative does not signify an economic collapse. It rather illustrates the absence of a coherent economic framework. A Song of Ice and Fire deliberately avoids specific numerical values in most cases, with concrete purchasing power figures appearing primarily in supplementary material like the Hedge Knight. However, the nature of this text as a tale of agrarian life necessitates some engagement with monetary values. I intend to publish a separate chapter this weekend to establish a consistent framework regarding productivity and purchasing power in this book. This endeavor is somewhat extensive. I previously attempted to calculate it based on 14th century Western European standards, which proved unsuccessful, leading to a vague treatment of specific currency values in the latter parts of the book. As the year 284 in the Age of Aegon draws to a close, through the relocation of mountain folk and the recruitment of troops, Gerald's reputation has surged from 25 to 45 over the past 2 months. However, reputation is built gradually. Gero has not discerned any patterns within this process, nor has he determined precisely what actions yield specific increases in reputation. If one were to speculate, it might be inferred that allowing more individuals to become acquainted with him and enhancing their evaluations of him could lead to an elevation in reputation. As for another significant metric, honor, it remains unchanged at 2, thus elevating Jiro's dominion to 165, which leaves him 135 short of unlocking detailed resource point information. To be candid, Jiro eagerly anticipates this information. Given the current minerals in his territory, the documentation merely indicates that they are found in open pit, shallow, mid, and deep layers, lacking specifics regarding their depths or the areas within the resource point with the highest metal content. This ambiguity leaves Jiro uncertain about which mine to exploit next. His initial choice of a copper mine has already resulted in a minor setback, despite the system indicating it was shallow. They excavated over 30 meters into the ground before finally unearthing copper ore, which proved to have a low copper content. Under the guidance of a scholar, Jiro's workers relocated to another site, where they eventually discovered ore with a higher copper content at a similar depth, steering the mining operation back on course. Had he possessed more detailed data, Jiro could have circumvented such missteps. Consequently, regarding the coal mine on the west bank of the turbulent river, along with its accompanying amber resources, Jiro is currently hesitant to proceed. Most coal deposits lie over 100 meters deep, and the mapped resource points encompass an extensive area of several dozen square kilometers, without identifying the most suitable location. Any hasty mining attempts would be a sheer waste of manpower. Having temporarily abandoned further development, Jiro began preparations for the upcoming new year. He received an invitation from Sir Wilson, the acting Lord of Starfall, to celebrate the holiday there. In response, Jiro opted to convene the village heads, clan elders, and newly appointed officers from his army at High Hidden City for a grand feast. Simultaneously, several prominent clans from the west bank of the turbulent river dispatched significant representatives to attend Jiro's banquet, eager to discuss the new lord who had recently made waves on the east bank. In the days leading up to the feast, the invited guests arrived early at the temporary inn in Paul Village to rest. Most attendees were taken aback by Jiro's invitation, as it is unprecedented in the history of High Hidden City and indeed all of Westeros for nobles to host their vassals within their own castles. Moreover, the banquet scale was quite grand, catering at least to the status of landed knights, a sight nearly unseen by these mountain folk. Yet, while the leaders of various factions gathered at High Hidden City in anticipation of the feast, Jiro himself was not present. He was approximately 15 kilometers north of High Hidden City, allocating land to the newly arrived mountain inhabitants. As stated in the Prince, a ruler should work in a place visible to the people. In simple terms, every good deed that transpires must be attributed to the sovereign, allowing the people to recognize the king's influence. Although the prince may not serve as a definitive guide for kingship, it undoubtedly offers significant insights for a newly appointed lord like Jiro. When it comes to bestowing land upon the newly settled mountain folk, it is imperative for Jiro to be present. Otherwise, these individuals would remain oblivious to whom they owe their gratitude. Jiro offered 2 types of land to the mountain inhabitants willing to settle in the valley, the first being sustenance land, which, as the name suggests, provides each household with enough land to feed themselves adequately. Those with family members serving in Jiro's army can claim ownership of sustenance land without the burden of rent or taxes. In contrast, free citizens lacking lordship status possess only usage rights to the land and must pay a tithe of 10% in kind. Additionally, the lords may apply for up to twice the amount of sustenance land for rent, while free citizens can apply for rental land equivalent to the size of their sustenance land. Unlike the tax-exempt sustenance land, these rental lands incur a rent of 20 to 40%, with higher proportions imposed on larger applications. However, the rates remain lower than those of neighboring lords. Allowing the populace to apply for land is a subtle tactic employed by Jiro. He has promised land without taxation, and while he has provided sustenance land to ensure they are fed, he does not hinder their desire to contribute to the territory. The arrival of Jiro incited cheers from the crowd, who chanted the name of this unprecedented benevolent lord. Wherever he ventured, the nearby populace prostrated themselves before him. In that moment, Jiro seemed to grasp the sentiment experienced by Daenerys, the mother of dragons, and Meereen. She merely shattered the shackles of the slaves, offering them a hollow future and unsupported promises, which compelled so many freed slaves to kneel and call her mother. In contrast, Jiro presented tangible land and provisions to help them endure the harsh winter. He warmly greeted the crowd before finding a prominent spot for visibility, announcing the commencement of land allocation. The actual distribution of land was executed by clerks brought from Starfall City and newly appointed officials in the villages, while Jiro's role was to sit atop a platform, receiving the admiration and gratitude of his subjects. Since the land measurements and other preparations had been largely completed over the preceding 2 months, the day's ceremony resembled more of a formality, concluding at dusk. When Jiro later checked his reputation panel that evening, he discovered that the day's endeavors had granted him an increase of 5 points in reputation, and to his delight, his honor had also risen slightly. It was then that Jiro comprehended the distinction. While reputation is influenced by words and public sentiment, honor is determined solely by actions. The true increase in honor was accounted for only when the land was formally entrusted to the lords. In the subsequent 2 days, Jello traversed 2 new river valley settlements, participating in land grant ceremonies, which elevated his prestige to an impressive 60. Ultimately, his prestige panel read, Prestige, 60 Honor, 3 Dominion, 19 Bloodline Strength, 0. The evening before the banquet, Jello returned to High Hidden City. The 3 new settlements collectively contributed nearly 5,000 inhabitants to Jello's domain, though the majority were dependents of soldiers, whose labor force had dwindled following the enlistment of their family members. Nevertheless, Jello felt a profound sense of satisfaction at achieving such results early on, had it not been for the existence of Paul Village. Establishing trust with the mountain folk might have taken an interminable amount of time. Currently, individuals were migrating from the mountainous regions east of High Hidden City to the river valley daily. While the western bank of the torrential river boasted a population several times that of the eastern shore, given the current trajectory, Jello harbored confidence that he would eventually establish himself as their sovereign. However, he held little hope of persuading the clan representatives to submit to him by tomorrow. When personal interests, including life and death, are at stake, individuals tend to exercise extreme caution. Furthermore, one must ponder whether the rulers of these clans would resist dominion for the sake of their private gains and lust for power. Sir Jello, you have returned. Upon stepping into the hall, Jello was greeted by the voice of Scholar Edwin, the metallurgical expert he had summoned from Old Town. After guiding Jello in the excavation of the copper mine and the construction of the smelting furnace, he had returned to High Hidden City. Oh, Scholar Edwin, Jello said respectfully. I appreciate your efforts during this time. As the Lord of High Hidden City and a Knight of the Dane family, you need not be so courteous, Edwin replied, evidently disliking such formalities. I merely express my respect for knowledge, Jello responded with a smile, fully aware of Edwin's scholarly nature. He recognized that Scholar Edwin was a figure of erudition, adorned with a scholar's chain featuring 4 types of metal: black iron representing raven studies, brass denoting geology and alchemy, bronze symbolizing astronomy, astrology, and history, as well as gold representing economics. Notably, both brass and bronze were represented twice. Each metal on the scholar's chain signified a domain of knowledge, serving as a testament to the scholar's expertise, with repeated metals indicating profound mastery in those fields. Jello, eager to recruit someone as knowledgeable as Edwin, longed to keep him in High Hidden City to serve his interests. Yet, he understood the impracticality of such a desire. Thus he endeavored to cultivate their relationship through a shared appreciation for knowledge. With the knowledge accumulated as a modern individual, Jiro often found himself able to engage with the topics presented by Bachelor Edwin, which endeared him to the young knight who, unlike others of his ilk, exhibited a respect for knowledge. Indeed, when Jiro expressed his admiration for learning, Bachelor Edwin relaxed his previously tense demeanor and smiled. What seems to be the matter, Edwin? Have you something to discuss with me at this late hour? Well, sir, now that the matters concerning the copper mine have reached a resolution, I am preparing to take my leave. I have further research awaiting my return to the academy. If it pleases you, could you arrange for a party to escort me tomorrow? A resolution? This is merely the beginning. There are still abundant mines in Gaoyin City awaiting your attention. Jiro mused internally, yet he promptly acquiesced to Edwin's request. After all, Gaoyin City, as a knight's domain, was not entitled to the prolonged service of a scholar, particularly one like Edwin, who was striving for the highest academic rank of a doctorate at the academy. Establishing a cordial relationship now would serve well in the future. When Edwin successfully attained his doctorate and Jiro had amassed sufficient strength, he could formally invite him to serve. Having exchanged pleasantries with Bachelor Edwin, Jiro returned to his study to review the ledgers of Gaoyin City. The overall situation indicated a healthy financial status. Even without withdrawing the 500 gold dragons from Sir Manfuri at the Old Town Bank, he still had nearly a third of the funds he had received from Count Lyman. The expenditures were primarily focused on the construction of the copper and gold mines, followed by the establishment of camps and watchtowers near the 2 mining sites, as well as the military encampment close to Gaoyin City, with the remaining funds allocated for the purchase of food and weapons. Thanks to Jiro's lack of intent to equip the army with armor in the short term and the annual payment structure for soldier wages, he anticipated no significant expenses in the immediate future. Moreover, as the copper and gold mines were poised to begin yielding returns shortly, Jiro even considered the possibility that if he slowed the pace of development, he might not need to borrow additional funds from the Count to sustain operations. Of course, it was unrealistic to forego borrowing altogether. Time was invaluable. Furthermore, if he maintained a considerable number of soldiers without seeking funds from Count Lyman, it would likely raise suspicions that he was concealing income. Shaking his head, he turned the page and focused on the military payroll plan. He established 4 tiers for his legion's companies, with all recruits commencing their service at the lowest rank of the ordinary company. After completing an initial training period of 3 months, successful candidates are formally inducted into military service, during which they receive an annual salary of 1,000 copper coins, roughly equivalent to 178 silver deer. This remuneration slightly surpasses the income of ordinary mercenary groups, amounting to about half that of seasoned mercenary companies. To ensure loyalty within the ranks and to attract a greater number of mountain dwellers, particularly those from the western bank of the turbulent river, Jiro has established this enticing baseline salary. The primary allure of this position lies in the fact that unlike mercenaries who earn based on individual contracts, soldiers receive their full annual earnings, with their monthly salary doubling during wartime. The second tier consists of the elite vanguard company, where each soldier earns an annual salary of 35 silver deer, nearing the compensation level of seasoned mercenary groups. Standard companies must achieve an excellent rating in every quarterly assessment for 3 consecutive years to be promoted to this level. Given the low likelihood of any company achieving excellence in their first year, the first elite vanguard company will not emerge until at least the 4th year. Once a company is promoted to the elite vanguard status, unless it suffers significant losses necessitating a large influx of new recruits, failure to meet assessment standards results in the forfeiture of this status for the year, with reinstatement possible the following year without the need for a 3-year reevaluation. The third tier is the pinnacle company, where each soldier earns an annual salary of 60 silver deer, approaching the salary standard of hired cavalry. They serve as the shock troops of the entire army, capable of maintaining a cohesive formation across any terrain and executing running assaults in formation on relatively flat ground. The fourth tier, the Royal Guard, can only be attained by pinnacle companies that have accumulated sufficient military achievements, granting them the legendary top salary of 1 golden dragon per year. Within the High Hidden City Legion, all ratings are based on the company unit, a mechanism devised by Jiro to strengthen unity and collaboration within each company, as well as to foster competition among the clans and villages backing each unit, thus emulating certain aspects of Swiss organization. The values and purchasing power of currency are estimated based on food as a benchmark. Please note that this section is derived from certain original data and is intended solely for the setting of this narrative, lacking scholarly significance. For those indifferent to data, feel free to skip this section. The exchange rate is as follows. 1 golden dragon equals 210 silver stags. 1 silver stag equals 56 copper pennies. Purchasing power, here taken as a median, subject to considerable fluctuations due to seasonality, warfare, and the inherent quality of the items. 1 wheat equals 1 copper penny. A sausage and a mug of ale equals 1 copper penny. A pack horse costs 150 silver stags. A trained horse costs 3 golden dragons. A war horse costs 9 golden dragons. Leather armor is valued at 40 silver stags. A complete suit of chainmail at 3 golden dragons. A full suit of scale armor at 6 golden dragons. And a full suit of plate armor at 10 golden dragons. An ocean-going ship is priced at 5,000 golden dragons. Productivity and income, this is calculated for summer, over a complete cycle of 1 winter and 1 summer. The actual data would range from 4 to 6 times these figures. A farmer in the Riverlands with 10 acres solely cultivating wheat generates approximately 0.15 golden dragons annually, in terms of output, around 6 silver stags yearly as a tenant farmer's income, and about 18 silver stags annually as a free farmer's income. Additional income may be derived when the farmer's wife engages in weaving. A knight owning 100 such tenant farmers in the Riverlands sees an income of approximately 5 golden dragons per year. Note, most of the land yields in Westeros are inferior to those of the Riverlands and the Reach, and this data does not account for the detrimental impact of military service, corvée labor, and various burdensome taxes on agricultural output and farmers' income. All productivity data is based on wheat. When farmers cultivate other cash crops, the generated value will naturally be higher. Additionally, the exploitation of various resources on a lord's estate can yield greater returns. However, typically, unless the estate possesses a port, mines, or breweries, agriculture will constitute a significant portion of the lord's total income. Reference data, by the end of the 13th century and into the 14th. Wheat yields in Europe range from 80 to 100 bushels. In the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, summer wheat can yield 2 harvests in a year. While in the winter, southern regions yield only one harvest with a significant reduction, and the north ceases production altogether. A suit of chainmail worth 3 golden dragons in Westeros equates to 280 bushels of wheat, while a Milanese suit of plate armor in the 14th century was valued at approximately 35,000 bushels, making it roughly equivalent to 3 golden dragons. Considering the lower technological advancement in armor crafting within the world of A Song of Ice and Fire compared to 14th century Europe, the costs of production are likely doubled, rendering this calculated figure acceptable. In the camp of the Dornish coalition at the Red Viper's encampment, Sir Manfred Martell observed the noble knights greeting him, feeling a sense of normalcy returning to the world. As a knight of House Martell of Sunspear, a cousin to Prince Doran Martell and the overall commander of the Dornish forces, Oberyn Martell, he was indeed a significant figure. Wherever he went, he was met with utmost respect. Did not all the lesser nobles and knights feel compelled to curry favor with him? Throughout his life, had he ever known defeat? Only that cursed Starfall City, let it be, for I shall never set foot in that wretched place again. Taking a deep breath, Sir Manfred Martell entered Oberyn's military tent with an air of buoyancy, as he had been summoned by Oberyn himself. The guard knights outside did not impede his entrance. Upon stepping into the tent, Manfred beheld his cousin, who was deep in contemplation over a map at the Grand Round Table. Oberyn's eyebrows were delicately arched, yet his eyes beneath were as dark as an eternal night, seemingly harboring the shadow of a venomous serpent. His nose and forehead were sharply defined, lending him an appearance of keen intelligence and shrewdness. His black hair was smooth and lustrous, adorned with a few silver strands, forming a distinctive widow's peak above his brow. "Cousin, I bring good news from Bright Moon," Manfred proclaimed, tempering his previously jubilant demeanor as he stepped forward. Given his understanding of Oberyn, it was quite unusual for him to be alone. Had he entered to find Oberyn in the company of a woman, or perhaps even 2, or men, he would have thought nothing amiss, for that was the nature of Oberyn, known as the Red Viper. Oberyn earned this moniker partly due to an incident at the age of 16, when he was discovered having an affair with the Count Edgar Ironwood's mistress. The Count challenged him to a duel, during which Oberyn coated his blade with poison, ultimately leading to the Count's demise. Additionally, serpents symbolize desire, and at the tender age of 26, Oberyn had already fathered numerous illegitimate children across the eastern continent, just beyond the Narrow Sea. However, at this moment, Oberyn was indeed solitary. More accurately, he had remained in this state ever since the news of his sister, Princess Elia Martell's murder in King's Landing, reached Dorne. Manfred was acutely aware of his cousin's profound anguish and thirst for vengeance. "I have persuaded Count Joss Brightmoon to align himself with our pro-war faction," Manfred continued. "But you have not swayed Count Layman Dane," Oberyn interjected, raising his gaze. "Persuade him? You might as well slay me. The forces of Starfall City are less than half those of Bright Moon, and among the nobles of Dorne, they hold little sway." Oberyn's voice rose sharply. "Yet, the Dane family's reputation is second only to ours, the Martells. Ever since Count Layman arrived at Sunspear, boldly opposing the war, those who favor peace have found their backbone. Even Count Anders Ironwood has begun to publicly oppose me. The Ironwood family, the second most powerful in Dorne, was tasked with guarding the borders between Dorne and Stormlands, holding the title of Blood Royal and commanding the largest standing army in all of Dorne. Years prior, Oberyn had poisoned the grandfather of Count Anders Ironwood, which led to his exile to the eastern continent. Had it not been for the outbreak of the War of Usurpation, his return to Dorne would have been far more arduous. As the Illinwood family aligned themselves with the faction of the Faith, the internal balance of the Dornish armies shifted dramatically. What was most infuriating to Oberyn was the realization that his brother, Prince Doran, harbored an inner reluctance to wage war against the usurper. Observing Oberyn's furious demeanor, Sir Manfred dared not interject. He had come to recognize that the current state of the Allied camp had diverged significantly from what it had been when he departed. His recent pride in successfully persuading Lord Blamon now seemed utterly insignificant. "We must adopt a more proactive approach to instigate the war. Leaving my brother and the other nobles with no alternative," Oberyn continued. "Prince Viserys has already been crowned as King Viserys III on Dragonstone. My brother often claims that Dorne could never defeat the Six Kingdoms, yet we need not confront the entirety of them. Our immediate objective is to invade Storm's End and deliver a decisive blow to the usurper's forces. A singular victory would suffice to rekindle the dormant loyalists, compelling the indecisive Lord Mace Tyrell to reconsider his stance. But our time is running out," Oberyn pressed on. "The usurper is assembling a navy to assault Dragonstone, and the surrender of the Riverlands has granted him the fleet of House Redwyne from the Arbor. Should they launch an offensive on Dragonstone and capture King Viserys, we will lose all opportunity. What can we possibly do? Without Prince Doran's command, Our entire army remains idle, Sir Manfrey replied with a wry smile. To secure Prince Doran's orders, we must achieve consensus among the Dornish lords. I had intended to lead my mercenary company into battle alone, but I cannot leave this place. If I do, I fear that Lyman Dane and Anders Illenwood will incite my brother to disband the army entirely. Therefore, I require someone to take my place in command. You cannot possibly mean me? Sir Manfrey's lips twitched, as he sensed that the world had yet to realign itself. You will merely be a nominal figure. The true commander will be Deputy Commander Phazon. He has fought alongside me in the disputed lands for several years and is a competent leader. He knows how to provoke those traitors and entice the enemy to attack Dorne. Your involvement will solely serve to demonstrate that House Martell orchestrates these events from the shadows. Surely my participation will not conclusively prove that House Martell is behind this? Protested Sir Manfrey. Both the Dornish lords and the usurper's men are well aware that I am your man. Then, do you have a better candidate? Oberyn narrowed his eyes. Anyone would do. Manfrey blinked rapidly before a thought struck him. I actually do have someone in mind. Who? The Knight of Highgarden, Sir Lyman Dane. That Lord Lyman has always opposed you, has he not? Let us send his chief vassal, a Knight of House Dane, to instigate the war. We shall see how he responds then. Manfrey exclaimed with excitement, silently relishing his own cleverness. Gerald Dane? Oberyn furrowed his brow. Recalling the name of that impetuous lad who had captured Eddard Stark only to release him without ransom. Yes, that is indeed him. Manfrey nodded eagerly. A man of honor. Oberyn scoffed derisively. Honor will not aid us in winning this war. He ought to have delivered Eddard Stark to me. Although I too was surprised by his decision to let Stark go without demanding a ransom. Our current discussion pertains to another matter. Manfrey spoke cautiously. What makes you think Gerald would be willing to serve us? Because we can offer him gold, substantial amounts of it. Gold? What led you to associate the notion of payment with the Dane name? Oberyn found the idea preposterous. It seemed rather peculiar. Manfrey scratched his head, suddenly feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Based on his interactions with Gerald in Starfall, he was convinced that Gerald was a man easily tempted by wealth. However, the subsequent release of Eddard Stark without a ransom had been a stark departure from his previous impression of Gerald. Yet, having ventured this far, Sir Manfrey felt compelled to continue. However, Gerald once told me explicitly that as long as the gold was sufficient, he would assist us in any endeavor. Oh? Is that so? Oberyn fell into deep contemplation, though Manfrey's earlier remarks had seemed somewhat disjointed. The allure of enticing a Dane to instigate war was undeniably compelling enough to delay their offensive plans by half a month. Allowing Manfrey to return to Starfall and bring Gerald back. Gerald Dane remains in Starfall, correct? Oberyn inquired further. Indeed, Lord Layman intended to bring him to Sunspear. But perhaps upon realizing that his kin had perished in battle, he chose not to risk bringing him along, Manfrey explained. Just then, a more critical point dawned upon him. And he quickly added, his brothers fell at the Trident. His hatred for the usurper is as fierce as ours. Whether he values honor or gold, I believe he would accept our invitation. You shall depart immediately for Sunspear, taking 3 steeds with you. Oberyn, upon hearing this, hesitated no longer. He promptly removed his gilded belt adorned with emeralds and handed it over. This signifies our sincerity. Inform him that upon success, he shall receive even more. King Viserys will elevate him to the title of Earl of Sunspear. Should he wish to leave Sunspear, he will be granted a castle befitting his station in the Riverlands or the West. Yes, I shall convey this to him. Bring Gerald Dane back to me within a fortnight, Oberyn commanded, pausing momentarily before adding, and you shall march with him into battle. What? The banquet held by Giro in the high-hidden city concluded splendidly. Following the festivities, Giro seized the opportunity to select and promote a cadre of industrious lower officials. He then devoted several days to managing the affairs of his territory before embarking on his journey to Starfall City to celebrate the new year. On this occasion, Giro was accompanied by Meryn Dane, the Spearbreaker, 20 guards he had brought from Starfall City, and 20 newly recruited mountain warriors to bolster his security forces. Although the invitation had been extended by Sir Wilson, Giro harbored no doubts about his intentions. However, he remained cautious regarding others. Giro was acutely aware of the benevolent actions he had taken in High-Hidden City, generously allocating tax-exempt subsistence fields to the mountain folk, hiring individuals to provide agricultural guidance, supplying seeds for the forthcoming spring planting, and allowing them to retain their status as free citizens. To the nobles of the Crimson Mountain region, this was tantamount to a calamity. Although he had reported these developments to Count Lyman, the Count could scarcely have anticipated the magnitude of Giro's endeavors. Initially, Giro had sought permission under the pretext of establishing a gold mine, which naturally led the Count to believe his actions would be confined to the valley surrounding the mine. Consequently, only a handful of clans would benefit, amounting to at most a couple of thousand individuals, with minimal impact on neighboring areas. Fortunately, the era's lack of efficient transportation and slow dissemination of information meant that the nobles were blissfully unaware of the upheaval brewing in their territories. After all, a tenant farmer who was required to surrender 70% of his earnings could simply flee his land, masquerade as a mountain dweller, and seek refuge with Sir Jiro, transforming into a free citizen liable for only 10% taxation. Who would not seize such an opportunity? Moreover, with lords dispatched to war across the land, this was indeed an opportune moment for escape. Regrettably, news travels slowly. By the time the happenings in Jiro's territory became known and verified, the Dorn army would likely have disbanded and returned home. Nonetheless, Jiro was not inclined to offend all his neighbors prematurely. He planned to wait until Count Lyman inquired about it, at which point he would issue a decree forbidding his territory from accepting refugees from other lands, while promising to assist in repatriating any tenant farmers who had sought refuge within his domain, thus providing everyone with a semblance of dignity and silencing dissent. The journey from High Hidden City to Starfall City was not arduous. A walk along the riverside path would take merely 3 or 4 days, and by boat, one could arrive in less than a day. However, the treacherous stretches of the turbulent river dissuaded Jiro from taking to the water. Upon reaching the bridge connecting Starfall City to the eastern bank of the turbulent river, he was astonished to find Sir Wilson, the acting lord of the city, awaiting him. Hastily dismounting, he approached on foot to pay his respects. Sir Wilson. Jiro had not spent much time in this world, and the memories he had assimilated from the original owner were marked by extreme indifference, which rendered him emotionally detached from those around him. However, his feelings towards Sir Wilson were different. His respect for this mentor was genuine and heartfelt. Sir Jello, I have heard that you have recently undertaken a significant endeavor. Sir Wilson, typically characterized by his cheerful demeanor, today wore an expression of grave seriousness. Do you truly comprehend the implications of your actions? He remarked, casting a glance at the guards behind Jello. Indeed, there are quite a number of them. It seems you are aware of the peril you have placed yourself in. Is the danger really that profound? Jello replied with a sheepish grin. Profound. Sir Wilson raised his voice. Are you certain you grasp the repercussions of your decisions? Jello awkwardly touched his nose. For most of the cultivated land, and over half of the tenants within the territory of Starfall City were directly under the governance of Starfall itself. Consequently, it was the Earl of Lehman who would be most affected by his actions. Now, confronted and questioned by the acting lord of Starfall City, Jello felt a pang of guilt and uncertainty on how to respond. I understand your intention to attract mountain dwellers to increase the population of your territory, and I am aware of the ludicrous tax rates you have proposed, which are certainly profitable for you given the abundance of fertile yet fallow lands in the Highlands territory. As long as there are hands to cultivate them, your revenue will inevitably rise. But have you considered that the Highlands model is not replicable for other lords? The Highlands boast vast river valleys, whereas the other knights of Starfall possess only true mountainous regions, deserts, and arid wastelands. They lack the surplus farmland to offer to the mountain folk, and can only maintain their basic expenses by imposing heavy taxes on their scant number of tenants. Your actions threaten to sever their only source of income. In pursuit of their interests, they will resort to every conceivable means to attack you before the Earl. And behind the scenes, they will employ all possible tactics against you. Perhaps having spoken too fervently, Sir Wilson found himself momentarily breathless by the end of his tirade. Jello, taken aback by the intensity of Wilson's admonition, had initially presumed that the source of his anger stemmed from the losses incurred by Starfall City due to his rule-breaking actions. To his surprise, Wilson's primary concern was indeed the question he had posed earlier. Do you realize the danger you have placed yourself in? I will ensure my safety and provide an explanation to all the lords of Starfall City, ensuring that Earl Lehman is not placed in a difficult position. Jello assured after a moment of contemplation. Oh, how do you intend to do that? Jello promptly recounted his plan to prohibit his territory from accepting refugees from other regions and his commitment to assist in repatriating tenants who had fled to his lands. However, Sir Wilson, upon hearing this, expressed dissatisfaction. Such measures will not suffice. They will not be persuaded unless you can guarantee the flawless implementation of these two policies. Can you? Sir Wilson inquired. How is that even feasible? Unless we meticulously catalog every tenant within each territory and create a portrait of each individual. How can we refuse those fugitive farmers who masquerade as mountain dwellers? How do we repatriate them? At best, we might send back a few who do not disguise themselves well or appear less convincing, merely to save face for everyone involved. Jello's mood had somewhat soured. Sir Wilson had just reminded him of a crucial matter. The majority of the territory within Starfall City consisted of mountainous regions and desolate deserts. In contrast, Highwind City, with its vast river valleys on both banks of the swift river, boasted a significant amount of arable land, ranking among the best in Starfall City, and indeed across all of Dorne. Previously, Jello had pondered why certain lords preferred to leave their lands fallow rather than distribute them to the mountain folk at a lower tax rate. Now, he understood that his previous ignorance stemmed from a lack of empathy. The lords were not unwilling to share, but rather had no land to give. Simultaneously, this revelation indicated that the situation for the landowning knights beneath Starfall City was far more dire than he had anticipated. Thus, his actions, which were detrimental to their livelihoods, could indeed provoke far greater animosity than he had foreseen. Perhaps I could offer some compensation to those knights? Jello tentatively inquired. What could you possibly offer them? Your meager 1/10 of the tangible taxes? Or that so-called gold mine of yours? Do not forget that the majority of the gold mine's profits will not be yours to claim, Sir Wilson remarked with a frown. By the way, how is the progress on developing the gold mine? Have you confirmed its location, depth, and the gold content of the ore? Remember, the losses you have inflicted upon Starfall City must be compensated by this gold mine. Should any issues arise with it, Count Lyman will not forgive you. As for the gold mine, I have yet to discuss it with the Blamont family, so development has not commenced. However, I have proactively developed a copper mine, which contains a high copper content. Currently, 2 mining shafts are operational, and profits will soon follow. You discovered another copper mine? Sir Wilson was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook his head. Speaking of the Blamont family, are you aware? The greatest threat to you does not stem from within Starfall City. You secured Count Lyman's consent before taking action. As long as he is alive, they will not dare to create any significant disturbances. Your true adversary is the Blamont family. Blamont City commands the largest river valley in the Swift River Basin, being one of the primary grain-producing regions in Dorne, with nearly 50,000 tenant farmers within its territory. If your land policies trigger a mass exodus of farmers from Blamont City, it will be beyond Count Lyman's ability to manage, potentially even inciting war. The river valley enjoys ample sunshine, a suitable climate, and abundant water resources, coupled with fertile soil rich in nutrients and organic matter. Typically, agricultural yields in such areas surpass those of the plains, let alone the scattered oases of Dorne. The Blamont family remains relatively low on the list of Dorne's lords due to their overly secure position and lack of military preparedness, yet their potential is immense. I seem to have considered this issue more thoroughly. What? Sir Wilson expressed his surprise. I have calculated the time. It will take at least 6 months for the land policies of the High Hidden City to spread throughout the major settlements within the territory of Blamont City and to manifest tangible negative repercussions. If, by that time, the war between Dorne and the usurper has not concluded, Blamont City will undoubtedly lack the leisure to concern itself with my affairs. This will provide me with an opportunity to readily accept the fleeing farmers from Blamont City. Should the war between Dorne and the usurper come to an end, the emergence of peace will not immediately restore stability to the situation. Even if Blamont City is incensed, it will first choose to protest to Count Lyman, then seek recourse at Sunspear City, and only as a last resort will it dispatch troops against me. This entire process will take no less than 2 years. So, what difference does it make whether it is 2 years earlier or later? I warn you. Do not expect Count Lyman to rally the armies of Starfall to wage war against Blamont City for your foolish actions as soon as Prince Daron issues an order. He will command you to cease your land policies without delay, Sir Wilson cautioned. If it were 2 years earlier, I would likely have to apologize and capitulate. But if it were 2 years later, I genuinely fear they may not come to attack me. 40 preliminary concepts for the Order of Knights. How can I possibly monopolize the entire gold mine without engaging in battle with Blamont City? If I do not accept the tenants from Blamont City, relying solely on the inhabitants of Wonghua Mountain, when will the population of the High Hidden City ever increase? Moreover, the lands of House Blamont are incredibly enticing, are they not? In any case, thank you for your concern. I am well aware of these matters, and I will find a way to persuade Count Lyman to support my endeavors. Jello did not linger on this issue, but instead shifted the conversation to how to compensate the Knights of Starfall, for which he already had a preliminary concept. Oh, Sir Wilson expressed surprise. However, I have not yet fully developed the plan. May I request a little more time? After all, there are still at least 6 months before I must confront their hostility, and before then, I am certain I can present a proposal that will satisfy everyone, Jello assured. Thumping his chest, Jello's initial concept was to establish an order of knights, allowing this order to possess shares in certain industries within its territory and in return provide benefits to the knights who join. In this way, they would have both face and substance and be tied to his costs. In Westeros, the concept of an order of knights is not unprecedented. There once existed a very active armed brotherhood known as the Warrior Sons, also referred to as the Order of the Holy Sword. Only knights anointed with holy oil could join, swearing allegiance to the seven and renouncing titles, castles, and lands. However, this order was later disbanded and has since ceased to exist. Jello aims to establish a secular order of knights to avoid complications of subservience. The order can be divided into two parts. One part will consist of oath-bound knights loyal to him, directly accountable to him, known as the Order of the Star Knights. The other part will resemble a networking club akin to the Order of the Garter in England, commanded by the ancestral sword of House Dane, and will be called the Order of the Dawn Knights. Only knights of high status and honor are eligible for membership. They are not required to pledge allegiance to themselves. The identity of the knightly order serves merely as a prestigious recognition and a certificate for receiving dividends, which, of course, requires effort to obtain. Two knightly orders together form the emblem of House Dane, represented by the sword and star. As a member of House Dane, renowned for its chivalric spirit and a lineage of great knights on the continent of Westeros, Jello's involvement would naturally confer an intrinsic authority upon the order from its inception. Once Jello attains the title of Count of Starfall, and perhaps even the fabled Dawn, this authority would be significantly amplified. However, to realize this ambition, he must first secure the approval of two individuals, King Robert Baratheon and Prince Doran Martell. As for Count Lyman Dane, he would pose no objection if Prince Doran consents. Robert is manageable. Once Eddard Stark introduces himself to Robert, Jello believes persuading him to agree to his plan will not be arduous. Yet, convincing Prince Doran presents a greater challenge for Jello. Thus, he describes his plan as merely a preliminary concept. Well, as long as you are aware, Sir Wilson remarked, sensing that further inquiries would be unwarranted. After all, Jello's actions had already received the approval of Count Lyman, and as an acting lord, he had no grounds to intervene forcefully. By the way, Sir Wilson sighed lightly and shifted the topic. How many hours do you practice swordsmanship each day now? 4 or 5 hours, perhaps? Jello pondered for a moment before replying, admitting that this figure might be somewhat exaggerated, although he diligently practiced daily in Highgarden. The tedious affairs of developing the territory consumed a considerable portion of his time. When you were in Starfall, your daily sword practice lasted 12 hours, Sir Wilson lamented. You were the most diligent among all the children, my favorite as well. Yet now, you seem to be drifting further away from the dawn. Apologies slipped from Jello's lips, though he was unsure why he felt compelled to do so. Was it due to disappointing the expectations of another? You have nothing to apologize for, Sir Wilson replied, shaking his head. Everyone has their own choices. Not every Dane must aspire to become an invincible knight. Perhaps you will evolve into a mature lord who leads Starfall to prosperity. In the long run, this could be beneficial for House Dane, for every so often. A Dawn emerges from our lineage, yet no Dane has ever succeeded in conquering the mountain folk or unifying the territory. Embrace your path. If you succeed, Count Lyman will surely recognize your capabilities, Sir Wilson reflected, only to pause abruptly as an epiphany struck him. Sir Wilson, did you just mention Starfall, not Highgarden? Jello discerned the underlying significance in Sir Wilson's words, yet he remained perplexed. I do not understand. I merely misspoke, Sir Wilson, Jello interjected sorrowfully. Your concealment torments me. Sir Wilson remained hesitant. The last time I visited Starfall, Sir Rowan of Shallow Sand incited Marindane to provoke me. Their intentions were twofold. First, to use my hand to eliminate Marindane, and second, to tarnish my reputation in the eyes of Count Lyman on the eve of the military campaign. Jello pondered what their motives could be. Was it because I became the Count's squire? Surely not. Sir Wilson offered no reply. Could it be due to Ashura Dane? Jello shifted his tone to one of certainty. The Count wishes to find a suitor for his sister within the family, which has stirred some ambitions. Naturally, being suddenly favored by Count Lyman, became a thorn in the side of others. Sir Wilson remained silent. However, Ashura's claim to the inheritance of Starfall ranks below that of the Count's offspring. Although he is yet to have children, he is merely 25 years old, with endless possibilities ahead. No one would risk bloodshed over a prospect that holds little promise. Jello continued, moreover, it is peculiar that, according to Westerosi tradition, noble firstborns are expected to choose an appropriate noble maiden for betrothal by the age of 14, and to marry before 18. Yet, Count Lyman, a man steeped in tradition, remains unmarried and childless at 25. This is a grave dereliction of his duties as the Lord of Starfall, unless he has other reasons. At this, Sir Wilson could no longer contain himself and interrupted Jello. 41. The Count's secret. Sir Wilson glanced around nervously, ensuring that his guards and Jello's soldiers were far enough away not to overhear their conversation. Once he confirmed their privacy, he sighed in relief. Let us discuss this matter elsewhere, he whispered to Jello. Following Sir Wilson, Jello crossed the bridge into the city, ultimately arriving at the heart of Starfall, Count Lyman's study, where Sir Wilson conducted his duties as acting lord. As Jello stepped into the study for the second time, he felt a sense of disconnection, as though an eternity had passed since his last visit, despite a mere 3 months having elapsed. He realized that his mindset had undergone a significant transformation. At least 3 months prior, he would have deemed himself too timid to openly inquire about the Count's personal secrets. Who informed you? Sir Wilson, taking a seat on the unadorned wooden chair, asked with a serious expression. What do you mean, who informed me? Was it not you who inadvertently revealed it? Jello replied, somewhat exasperated. I have already shared with you my reasoning. Has someone approached you with a proposal for collaboration? Sir Wilson continued, noticing Jello's silence. No, Jiro replied, shaking his head decisively. I have simply harbored such doubts for a long time. Coupled with your previous attempts to matchmake me with Miss Ashera and your recent remarks regarding my leadership of Starfall, I have come to such conjectures. Sir Wilson remained silent, gazing at Jiro for a full half-minute. Jiro, having spoken no falsehoods, felt no trepidation, and thus maintained eye contact with him. Eventually, Sir Wilson averted his gaze. Releasing a soft sigh, he understood that very few were privy to this secret, each having their own choices, and it was indeed improbable they would seek you out. He paused for a moment before continuing. Since you have already surmised, I shall not conceal it from you any longer. Young Lyman has indeed been enduring profound torment. Is it infertility resulting from severe injuries? From the Count's demeanor, one would scarcely discern it, Jiro mused inwardly. In Dorne, and throughout all of Westeros. This is not particularly shameful, provided it remains unspoken. Privately, society tends not to judge them harshly. However, Lyman's lineage is from the illustrious Dane family, a paragon of knighthood and the most devout of the Seven's followers. The honor attached to his birth comes with its own burdens. Sir Wilson remarked with a tone of deep resignation. Huh? Jiro was momentarily bewildered. What is not particularly shameful? Moreover, how do infertility and knightly virtues relate? Lyman, possessing a proud, devout, resilient, and restrained nature, had never sought a partner upon realizing his plight. But what does this have to do with piety and restraint? Is it not simply his own inability? Jiro was increasingly confounded. Yet, Lyman was the heir of Starfall, cognizant that should he inherit Starfall, he must fulfill his duties. Consequently, he had once voluntarily proposed to relinquish his claim to Starfall, aspiring instead to serve as a Kingsguard, leaving the inheritance to his brother, Arthur. The Kingsguard vowed to marry no one, sire no children, and hold no lands, perfectly aligning with Lyman's desires. Unfortunately, in King's Landing, his brother Sir Arthur similarly expressed a desire to become a Kingsguard. King Aegon II was delighted and ordered the brothers to partake in a tournament. In that fierce contest, both brothers exerted themselves to the fullest, yet Lyman ultimately fell to Arthur, sustaining grave injuries that remain unhealed to this day. Arthur was promptly knighted as a Kingsguard, while Lyman was burdened with the inheritance of Starfall and the obligation to continue the Dane lineage. Does this mean that at that time, neither the old Count nor Sir Arthur were aware of Lord Lyman's secret? Jiro inquired tentatively. Indeed, as a devout follower of the Seven, he found it too shameful to disclose. Sir Wilson sighed. Had he confided in the old Count and Sir Arthur then, he would not have had to endure such torment between honor and duty all these years. He was unwilling to deceive a lady into marriage. Yet he understood that Starfall must have an heir, which caused him immense suffering. Upon hearing this, Geralt finally realized that he had previously misjudged the situation. The Count Lyman Dane did not seem to be infertile, but rather, according to the tenets of the faith of the Seven in Westeros, such a condition is attributed to demonic possession. While this may appear inconsequential to others, such as Oberyn's open bisexuality or the later cases of Ser Loras Tyrell and Ser Garland, for a devout follower of the Seven like Count Lyman, it was indeed a calamity. His piety restrained him from seeking out men, while his honor prevented him from deceiving women. For him, becoming a member of the Kingsguard or perhaps a Night's Watchman at the Wall would be the most honorable choices. Yet, fate had granted him Starfall. Thus, what exactly was the situation regarding Lyman's son, Edric Dane, in the original text? Was it due to Ashera Dane's tragic suicide that the weight of responsibility eclipsed honor, prompting Lyman to either marry and father a child or perhaps adopt one within the family, claiming it as his own? All these scenarios seem plausible. After inheriting Starfall, Lyman reached a marriageable age, and the elders of his house had urged him numerous times. Several noble families subtly hinted at the prospect of a marriage alliance. Yet the Count remained unmoved. 3 years prior, Lyman's old wounds resurfaced, and he fell gravely ill. For the future of Starfall, several elders staged a coup, demanding he select a wife immediately. Even if she were of common birth, they would accept it as long as he married and produced an heir. It was that very night, driven to emotional collapse, that Lyman confided in me entirely. Subsequently, with Lyman's consent, I hinted to several knights, including your father, about the Count's circumstances and announced his decision that Starfall would be inherited by the child of his sister, xianxia. This revelation sparked hope among the knights, as the noble families of Dorne typically favored collateral branches to ensure the continuity of the surname when a lady inherits. Thus, they began to compete for this prospect. In this context, my elder brother is among these contenders, isn't he? Geralt suddenly pondered. Indeed, Sir Wilson nodded. By the gods. So, the second son has no rights. Does he? I was utterly unaware of such a significant matter. Geralt mused bitterly. However, Highgarden is one of the castles with the least control over its territory among all the vassals of Starfall, which renders your brother's competitiveness quite low. This is also the reason your father is willing to borrow and recruit from the mountain folk to march northward in support of the king, Sir Wilson continued. 42. The inheritance of Starfall. Geralt nodded, understanding the implications. At that time, many sought to rise through loyalty to the crown. For the Targaryen dynasty of House Dragon had ruled this land for 3 centuries. The royalist forces held a significant advantage over the rebels, both in numbers and quality. Not only had the royalist army surrounded the rebel leader Robert Baratheon's stronghold, Storm's End, but during the pivotal Battle of the Trident, the royalists boasted nearly double the cavalry of the insurgents, a clear demonstration of their superiority. Simultaneously, the rebels controlled 4 major duchies, and should the royalists emerge victorious, the nobility of these territories would likely undergo a complete transformation. How many new earldoms would be established? How many landed knights would rise? Such prospects were irresistibly alluring. Until the moment Prince Rhaegar was struck down by Robert, few could have believed that the Targaryen dynasty would meet its demise. My elder brother, eager to leverage the glory of the crown's defense to elevate his standing with Lord Layman, sought to gain favor in his pursuit of Lady xianxia. This ambition was entirely understandable. Even now, many nobles likely harbored a desire to see Prince Rhaegar punished posthumously, a royal commander, the sole hope of House Dragon following the Mad King's reign, challenging Robert in single combat. What folly! Should he perish, the rebels could easily appoint a new leader. But the fall of House Dragon would be irrevocable. My brother had never been viewed as a threat due to his previous lack of competitiveness, and Lord Layman's regard for me incited envy among the others, prompting them to resort to underhanded tactics. Is that correct? Giro nodded and inquired, may I know their names? No, Sir Wilson firmly refused. We are currently at war. Any attempt at retribution will only sow greater chaos. Did they consider the wartime implications when they targeted me? Giro retorted, frustration evident. Rest assured, I intend only to defend myself, not to seek vengeance. They are presently engaged in military campaigns and pose no threat to you. Sir Wilson remarked, raising an eyebrow. As for your claim of not seeking revenge, do you expect me to believe that? I know you too well. Caught in a moment of revelation, Giro suppressed his embarrassment, maintaining a facade of calm. If I were to divulge their names, I can envision you racing to the military encampment of Targaryen City, challenging each one to a duel and eliminating them one by one. This would not only bring disgrace upon House Dane, but would also irrevocably shatter your standing with the Earl. That, I would never do. Giro replied with a nervous chuckle, recognizing it as something the original owner of his identity might have attempted. As for himself, he would merely prepare some surprises for their return, not act so recklessly. Well then, let us not speak of it. Are there many from the Dane cadet branch in Starfall who are eligible to pursue Lady xianxia and contend for the inheritance of Starfall? This is easily ascertainable. Concerning those who employ cunning against themselves, one need only investigate the connections of Sir Rowan with any of the prominent families. Sir Rowan's intent to eliminate Mérendane was to secure the shallow fortress for his nephew, Aldane. However, to harm oneself could not possibly be a means to assist Aldane in vanquishing his adversaries. Given Aldane's evident lack of martial prowess and intellect, it is improbable that anyone would expect him to inherit Starfall. Sir Rowan must surely have other collaborators. Now that you are privy to the essential information, what are your thoughts? Sir Wilson observed Jello's silence, assuming he was contemplating the affairs of Starfall, and after a brief pause, inquired, what do you mean? Do you desire Starfall? At this juncture, Sir Wilson ceased to be circumspect. Jello hesitated. Undoubtedly, he coveted Starfall, yet he possessed only a single opportunity for marriage, which would only increase in value with time. Of course, he was not strictly bound by the customs of Westeros. After all, Aegon the Conqueror had 2 wives, who dared to oppose him. The future remains uncertain. I believe Jello ultimately nodded. For him at this moment, nothing held greater value than Starfall. Acquiring it would activate the bloodline level feature within the system. Furthermore, considering the timeline of the original narrative and Sir Wilson's account of Count Lyman's grievous injury while confronting the Mad King alongside his brother, Arthur, it appeared that the Count's recovery had been prolonged for several years. In due time, he would inherit Starfall directly, avoiding any conflict with Sir Wilson in the main branch of House Dane, which was rather significant. Though Jello, as a history student fascinated by the rise and fall of empires, had encountered numerous unscrupulous individuals, he prided himself on the fact that House Dane had never wronged him. Quite the contrary, they had shown him considerable kindness. If he were compelled to resort to disreputable means to claim Starfall, he would indeed feel quite despicable. He even contemplated whether, after fully developing Highgarden, he might legally transform it into the main branch of House Dane while relegating Starfall to a vassal status, thereby securing dominion over it. However, this current situation had conveniently alleviated much of his burden. Excellent, Sir Wilson nodded. What is your opinion of Miss Ashera? She is exceedingly beautiful, Jello replied honestly. Is that all? Sir Wilson inquired, somewhat taken aback. After such close proximity, you remain unmoved? Jello was at a loss for words. To be truthful, even by the standards of his previous life as technologically advanced society, Ashera's beauty was indeed remarkable. To claim he was unaffected would be disingenuous. Yet to assert he was profoundly captivated would also be a falsehood. After all, the two had engaged in but a single conversation from start to finish, during which Geralt was enveloped in a state of performative tension due to his fabrication regarding the survival of Arthur Dane. His mind was too preoccupied to ponder other matters. Once the performance concluded and he had recited his prepared script, his thoughts became a blank slate, leaving him uncertain of what to say next. Particularly when it came to engaging with women, a realm of ignorance for Geralt. Therefore, the last time you mentioned that members of the Dane family are remarkably resilient. It was merely a deliberate attempt to create an opportunity for us to connect, wasn't it? Geralt suddenly mused. Indeed, and the outcome proves I was correct. Does it not? She is indeed quite strong, having concealed her sorrow upon learning of Sir Arthur's demise, revealing not a trace of her grief. Compared to a year ago, she has truly matured significantly, Sir Wilson remarked with a smile. Geralt responded, well, this is where my assistance must end. How to navigate the current situation in High Hidden City, successfully mine the gold, gain the Earl's approval, and win the affection of Miss Ashera, is entirely up to you. Chapter 43. Not a single capable individual upon Geralt's arrival in Starfall City. Merely 3 days remained before the New Year's banquet. As all the nobles had accompanied Earl Lyman Dane on a military expedition, the primary attendees of this banquet would be the families of the knights. During this time, the noble women and young ladies of Starfall would partake in a series of intricate religious ceremonies under the guidance of Ashera Dane, culminating in the singing of hymns within the sanctuary to bless their loved ones at the front lines. As part of the preparations, Miss Ashera had taken to fasting and meditating in the sanctuary a week prior, and Geralt refrained from intruding upon her solitude. For the next 3 days, Geralt immersed himself in the training grounds, honing his swordsmanship and receiving 2 sessions of guidance from Sir Wilson. Geralt had to concede that, despite Sir Wilson's advanced age, he was still no match for him. Around dusk on the 3rd day, Geralt received a dossier from the one-eyed mercenary captain, Javier, whom he had hired. This document contained intelligence that Javier had gathered over the past 3 days, utilizing his connections within the Starfall territory. Combining this information with the dossier he had acquired from Butler Hobson concerning the Starfall lands, Geralt compiled a list. The first individual was Sir Jerry Dane, 47 years of age, a knight of Sandhole Keep and the second largest vassal of Starfall's territory. Although his domain spanned just over 1,000 square kilometers, less than 1/10 of High Hidden City's expanse, his control over the land was significantly more robust. His castle, like Shallow Sand Keep, lay by the sea, boasting a small port and an associated township, along with extensive arable land. When Earl Lyman summoned his vassals, Sir Jerry's brought forth 20 sworn knights, 50 mounted soldiers, and 300 infantry, rendering him a formidable presence among the vassals of Starfall City. His eldest son passed away at a tender age, and his second son tragically succumbed to severe injuries sustained during a tournament. However, his third son, Simon Dane, proved to be remarkably talented, having triumphed in numerous contests. Simon, having reached the age of 22, remained unmarried, evidently biding his time in hopes of garnering the favor of Count Layman, with aspirations of marrying Ashera. Furthermore, Jello uncovered an intriguing detail. Gareth Dane and the previously mentioned Sir Rowan, who had conspired against him, were brothers-in-law, as their wives were sisters. With this revelation, it became glaringly obvious who had orchestrated Sir Rowan's previous actions and for whom he was clearing the path. Jello found it hard to believe that Count Layman had overlooked such a straightforward matter, although there was no concrete evidence linking Sir Rowan's actions to Gareth's. Jello was convinced that Gareth and his son Simon Dane had undoubtedly suffered a significant decline in reputation in the eyes of the Count following the last incident. The second individual, the Knight of Shallow Sand Castle, Marlon Dane, was somewhat surprising. However, based on age, martial prowess, and territory, his core competency astonishingly ranked him second. Aside from Jello himself, it could be said that Sir Rowan's directive to eliminate Marlin served as a twofold strategy. Next was Sir Garrison Dane, who, at 32 years of age, was a widower raising 2 children. Although his territory was comparable to that of Shallow Sand Castle, his martial abilities were rather mediocre, rendering him of little research value. As for the remaining candidates, none possessed any noteworthy capabilities, indicating a rather lackluster pool. Upon compiling this list, Jello began to understand why Count Layman ultimately felt compelled to produce a legitimate heir. The knight Jello Dane, the original host, was cold and ruthless, deemed unworthy. Garrus and his son, the knights of Shallow Sand Castle, engaged in underhanded tactics that harmed their kin, which the Count undoubtedly observed, rendering them unfit. Marlin Dane, lacking in intellect, was also deemed unworthy, and it was likely that within the timeline of the original narrative, he had already met his demise at the hands of Garrus and his son. As for the remaining candidates, they were even less promising. Had Ashera been alive, regardless of whom she married, the presence of a mature woman holding the title of Countess of Starfall would have prevented chaos in Starfall. However, with Ashera having taken her own life, the inheritance of Starfall now fell upon the 3-year-old Miss Illyria Dane. Assuming Count Layman could endure for another 5 years, Miss Illyria would only be 8 by then, far too young for marriage. Thus, during the interim between the Count's demise and Illyria reaching marriageable age, who could command respect in Starfall? The nobles of Starfall, vying for Miss Illyria's guardianship and future marriage, would undoubtedly engage in fierce struggles. Would this not leave the Dane family the subject of ridicule? In desperation, Count Layman had no choice but to secure a legitimate son. This would eliminate contention, for the Count would have a legitimate heir, rendering the others irrelevant. As for those daring enough to directly harm the Count's legitimate son, such individuals were scarce. After all, competing for Miss Illyria's hand in marriage was within the bounds of the game, an accepted norm, whereas plotting against an heir was a blatant affront to the boundaries of all nobility. The crux of the matter is this: even if someone were to orchestrate the demise of the Count's son, would that truly elevate them to power? What value do they hold? Who would heed them? Unless they possess the cunning akin to Littlefinger, adept in a masterful array of conspiracy, murder, framing, and manipulation, it is highly likely that they would meet their end on the very first day of their treachery. Moreover, had they truly grasped the art of high-level scheming, Count Lyman would have undoubtedly recognized their potential and entrusted them with the governance of Starfall City, rather than resorting to the farcical endeavor of forcibly creating a successor. Having thoroughly assessed the dynamics of this low-stakes game, Jello summoned his guard, Moromo, a descendant of the steward Hutton of High Hidden City. Moromo was among the first group of 200 individuals that Jello had enlisted. From this number, Jello had selectively formed 2 Swiss phalanx companies comprising 600 men, subsequently withdrawing others from their labor to bolster the High Hidden City Guard and Longbow Corps. Unlike the Swiss phalanx, which requires extensive training of at least 2 years to become effective, the High Hidden City Guard employed standard-length combat spears and shields, constituting a rapidly trainable force. After all, Jello could not guarantee that he would remain unengaged in warfare for 2 years. He could not rely solely on mercenaries. "Sir Jello, you summoned me?" Moromo inquired, stepping through the door with evident excitement upon receiving Jello's permission. He had been appointed as the captain of the first elite guard squad in the High Hidden City, a position he attributed partly to his own strength and cleverness. Yet he was acutely aware that his lineage, being the grandson of the steward Hutton, played a significant role in his elevation. This time, the Lord had sought him out instead of the spearbreaker. How could he not feel exhilarated? This was his opportunity to prove himself. "Here are 30 gold dragons," Jello stated, placing a small pouch before Moromo. "Convert these into silver stags, and then take a team to the port of Sandhole Castle with several ships. With this money and High Hidden City's land policies, I want you to entice the tenants from their back to High Hidden City. Although Sir Simon of Sandhole Castle does not pose a competitive threat, I have no intention of letting them off easily. After having made a mockery of me, do they think they can simply flee? I am unlikely to grant them a second opportunity to vex me." Moromo appeared somewhat perplexed. The knight Garrus Dane of Sandhole Castle had nearly depleted the entire military force of his territory to bolster his sons standing before Count Lyman, leaving the tenants largely unattended. "I don't care what methods you employ, just ensure that you bring back more than half of those tenants. If funds are insufficient, devise alternative means. Any surplus is yours. I am solely concerned with the outcome." Upon concluding his instructions, Jello released his grip on the pouch. "Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand. Rest assured. I shall see to it," Moromo replied, nodding vigorously. Though he was curious as to why the Lord chose to target the distant tenants of Sandhole Castle rather than those from the nearer lands, He dared not voice his inquiry. Before serving beside Jello, Grandfather Hutton took him aside for an entire evening, imparting the essential rules of etiquette required for serving nobility. The most crucial lesson was to ask fewer questions and work diligently. Go forth, I have high hopes for you. Jello nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord. Moromor picked up the heavy pouch of gold coins from the table, feeling its weight, a sum he had never encountered before in his life. Did his master truly trust him with such wealth? Was he not afraid that Moromor might abscond with the money? Without further ado, Moromor bowed and departed. To be honest, Jello was not particularly concerned that Moromor would run off with the money. He was the eldest son of Moan, the village chief of Paul Village, the largest hamlet in Starfall City, and the grandson of Hutton, the steward of High Hidden City, possessing rights of inheritance. Paul Village constituted the backbone of Jello's subjects engaged in gold mining, and the chief's family was entitled to dividends. Moreover, Moromor served within the royal guard, promising a bright future. Jello valued Moromor not only for his lineage but also for his intelligence. If Moromor were truly willing to forsake everything to flee with the coins, it would be a grave waste of his intellect. In truth, Jello ranked the loyalty of the individuals around him as follows: Broken Spear, Marandane, Moromor, and the mercenary One Eye. Yet, when it came to entrusting a significant sum of money for work, Jello would prefer Moromor over Broken Spear. A normal individual acts on two fundamental motivations: emotion and self-interest. Jello could trust Broken Spear and the soldier he brought while aiding Manfuri because betraying him would yield no benefit for them. Should they act treacherously, they would not only receive no reward but would also be viewed as ungrateful. For a person to betray, it requires either deep-seated animosity or the allure of rewards that far surpass the potential costs. Broken Spear had no reason to harbor resentment toward Jello, and betrayal would not confer any advantage upon him, thus Jello felt justified in trusting him. However, placing 30 gold dragons in his hands was a test of human nature. For Broken Spear had no family, no estate, and no attachments in High Hidden City, nor had he served long enough to cultivate genuine loyalty and trust. Humans are beings of rationality intertwined with emotion. Feelings can offset the scales of self-interest. These emotions may include gratitude, affection, the fear of disappointment, or even dread, pure senses of justice or love. Jello believed that one day, many individuals, including Broken Spear, Marandane, and Moromor, would maintain unwavering loyalty to him, especially those mountain dwellers who had received land and grain from his hands. Once he helped them through the winter, ensuring that the food they cultivated would not be entirely requisitioned but instead find refuge in their own granaries, perhaps exchanged for coin, allowing them to don finer garments, savor better sustenance, marry, and raise offspring. When winter arrived, they would gaze upon their homes filled with grain, free from the fear of their families succumbing to hunger. They shall venerate Jello as a saint, fighting and perhaps even dying for him. This devotion is not solely born of gratitude and loyalty, but also contains a significant element of protecting their own possessions. Yet, why must such distinctions be made? The act of bestowing land upon them is, in itself, an integral part of the concept of their loyal saint, Jello. Of course, that is a matter for the future. For now, Jello must manually balance the loyalty of those around him, assigning appropriate tasks to their hands. For instance, after the new year, he must send Marandane to the Old Town Bank to redeem the 500 gold dragons given by Sir Manfrey, and subsequently purchase a considerable quantity of food and medicine in preparation for the possible pestilence that may arise in early spring. Among all those available to him, only Marandane can be entrusted with this task, for Jello is certain that he will not abscond with the funds. As the Lord of Shallow Sand Castle, Marandane knows well that he cannot simply disappear. It may take over a decade for the castle to yield an equivalent profit of 500 gold dragons. Yet the intrinsic worth of the castle and its lands far exceeds that amount. The following day marks the New Year feast and blessing mass at Starfall City. Jello intends to retire early this evening, as he is one of the few remaining knights in Starfall City and must partake in several rituals during the religious ceremony tomorrow. Xianxia, why did it take you so long to return from the Dark Star banquet in High Hidden City? According to my sources, the feast concluded a week ago. Why have you only now returned? The clan leader, Afu, gazes sternly at his brother, who represents their clan in High Hidden City. The clan he leads is known as the Fikir Kozenbusman, a name composed of 12 distinct ancient words, gradually accumulated over a lengthy history due to various clan heroes. Most ancestral clan names in this region favor terms related to hunters, the sun, and mountains. In High Hidden City, their clan is officially referred to by the 7th word in their name, known as the Bronze Clan. Naturally, such a name, which fails to convey the greatness of their ancestors and history, does not find acceptance among the Bronze Clan members, yet it is convenient and memorable, thus maintained by High Hidden City. Spare me the details. Xianxia chuckles heartily and waves his hand. You should have experienced it yourself, brother. There was an abundance of fine wine and exquisite dishes. I have never seen such a lavish feast in my life. I intended to return immediately after the banquet, but they were so welcoming that they insisted I stay. I told you, this journey was merely a probe. I instructed you not to accept any terms from High Hidden City. Do you not remember? Afyu's frustration rises as he observes his brother indulging in revelry. I did not agree to any terms. Xianxia replies, taken aback. They treated you so lavishly, showering you with gifts, and you claim you did not accept their conditions? Afyu retorts angrily. However, I assure you, I did not agree to any conditions with them. To be precise, they never presented us with any stipulations whatsoever. No conditions? The steward of High Hidden City personally visited the major clans, inviting us to send envoys to the city, merely for you to indulge in feasting for half a month? Indeed, before his departure, he even bestowed gifts upon us. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Afyuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The falsehoods of Xianxia were so clumsily constructed they hardly resembled lies. Moreover, he was well aware of his brother's temperament, irritable, quick to anger, single-minded, yet fiercely loyal. He had dispatched Xianxia to the banquet with the expectation of a breakdown in negotiations. As a leader of one of the three largest clans on the western bank of the turbulent river, Afyuan was naturally reluctant to relocate his clan to the valley. Entering the valley would drastically diminish his power, and he harbored profound skepticism regarding the words of those nobles. The mountain clans of the western foothills were not like those on the northern slopes, who constantly clashed with the Lord of the Storm. They were battle-hardened. Instead, these mountain dwellers had long existed in a relatively peaceful environment, with any interclan disputes being minor in scale, lacking armor, sufficient iron weaponry, and genuine combat experience. They might have a slight advantage in ambushes and surprise attacks due to their familiarity with the terrain, but once they entered the valley, disobedience would be met with cavalry charges, rendering them mere fish on a chopping block. Yet, the allure of the conditions offered by High Hidden City had stirred restlessness within the clan, compelling Afyuan to acquiesce to Steward Hurton's invitation and send his brother to the banquet. According to Afyuan's original plan, should the Lord of High Hidden City propose any unreasonable demands during negotiations, his brother Xianxia would immediately spark a confrontation, thus undermining the discussions between the other clans and the city, while simultaneously creating a narrative of a clan warrior being humiliated in High Hidden City to suppress the clan's yearning to move to the valley. But High Hidden City made no demands. The banquet was simply a banquet. Drinking was merely drinking, with no serious matters discussed. Are you jesting with me, brother? You cannot possibly doubt my words, can you? Noticing Afyuan's prolonged silence, Xianxia's expression darkened. What? How could that be? Afyuan's thoughts were interrupted, and he quickly forced a smile. However, as soon as he spoke, his expression fell once more, as if a revelation had struck him. The clan's envoy had been invited to the banquet in High Hidden City and retained for an entire week, returning with numerous gifts intended for individuals rather than the clan as a whole. In the end, this envoy claimed that no negotiations had ever taken place in High Hidden City, even in the face of his own brother's identity. His first instinct was to suspect that Xianxia had lied. How would other clans react? Those with multiple factions vying for power, clans rife with discord among brothers, or even those with strained relationships between fathers and sons, would they believe such absurdity? What would they do? Perhaps, in the short term, nothing will happen. But the seeds of suspicion have already been sown. Who can predict the ulterior motives of that dark star? Brother? The voice of Xianxia interrupted Afyuan's thoughts once more. Upon gazing intently, Afyuan realized that Xianxia's face was already contorted with anger. Sensing the situation, Afyuan hastily elucidated his recent conjectures to Xianxia, in order to preserve their brotherly bond. Xianxia, though not entirely comprehending, grasped one clear point. That scoundrel, the knight Xianxia from High Hidden City, was scheming to undermine the unity of the mountain folk. No, brother, I cannot tolerate this affront, Xianxia exclaimed, his face a mask of fury. I must confront that scoundrel. Stop. Afyuan quickly called out to his younger brother, who had just turned to leave. What do you intend to confront him with? He is the Lord of High Hidden City, with a well-equipped guard at his command. How do you expect to reach him? Then I shall challenge him to a duel, Xianxia declared loudly. Did not knights speak of chivalry? I will face him one-on-one. Only knights possess the right to challenge another knight. He will not heed your call. Moreover, even if he were to accept your terms, the odds of victory would be at best 3 to 7. Only a 7 out of 10 chance? Xianxia's eyes widened. As the foremost warrior among the mountain folk of the western slopes of the Crimson Mountains, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters, he was as formidable as a giant, capable of seizing a mature bull by its horns and halting its charge. Yet, despite his tremendous physique and astonishing appetite. Even as the first warrior and the chief's brother, he had never been satiated in his clan. His time in High Hidden City had been the happiest of his life thus far. What am I thinking? 7 is their number, Afyuan reminded him. In the face of the fully armored Darkstar, your chances dwindle to less than 3. Unless you can persuade him to shed his armor and fight you bare. Only then might your odds surpass 50%. Though Xianxia felt a deep sense of indignation, he trusted his brother implicitly and had no reason to doubt his words. He vowed to find an opportunity to teach that young man a lesson. Enough of this futile speculation, Afyuan waved his hand dismissively. Reflect carefully on your actions in High Hidden City. What did you see? What did you hear? Relate everything you can remember. Xianxia furrowed his brow, pondering seriously. I saw the wine of Qing Ting Island, the finest I have ever tasted, though there was only 1 barrel. The other wines were decent as well. Get to the point. Afyuan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Huh, was that not the point? Do you wish to know what dishes were served at the banquet? Let me tell you, it was a pity you did not attend. Stop. Afyuan swiftly gestured for his brother to cease. Once this fellow began discussing food, he could go on indefinitely. It was imperative to curtail this line of conversation. What I mean is, how many soldiers did you see in High Hidden City? After a moment's reflection, he finally answered, 46. Perhaps a few hundred. A few hundred? Afin, being somewhat eccentric, mused that with such a meager number, dreaming of engaging in battle within the mountains was a folly. Conversely, if the intention was merely to guard the city of Gaoyin, the forces were excessive. Indeed, there were only a few hundred, yet it was said that the army of Gaoyin was steadily growing. After all, once a household successfully navigated the conscription process and the initial round of training, they would be rewarded with a parcel of tax-exempt land. In addition to receiving a greater share of resources compared to others, furthermore, they would have the opportunity to partake in the mining of the copper and gold deposits within the territory, with the promise of additional benefits after several years of service. Xianxia furrowed his brow, attempting to recall the specifics, but the details eluded him. Nevertheless, it was clear that if one member of a household enlisted, the entire family would reap the rewards. Did you not mention that Gaoyin imposed no conditions? How do you know all this? Afin inquired, perplexed. Well, during our casual drinking conversations, the mountain folk from the west coast shared these tidbits with us, Xianxia replied. They spoke of how this household received a certain allotment of land, while that household was granted a quantity of grain. Particularly, the chieftains from the east coast clans seemed to benefit greatly. Any mountaineer they brought to Gaoyin meant a share of the grain produced by those settlers, albeit a modest portion. However, if one chieftain could bring along 500 or even 1,000 individuals, that would amount to a significant figure. At that moment, one chieftain was so ecstatic that he kept singing about a lifetime of abundance. I was envious, Xianxia exclaimed, slapping his thigh. That fellow had barely 400 people under his command, yet he was so proud. Our clan boasts over 6,000. If we were to ally with Lord Jello, we would surely prosper. As the foremost warrior of this clan, my share of rations is only slightly more than others. Do you truly find the words of those nobles credible? Have we not suffered enough at their hands over the years? Have you forgotten how our ancestors were deceived by the aristocrats of Yuan-Di, lured from the depths of the mountains only to be enslaved? Yet, Power Village has thrived for over 20 years, with its villagers growing exceedingly prosperous. Families of 5 or 6 can easily sustain themselves. And Sir Jello has pledged to provide all his subjects with medicine to combat the epidemics that accompany spring. Everyone praises him as a benevolent lord. Is this also what you gleaned from your idle chatter? Indeed, Xianxia nodded. At that time, the representative from the Hongyan clan openly declared that the nobles were untrustworthy, leading to a heated argument with the representative from the Huiyin clan, which captivated the attention of us all, who ultimately prevailed in that dispute. Afin's lips twitched. The Huiyin representative emerged victorious, demonstrating that the Lord of the Dane family could be trusted. In the end, the representative from the Hongyan clan even offered an apology. Enough. Afin waved his hand weakly, taking a deep breath. I must immediately alert the other clans. Otherwise, great chaos will befall the entire west coast. As he spoke, he made his way toward the exit, but after a few steps, he turned back. No, the destination I seek is not the other clans, but Gaoyin City. In the city of Starfall, Sir Manfrey stood before Jello, a familiar face after a long absence. What brings you back to Starfall at this time? Surely, you haven't abandoned your previous schemes? Jello had just completed a religious ritual and, upon returning to his resting point, was surprised to find Sir Manfrey waiting there. Curiosity piqued. He greeted him. I've already told you, I have no schemes. Yes, I promise to keep your secret, Manfrey replied, dismissively waving his hand. I hurried here because Prince Oberyn has a pressing matter that requires your assistance. Oh? At the mention of Oberyn's name, Jello straightened, his demeanor growing serious. Here's the situation. Manfrey succinctly explained Oberyn's plan to send a mercenary company into the Stormlands, provoking the usurper's vassals and igniting a conflict. And then what? How does this concern me? Jello was genuinely astonished, for the original narrative had merely described Dorne gathering its forces to support King Viserys. Leaping forward to the year 284 when Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, journeyed to Dorne to return the body of Prince Lewin Martell, leading to a reconciliation between Dorne and the Iron Throne. Why were there so many complications arising in between? Prince Oberyn wishes for you to lead this mercenary company, Manfrey said, making a fist in emphasis. A surprise attack on the Stormlands. A surprise attack, you say? Jello cursed inwardly. Did you just say that Prince Oberyn specifically requested me? Indeed. After I mentioned you to the prince, he expressed great admiration for your potential. When the opportunity for such a monumental achievement arose, you were the first he thought of? Manfrey nodded earnestly, lowering his voice. To be frank, many would yearn for this opportunity, yet few will have it. When King Viserys reclaims the Iron Throne, you, as the first noble of House Targaryen to confront the usurper after their fall, will surely be granted at least an earldom. A dukedom is not beyond possibility. At that time, not only will you have avenged your father and brother, but you shall also become the greatest sword of the dawn. Are you painting me a picture of grandeur? Jello retorted, slightly amused. So why do you not go yourself? I must go as well, Manfrey's smile faltered, his voice dropping significantly as he awkwardly added, I have my own obligations. Jello paused, realizing that this clearly reckless mission was one that Manfrey intended to share. However, it became evident that the task was originally meant for Manfrey, who, in a moment of desperation, sought to shift the burden onto Jello while still securing his own involvement. Well then, my good brother, it seems I was the first one you thought of when fortune smiled upon you. Jello chuckled, playfully patting Manfrey on the shoulder. Indeed, right? Manfrey replied, looking somewhat guilty. Now, tell me, how much are you prepared to offer for this endeavor? Jello was prepared to counter his opponent's words with unyielding resolve. It was laughable. Even Count Lyman had publicly sided with the anti-war faction. Now was a crucial moment for him to secure the inheritance of Starfall City. Why on earth would he instigate a war? Furthermore, he had already set up a strategic plan in High Hidden City, eagerly awaiting the new year to return and meticulously maneuver to seize the land and populace of the West. At this moment, he simply lacked the time to engage in any raids. The accuracy of 47's judgment was commendable. This was the sincerity of Prince Oberyn. Upon hearing Jello's direct inquiry about the price, Sir Manfrey felt a sense of certainty wash over him. He promptly produced the golden belt from Prince Oberyn and extended it towards Jello, promising substantial rewards once the task was accomplished. Jello did not reach out to take it. Sincerity? What value could a mere belt possibly hold? This was a gift from Prince Oberyn, bestowed after he led his forces to conquer the fortress of Gavala from the Muir people 4 years prior. Sir Manfrey continued, flipping the belt over to reveal a magnificent emerald embedded within it. This gem was reputedly part of a royal collection, originally acquired over 2 centuries ago by the esteemed Lysian banker, Lysandro Gyre, from a jade merchant. After the Gyre family fell into bankruptcy, it eventually found its way into the hands of Governor Morito. Stop. Spare me the tales. Just tell me how much it is worth. Jello gazed at the emerald, swallowing hard. Even though he had little knowledge of gemstones, he could discern that this was a piece of exceptional quality. Simultaneously, his wariness surged to its peak. For Oberyn to offer such a priceless treasure to a newly minted knight of not even 15 years to lead an assault. What sort of heavy burden was he preparing for him to bear? Hearing Jello's question, a hint of embarrassment crossed Sir Manfrey's face. He found it difficult to provide an estimate, as many historically significant and collectible gems possess a value that transcends their mere market price. Their worth far exceeds the intrinsic value of the stones themselves, and while everyone acknowledges their significance, few are willing to part with such sums. In such circumstances, one could either sell the item at its base value, keep it as a personal collection, or bestow it as a gift, where gifting is often the most cost-effective option, as the recipient receives both the item and its premium. After a moment of hesitation, Sir Manfrey offered a conservative figure, if you intend to sell it. At least 500 golden dragons would attract numerous jewelers. If a certain eastern governor shows interest, selling it for several thousand golden dragons would be effortless. Sir Manfrey spoke the truth. According to the feudal system of Westeros, even kings and a select few dukes would never spend thousands of golden dragons on such an item for their collections. In contrast, the eastern free trade city-states had denser populations, greater trade volumes, and more concentrated wealth, making it unsurprising that their governors would be willing to invest heavily in collectibles. To speak candidly, I find little allure in this proposition, Geralt mused, yet it is not entirely dismissible. Pray, elaborate further, what must we undertake? You are to nominally lead this mercenary band, with the true command resting in the capable hands of Deputy Commander Fengshen. He has engaged in conflict alongside Prince Oberyn in the disputed territories for several years, and he is responsible for the tactical planning. Our role is merely to act in concert with the main forces, explained Manfrey promptly. Upon hearing this, Geralt swiftly grasped Oberyn's intentions. They aim to employ him as a means to vex Count Layman. As the leader of the anti-war faction, it would be quite the affront for Layman to have his own vassal take up arms first, akin to rubbing his face in the dirt. Suppressing his indignation, Geralt refrained from expressing his anger and inquired, "So, regardless of whether the assault succeeds, it bears no consequence for me, correct?" "Ah, indeed," Sir Manfrey nodded vigorously. "Allow me a moment to contemplate this." After absorbing Manfrey's words, Geralt began to meticulously weigh the pros and cons of this situation. According to the original timeline, Dorne and the Iron Throne ultimately do not engage in warfare. During this period, Oberyn undoubtedly attempted to provoke the mercenaries into action, yet such provocations bore little fruit. Therefore, if he were to join the mercenary band and adopt a passive role, exerting no influence on their decisions, even covertly impeding their efforts, he could delay their actions until Jon Arryn descended to negotiate. This would prevent the war from igniting, allowing him to acquire the coveted belt without any cost, while also establishing a connection with Prince Oberyn. Aligning himself with Oberyn holds considerable significance for Geralt, for soon Sir William Darry would embark with Viserys and Daenerys, the Targaryen siblings, from Dragonstone to the eastern continent of Braavos. Subsequently, Oberyn would journey to Braavos, where, under the auspices of the Sea King, he would sign a clandestine agreement with William Darry, the Master of Whisperers Varys, and Governor Illyrio of Pentos to assist the Targaryens in reclaiming their throne. Should he accompany them, he could forge an early rapport with the Targaryen siblings. This is not to suggest that Geralt harbors a desire to aid the Targaryens' restoration. Rather, he seeks to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty to his superior, House Martell. Of course, Geralt also entertained an alternative course of action, actively influencing the mercenary band to indeed instigate war. During the conflict, he could seize the opportunity to recruit a substantial number of tenants from Blaemont to bolster the population of Highspire. The potential gains from this endeavor could far exceed the value of the belt itself. However, the uncertainties wrought by war are daunting. The chances of Dorne prevailing are slim, and it is entirely plausible that the forces he recruits may soon be conscripted by Count Layman for the front lines. At this juncture, he is already inciting chaos among the hill folk on the western bank of the Torrent River. Should they rise in rebellion while he and the forces of Highspire are absent, it would spell disaster. In truth, I find Prince Oberyn to possess a remarkable discernment regarding people, J-Lo contemplated as he reached out to take the belt directly from Sir Manfrey's hands, his keen eye discerning that I excel in leading surprise assaults. Have you agreed? Manfrey initially felt a surge of joy, only to swiftly realize that there was little to celebrate, as he too was obliged to go. Of course, it is my honor to serve Prince Oberyn, J-Lo nodded. But time was of the essence. Manfrey hastily shook his head. I have brought 3 horses and traveled day and night to reach Starfall. Prince Oberyn has commanded that I bring you back immediately. The entire mercenary company is prepared and awaits only us. Is it truly so urgent? This caught J-Lo off guard, as he had anticipated that the mercenary company's actions would not commence for some time. If they were to act now, could the peace talks with Jon Arryn keep pace? Despite his surprise at the mercenary company's pressing expedition, J-Lo resolved not to retract his agreement. Thus he acquiesced to Sir Manfrey's plan to depart the following day. After issuing a command to Malandane to procure provisions and medicines in Old Town, J-Lo, accompanied by over a dozen guards including the spear wielder, followed Sir Manfrey on the journey to the Gate of Heaven. As for the matter of contacting Ashera, J-Lo temporarily set it aside. After all, Lord Layman could still live for several more years, rendering this matter not urgent. After nearly 10 days of travel, J-Lo and his company approached the Gate of Heaven, yet they did not enter. Instead, they continued north under the guidance of a contact sent by Oberyn, arriving at a camp south of the Prince's Pass. Here, J-Lo encountered the vice-captain of the mercenary company, Fengshen, who had fought alongside Prince Oberyn. Fengshen, a blend of Rhoynar and Dornish blood, bore dark skin and appeared smaller and less robust than J-Lo had anticipated. However, the fearful demeanor of the other mercenaries towards him indicated that he was indeed a man of considerable capability. Sir Manfrey, Sir J-Lo. Fengshen greeted the 2 knights as he invited them into the tent. Greetings, Captain Fengshen, J-Lo acknowledged with a nod, glancing around. Has Prince Oberyn not arrived? Regrettably, Sir J-Lo. Our mission is clandestine. Prince Oberyn must remain in the Allied camp at the Gate of Heaven. Sir Manfrey interjected. Captain Fengshen is in full command of this operation. Very well, I can comprehend, Jalo responded, somewhat disheartened. He had come to meet Oberyn, only to find him absent, which diminished his enthusiasm considerably. Subsequently, Fengshen elaborated on the details of the mission. The mercenary company he led comprised 300 men, who had recently terminated their contract with Dorne and had thus separated from Prince Oberyn's command. Now, Geralt and Manfrey must jointly sign a new employment contract with Fengshen, meaning that Geralt and Manfrey are obliged to take responsibility for this undertaking as employers. This particular condition was not previously disclosed by Manfrey. Hence, Geralt seized this opportunity to demand a renegotiation, successfully stalling for 2 days. Ultimately, Geralt reluctantly signed the agreement only after Manfrey promised him substantial rewards. Once the employment contract was finalized, the mercenary group set forth towards the north, spending over half a month evading the scouts of Dorne. Traversing the mountain paths through Princess Pass and entering the territory of Griffin's Roost, Captain Fengshen proposed an immediate assault on a knightly castle, advocating for a massacre of the castle's inhabitants and the surrounding villages to provoke the Stormlanders. However, his suggestion was met with disapproval from Geralt. Griffin's Roost is the domain of House Clinton, loyalists to the Targaryen cause, and the exiled Earl John Clinton is a close friend of Prince Rhaegar. Recklessly plundering the lands of the old loyalist nobility would be detrimental to Prince Oberyn's plans to reunite the old loyalists after defeating the usurper's forces. Perhaps Geralt's reasoning was too compelling, as he swiftly garnered the support of Sir Manfrey, and even Captain Fengshen himself concurred with his perspective. Thus, the group continued their journey northward, heading towards the realm of NeZha's. During their travels, they encountered a small contingent of Stormlander forces, and although they emerged victorious, they allowed many enemies to escape. Due to their compromised position, Geralt persuaded them to retreat back into the territory of Griffin's Roost to avoid encirclement. To Fengshen's surprise, in the ensuing period, the Stormlander army not only refrained from pursuing them but began to withdraw. As Fengshen contemplated whether to venture once more into the lands of Night Song, their scouts gathered intelligence at an inn at a crossroads. The Hand of the King, Duke John Arryn of Eagle's Nest, had arrived in Dorne with the body of Prince Lewin Martell, completing negotiations with Prince Doran and several Dornish nobles, resulting in Dorne's declaration of fealty to the Iron Throne, with both sides gradually withdrawing their forces. As Geralt had anticipated, their mercenary group's actions failed to create any significant ripple, evidently perceived by both factions merely as a small-scale military probe. With Dorne and the Iron Throne having concluded their negotiations, their mission was naturally at an end. Fengshen's mercenary band had no further reason to remain in the Storelands, and without a new contract, they would not linger in Dorne either, needing to return to the eastern continent in search of work. This sparked a notion of opportunity in Geralt's mind. Before parting ways, Geralt offered long-term contracts, at a rate 10% above the market price, to over 10 officers and more than 30 skilled individuals to serve as new recruits instructors in Highgarden. While the primary source of income for mercenaries extends beyond mere remuneration to encompass spoils of war, the absence of conflict equates to a lack of supplementary earnings. However, refraining from battle simultaneously implies the preservation of life. Coupled with the allure of a steady income, approximately 2/3 of individuals ultimately acquiesced to Jiro's invitation. This outcome greatly pleased Jiro. Unlike the smaller mercenary bands and irregular fighters he could find at the port of Starfall City, the officers and seasoned mercenaries hailing from these larger companies could genuinely be regarded as professional soldiers. Their assistance in training would undoubtedly yield remarkable efficiency, had it not been for the prolonged collaboration with them and the serendipitous timing of their unemployment. Extricating such a number of officers from a professional mercenary company would have been an insurmountable challenge. Upon Jiro and Manfuri's return to Tianji City, a significant portion of the Dorne coalition had already disbanded. Most nobles had led their forces back to their own territories, while a select few, including Count Layman, accompanied Prince Dowling to Sunblade City. Prince Oberyn departed after a vehement quarrel with Prince Dowling. Ultimately, Jiro regrettably did not have the opportunity to meet Oberyn, as failing to earn Oberyn's trust meant that his journey to Bravith would likely be in vain. However, Jiro was indeed unable to pursue Oberyn to Sunblade City, since the Lord of the Blamen family and Sir Gareth Dane of Shao Fortress had already commenced their return to their fiefs, necessitating Jiro's prompt return to prepare for impending challenges. The peace between Dorne and the Iron Throne arrived much sooner than Jiro had initially anticipated, compelling him to confront the nobles' wrath regarding the land policies of Goween City ahead of schedule. Nevertheless, this advancement did not detract from the present. Before those individuals fully grasped the gravity of the situation, Jiro still had ample time to address the issues posed by the mountain dwellers on the western bank of the turbulent river.